The air burned like a furnace, the warp twisting into colors the human eye was never meant to see. The first sound wasn't a roar or a scream or the echo of demonic laughter. It was the crack of a boot slamming against ground that wasn't ground, a stomp that reverberated across eternity. The Doomslayer had come, not summoned, not lured, not whispered into the eye of terror. He tore his way in. The Chaos Gods felt it before mortals ever could. They had faced Primarchs, demon princes, legions of the faithful. But this was different. This was hatred given form. This was wrath unending. And in that moment, the warp trembled. The torches burned with violet flame, guttering in air too heavy to breathe. Their smoke curled against the cavern ceiling, drawing sigils of its own accord, shapes no mortal tongue could ever describe. The cultists chanted in whispers, their voices overlapping until the words no longer sounded like speech, but like the exhalation of a corpse. The cavern floor had been carved into a circle, its grooves deep and jagged, dripping with blood that refused to clot. The bodies of Imperial citizens, workers, soldiers, children, were arranged along the perimeter, their eyes gouged out and placed in the grooves like offerings. At the center, a warp fissure pulsed, a tear no larger than a dagger's width, but deep, so deep it seemed to run through the bones of the galaxy itself. The leader of the cult raised his arms, robes stitched with skin, mouth frothing with devotion. Blood for the Pantheon, flesh for eternity, souls for the endless war. His voice echoed in a way no voice should, bouncing off the walls and returning with tones that were not his own. They thought they were summoning a demon prince. They thought the warp would answer with a champion of the gods, a horror given flesh, a herald of ruin. What they did not know, what they could not possibly know, was that their blood, their words, their desperate pleas had called something else. The fissure widened. It did not glow with familiar warp light, that sickly shimmer of pink and green fire. It did not roar with the sound of demonic laughter. Instead, the cavern shook with a vibration like an avalanche, stone cracking, pillars groaning, the dead twitching as if refusing to stay still. The cult leader froze mid-chant, his eyes rolling back as his skin blistered from the heat. The air thickened, not with corruption, but with pressure. Raw, unfiltered fury condensed into a presence. A boot slammed through the fissure. It was not demonic, not twisted with horns or wings, but brutal, practical, armored in green plates, scorched black by centuries of war. The ground cracked where it landed. The blood circle split down the middle. The symbols seared away as though ashamed to exist in its shadow. The cultists screamed. Some clawed their own eyes. Some threw themselves against the walls, breaking their skulls to escape what they saw. Others simply froze, unable to comprehend the shape forming before them. Another boot followed, then the hulking figure that wore it. The Doomslayer had arrived. He stood taller than any mortal man, broader than Astartes, his armor dented and scarred with wars no one here could name. A visor glowed faintly with wrath, reflecting nothing of the warp around him, only consuming. He carried no standard, no sigil, no mark of allegiance, only weapons forged for one purpose, weapons to kill demons. The cult leader fell to his knees. At last, a gift from Khorne himself, he shrieked, mistaking what stood before him. He bowed, pressing his face to the bloody stone, trembling with delight. My Lord, my God, take us. Use us. Unleash slaughter through us. The Doomslayer moved, faster than sight, faster than faith. His gauntlet closed around the leader's skull, lifting him as one would lift a rat. The cultist had time only for a single scream before his head burst like fruit, brains painting the circle in thick arcs. The cavern fell silent. Every cultist froze, realization sinking in like frostbite. This was no servant of chaos. This was a predator, and they were prey. The Doomslayer dropped the corpse. His other hand reached back, pulling free the great combat shotgun slung across his back. The weapon roared once, twice, thrice. Each blast reduced a cultist to red mist. Bodies shredded, walls painted with gore. Those who tried to flee found their spines snapped before they reached the tunnel. Those who tried to pray found their jaws torn off. The ritual circle collapsed into meaningless stains, its power undone not by faith, but by violence pure and unrelenting. The fissure still burned behind him, wider now, reacting to his presence like an open wound festering. The warp did not laugh. The warp did not rejoice. It recoiled, because the Imperium knew his name. It had faced him before, in another reality, another place, another war. Here he was an intruder, but still he was recognized. Slayer, executioner, doom, and the gods trembled. In the depths of the warp, eyes older than time itself opened. Khorne stirred first, a rumble like mountains colliding echoing across the brass citadels of his realm. A laugh followed, deep and booming, a laugh filled with both joy and fury. A new warrior had entered his domain, one who killed without hesitation, without mercy, without prayer, one who might finally bring the slaughter he craved. Tzeentch shifted next, the infinite labyrinth twisting upon itself. This was not fate. This was not a thread woven into his grand design. This was a knife slicing through the weave, unraveling everything it touched. A being outside of destiny, a threat, a weapon that could not be bent. Nurgle's garden quivered, the great bloated god chuckling, then coughing, then choking. This was not life. This was not rot. This was annihilation, the end of cycle, the eradication of bloom and decay alike. He wheezed with dread, and Slaanesh screamed. For there was no desire in the Doomslayer, no hunger that could be twisted, no lust to be teased. Only hate. Perfect, endless, incorruptible hate. And that was the one thing the Prince of Excess could never consume. The cultists were gone. The cavern was silent except for the low growl of the Doomslayer's breathing. He turned toward the fissure, visor glinting with the warp's sick light. Without hesitation he stepped forward, and the tier widened to welcome him. But it was not welcome. It was recoil. The warp bled around him, colors searing white, screaming in frequencies that tore stone from the walls. The cavern collapsed as he walked through, leaving behind nothing but crushed corpses and a silence too heavy to describe. The Doomslayer entered the warp, and Warhammer 40,000 would never be the same. The warp spat him out. It did not release him like a passage between places. It tore him free. The veil ripped wide enough to blind the sky above an imperial world, a wound opening where no wound should be. The heavens bled with crimson lightning, the stars dimming, as if ashamed to witness what had crossed. He landed in silence first, as though the universe itself held its breath. A crater split the soil, shattering manufactorum roads, snapping the bones of the earth beneath its skin. The dust had not even finished rising when he stood. No stumbling, no hesitation. The Doomslayer never fell. He only advanced. The world was called Alecto 9, a hive planet swollen with millions of starving souls and choking fumes. Its skies were eternally gray, its spires climbing like needles through clouds too heavy with ash. Here, cultists had spread like a rot through the underhive, whispering rituals, preparing for their god's arrival. And here, accidentally, unknowingly, they had unleashed something far worse. The impact set alarms screaming across the hab blocks. Workers, beaten half to death from endless labor, looked upward through cracked glass at the storm. They saw a figure rise within the crater and fell to their knees in terror. Some cried that the Emperor had sent an angel. Others screamed that the gods of the warp had birthed a champion. All were wrong. The Arbites came first, storm shields raised, shock mauls sparking. They formed a perimeter, their visors reflecting the figure that stood at the crater's heart. The Voxnet filled with static prayers and shouted orders. "Identify yourself," barked the marshal. No answer. The figure only stepped forward, each footfall cracking ferrocrete beneath his weight. Dust rolled away in waves, his green armor glowing faintly with heat from the impact. Laser guns came next. The arbitrators fired as one, beams of red light lancing across the grey haze. They struck his chestplate, his arms, his helm. The light died against him. Not deflected, not absorbed, simply ignored. The Doomslayer raised his shotgun. One pull of the trigger, one arbitrator vanished, upper body torn apart in a red blossom of ruin. The line faltered. Shields raised higher. More firepower poured in. But their weapons were toys against him. The marshal screamed for reinforcements. The Vox carried his voice across the hive, summoning the Astra Militarum from barracks, already half-rotted with corruption. Sirens howled. Chimera engines roared. The guard mobilized with the desperation of men who thought a demonic incursion had begun, and the Doomslayer walked on. He did not run. He did not hide. He advanced, each step deliberate, each strike of his boot a promise that nothing could slow him. The citizens scattered in chaos, some rushing to the shrines, others clawing at one another for escape. The Arbites who survived fell back, dragging their wounded, whispering prayers to the Emperor, as though he might hear. The Doomslayer did not pursue them. He cared nothing for mortals. His eyes fixed upward, toward the spires of the hive, where the stink of chaos curled like smoke. Above the crater, the first regiment of the Astra Militarum deployed. Columns of infantry lined the Hab streets, their laser guns braced, bayonets fixed. A Lehman Russ rumbled into position, its turrets swinging toward the figure, striding from the crater. The tank commander lifted his Vox horn, voice trembling. "Demon, by authority of the Imperium of man, you are to be purged." The cannon fired. The round screamed across the distance, detonating in a blossom of fire and twisted steel. The shockwave leveled a dozen civilians, shredded Hab walls, and sent the guard stumbling. When the smoke cleared, he was still walking. Charred, ash-streaked but unbroken, the crater was now only a scar behind him. The guardsmen faltered. Faith told them the Emperor was protected. Faith told them no demon could withstand the fury of Imperial armor. But faith withered in the face of what advanced through their barrage. The Lehman Russ tried again. The Doomslayer was faster. He vaulted onto the tank's hull in a single bound, shotgun roaring through the commander's skull before he could even scream. A gauntlet plunged through the hatch, dragging the gunner free, armor squealing as he was torn in half like paper. The engine howled, gears grinding as blood clogged its vents. Then silence as the tank died beneath him. The infantry opened fire in desperation. Dozens of lasbolts lit the street, brighter than the dying sun above. The Slayer tore the turret free, swung it like a club, and crushed half the squad beneath its mass. The survivors screamed, breaking formation, tripping over their own dead. And still he walked on, through fire, through ash, through the storm tearing the sky above them. From orbit, the Imperial Navy watched. Commanders shouted over one another, auguscopes showing only fragments of the impossible. Something had entered the Imperium, something unaligned, unreadable, immune to every identification cogitator. The word demon spread like infection, and yet It did not match. Reports flooded upward, Arbites slaughtered, regiments shattered, civilians rioting in fear. The planet thought the end times had come. In the governor's spire, a council convened in panic. Some cried for exterminatus. Some begged for aid from the Inquisition. Others, trembling and pale, whispered that perhaps this was no enemy at all. Perhaps this was deliverance. But no one could agree on deliverance from what. On the battlefield below, one man survived long enough to see something others missed. A guardsman, bleeding from a lasburn across his chest, hiding behind the wreck of the Russ. Through smoke and ruin, he watched the figure advance not towards civilians, not towards soldiers, but toward the old manufactorum where cult symbols had been daubed in blood weeks before. The Doomslayer ignored the innocent, ignored the screaming mob, ignored the cowardly guard. He hunted only one thing: chaos. The soldier's eyes widened as he understood. This was no demon. This was a predator of demons, something born to kill them, something worse than any angel or fiend. He tried to whisper it into the vox, but blood filled his throat. His last breath was not a prayer, it was a warning. The Slayer reached the manufactorum gates. Chains of brass wrapped its frame, skulls hanging like bells, eyes glowing faintly with warp light. He did not hesitate. One strike from his fist shattered the doors, steel buckling like cloth. He stepped inside. The cultists screamed as he entered. Dozens of them, mid-ritual, faces painted with gore, their hands clutching knives of bone. They had not expected his arrival. Their gods had not warned them. They had only been told to prepare a second summoning, a reinforcement of the first. But the first had not brought a demon prince. It had brought their executioner. The Doomslayer raised his weapon. The first blast tore 3 cultists in half. The second sent gore raining across the ritual pyre. Those who tried to charge found themselves broken against walls. Their spines snapped with casual fury. Those who begged found their tongues ripped from their throats. And then, silence. The manufactorum burned, fire licking its supports, corpses strewn across its floor. The warp glyphs cracked and faded, erased by slaughter. The Doomslayer turned toward the great engine at the center, a machine built to tear the veil wide. He tore it apart with his bare hands, gears screaming, sparks flying, runes burning into ash. The warp fissure flickered, then died. And across the Imperium, the Chaos Gods stirred in panic. This was no accident. This was an intrusion. This was a force they had never accounted for, never shaped, never chained. Something outside prophecy, something outside fate. And for the first time in 10,000 years, they knew fear. The hive never slept, but that night it screamed. Sirens blared from every manufactorum tower. Voxcasters shrieked orders laced with panic, and the underhive roared with riots as words spread like plague. A star had fallen, a warrior had risen, a demon had walked among men. None agreed on the truth, but all agreed that Electo 9 would never be the same again. From the crater to the manufactorum, the fires spread. Whole hab blocks burned where the Doomslayer's battle had shattered power lines and ruptured Prometheum tanks. Flames climbed like new spires, ash drifting into the smog-heavy sky. Through the haze, citizens stumbled, choking, dragging their children, screaming for salvation that would never come. And over all of it, the thunder of boots echoed. The Astra Militarum had mobilized in force. Columns of infantry marched, banners raised high, lasguns charged and ready. Chimeras and Lehman Russ tanks rumbled through avenues too narrow for their bulk, crushing markets, stalls, and civilians in their path. The Guard did not come to protect. They came to contain. The Voxnet spat conflicting orders. Engage the demon. No, hold the line, protect the governor's spire. Seal the underhive, do not let the infection spread. Confusion reigned, but the soldiers obeyed nonetheless, because soldiers in the Imperium did not need to understand. They only needed to fire when commanded. The governor of Alecto 9 stood in his spire's highest chamber, hands trembling as he gripped a goblet of Amasek. The city burned beneath him, a tide of fire swallowing everything he had once ruled. His advisors screamed at one another, their powdered wigs soaked in sweat, their ink-stained fingers pointing to hololithic displays. "We must call for the Inquisition," one bellowed. "Exterminatus! Exterminatus now!" Another shrieked. "No!" cried a third. "If this is a servant of the Emperor, if this is a sign—" The chamber erupted into chaos, the governor slamming his goblet onto the table. "Enough!" he roared, voice cracking like glass. "You think terror will save us? You think Segmentum Command cares for a single hive world? No one is coming. We are alone." He was right. The Imperium was too vast, too fractured, too blind. Alecto 9's distress signals would vanish among a million others, and if the Inquisition did arrive, it would not be with aid. It would be with fire. The Doomslayer did not hear their arguments. He was already moving. Through the manufactorum ruins he walked, flames clinging to his armor, corpses crunching underfoot. The citizens who had hidden there crawled from the shadows, begging, pleading, clutching their children. He ignored them. He was not salvation. He was not damned. He was the end of demons, and only that. The Arbites tried once more. Barricades rose at every avenue, shields locked, bolters braced. They had seen him tear through their brothers, but still they stood, because that was what the Arbites did. They were the Emperor's law made flesh, and law did not retreat. The Slayer advanced. The bolters roared, explosive rounds lighting the streets with thunder. Shields buckled, men staggered back under the shock wave, and still he walked. A gauntlet slammed into a shield, breaking the arm behind it. A shotgun blast tore another in half, spraying gore across ferrocrete walls. The barricade collapsed in seconds. Those who lived fled, not as cowards, but as men who knew futility. The riot spread with the fire. Civilians turned on one another, some worshipping the figure they saw stride through flames, others spitting and cursing him as the herald of apocalypse. Old debts were settled in blood, old hatreds erupted into knives and fists. The hive became a battlefield within itself, the Slayer nothing more than a shadow moving through it all. The guard tried again. Regiments poured from the upper habs, their boots pounding the stairways that wound around the hive's outer walls. Heavy bolters roared from emplacements, autocannons thudded from spires, shells falling like rain. The streets became killing grounds, corpses piled into barricades of flesh, but they were not killing him. They were killing themselves. Every shot aimed at the Slayer tore apart civilians instead. Every barrage that missed brought down whole hab blocks, filled with screaming families. The guard did not stop. They never stopped. Because to stop was heresy, and heresy was death. The Doomslayer climbed, through streets drowned in ash, over walls slick with blood, up spires that crumbled under their own weight. Everywhere he went, the warp stank stronger, cult symbols scrawled across stone in blood too fresh to be coincidence. The world was rotten. The hive was rotten, and he was the knife to cut rot away. The Chaos Gods felt his march. Khorne laughed still, a laugh that split the brass mountains of his realm. Good. More slaughter, more skulls. Let him drown the stars in blood. But his laughter carried unease. These skulls were not for Khorne. This slaughter was not in his name. Tzeentch hissed, twisting in frustration. Every path he wove unraveled at the Slayer's step. Every prophecy bled meaningless. This was not fate. This did not change. This was nothing but ruin. Nurgle wheezed, his laughter breaking into a cough that shook his garden. What bloomed could wither, what rotted could grow again. But this was sterilization. This was death with no rebirth. His flies choked in mid-air, and Slaanesh whispered, her voice trembling, "Desire, desire, desire." And yet none. No lust, no hunger, no joy, nothing. Her perfect face cracked in fear. She could not feed on him. She could not even touch him. The Doomslayer reached the mid-hive. Here the nobility lived in decadent towers, drinking amasec while the underhives starved. They watched through crystal windows as he advanced, their feasts turning to bile in their throats. Their slaves prayed aloud, their masters silent with terror. Some leapt from balconies rather than meet his gaze. For even the rich knew this was not a man, this was judgment. The governor's council fractured further as reports poured in. Whole districts in flames, regiments destroyed, Arbites slaughtered, cult cells eradicated, but so were innocents. The Doomslayer was not a weapon they could command. He was a storm that struck where he willed, a predator that hunted without leash. "Summon the commissariat," the governor bellowed. "If the guard cannot stop him, then fear will drive them harder." The commissars obeyed, their greatcoats flapping as they strode into the streets. They shouted litanies of hate, their bolt pistols raised, their voices carrying above the screams. "Stand for the Emperor, kill the beast, die with honor." The guardsmen obeyed, not out of courage but out of terror. They knew the Slayer would kill them if they faltered, but they knew the commissars would kill them faster. So they charged. A tide of men, bayonets flashing, laser guns blazing. They rushed the Slayer with suicidal desperation. He answered with a roar of his super shotgun, bodies exploding in showers of red. A chainsaw screeched to life in his hand, its teeth gnawing through flak armor, through bone, through tanks of promethium that ignited whole squads at once. The streets drowned in gore. The commissars fired bolt rounds into his armor, their pistols roaring. He tore them apart with his bare hands, skulls cracking in his fists. The guard faltered again, but they did not retreat, because retreat was impossible. Behind them stood commissars with pistols. Before them strode something worse. And above them all, the sky split. The warp tore open again, this time not by mortal hands. A demon world reached across, its claws stretching into reality. Flames of unreality burned in the heavens, demonic hosts pouring through the breach. The Doomslayer paused, visor rising. For the first time, his advance slowed, not in hesitation, in recognition. His prey had arrived. The breach above Alecto 9 did not close. It spread. A tear of sickly light burned through the clouds, twisting ash into spirals that reached for the void. Demons spilled like infection from the wound, shrieking shapes with wings of bone, skin of fire, and mouths too wide to ever close. Civilians wailed as they were dragged into the air, shredded or simply unmade. The city had become a battlefield of flesh and shadow, and in the middle of it, the Doomslayer stood. He raised his shotgun, fired once, and a bloodletter ceased to exist. He fired again, and a screeching demonet folded in half, its limbs scattering across Ferrocrete. A rocket launcher came next, screaming into a cluster of horrors, their bodies dissolving in a storm of warp fire. He moved with purpose, with fury, with hate that needed no words. But the Imperium did not see purpose. The Imperium saw a monster. From the walls of the governor's spire, Pict feeds streamed his carnage. Holoscreens showed his silhouette striding through fire, slaughtering demons, slaughtering men, slaughtering anything that moved. The Arbites read the reports. The guard listened to the vox. And paranoia did what demons could not. It convinced them that he was the source. "He tears the veil wider," a preacher screamed from the safety of the cathedral balcony. "Every step he takes spills more corruption into the sky. He fires upon demons, but demons serve him still," cried another, voice shaking. "See how the warp answers his wrath." Fear became the truth. Truth became law, and law in the Imperium was death. Orders spread faster than fire. All regiments of the Astra Militarum were to converge on the mid-hive. All Arbites' precincts were to abandon riot suppression and focus fire on the intruder. The manufacturing lines ceased, workers driven into conscription instead. The hive was no longer a world of labor and misery. It was a fortress braced for execution. The Doomslayer did not care. He advanced, chainsaw roaring through the skull of a possessed guardsman, his armor soaked in steaming blood. His visor glowed faintly as he turned to face the next wave, rockets already primed. Demons screamed, mortals screamed. All were equal in his path. Above him, Valkyrie gunships swept through the smoke, their rotors hammering the air. Heavy bolters opened fire, tracers raining down on the streets. Civilians scattered like insects, trampled beneath their own desperation. The pilots locked onto the Slayer's position, their machine spirits howling as they recognized a target. "Primary anomaly located," the vox crackled. "Purge with prejudice." Missiles roared from their bays. The impact cratered entire blocks, flames consuming towers and habs alike. Screams filled the air, rising higher than the rotors themselves. When the fire cleared, the Doomslayer was gone. For a moment, the pilots exhaled. Then something slammed onto the first Valkyrie's hull. Metal screamed. The gunship buckled under the sudden weight. The cockpit glass shattered as a gauntlet punched through, dragging the pilot out in a shower of sparks. The crew fired frantically, las beams scorching their own consoles, bolts ricocheting in the cabin. The Slayer wrenched the rotor free, hurled it into the second gunship, and watched both spiral down in flames. The guard below broke formation. "Throne! He's a demon prince!" someone screamed. "The Emperor protects us," cried another. Commissars raised bolt pistols, executing cowards mid-flight, their corpses thudding onto ferrocrete. But even their iron grip could not force faith where faith had shattered. The Slayer landed in the ruins of the first gunship, smoke curling from his armor. He did not look at the guard. He did not look at the commissars. He looked only at the sky, at the tear that widened still, and at the endless tide of demons pouring free. His rocket launcher roared again. Flaming corpses of bloodletters rained down among the guard, their bodies bursting into ash on impact. The commissars shouted for order, but no order could survive in hell. Across the hive, preachers raved louder than the sirens. "This is the test of the Emperor," they cried. "Stand firm, stand loyal, purge the beast." Their words became whips, lashing men into suicidal charges against something they could never kill. The Arbites deployed again, heavier this time. Repressor tanks rolled into the streets, their storm bolters hammering in endless bursts. Their sirens wailed over the chaos, a shrieking hymn of authority. The tanks formed walls, cutting off avenues, sealing civilians inside with the Slayer. The Arbites fired everything: grenades, melters, bolter shells that cracked ferrocrete towers in half. The Slayer strode through, unbroken, tearing a tank's turret off and hurling it into another. He crushed squads under rubble, ripped storm shields apart, turned their walls into their coffins. And still, they thought he was the enemy. In the spire, the governor screamed for orbital bombardment. The Navy captains refused. "The target cannot be tracked," they reported. "Every time we mark his position, he is elsewhere." Their augurs could not pin him, their cogitators failing to even assign him designation. He was not of this galaxy. He was something else, and that was the greatest heresy of all. Word spread up the chain, to neighboring systems, to Segmentum Command, to the shadow of the Inquisition. A name began to form, carried on Vox transmissions filled with fear. Unknown demon entity, unstoppable, incurable, infectious. But the warp knew his name, and it whispered it back into mortal minds, twisted with dread. Slayer. The demons felt it too. Their shrieks changed when he drew near, their charge faltering, their forms collapsing in terror. They knew him. They remembered him. Not here, not in this galaxy, not in this war, but across realities. He was the predator, and they were prey. The Imperium mistook their fear for reverence. "See," shouted the preachers. "The demons obey him. He commands them. He brings their numbers upon us." Their words spread faster than truth, and truth was trampled beneath panic. In the warp, the gods argued. Khorne roared with rage, his throne shaking as he watched demons die faster than even he demanded. Tzeentch shrieked as his prophecies collapsed. Every script turned to ash. Nurgle coughed blood, his flies drowning in rivers of sterile slaughter, and Slaanesh wept in silence. None claimed him. All feared him. But mortals did not understand fear. Mortals only understood blame. And so the Imperium blamed him. Regiments massed in the millions. Orders were screamed down the Voxnet. "Kill the beast. Purge the heresy. Bring it down in the Emperor's name." Civilians were drafted at gunpoint, their hands shaking as lasguns were thrust into them. Children marched alongside men, their faces hollow with starvation. They would die in droves, but they would die obeying, because disobedience was death, and death was everywhere already. The Doomslayer cut through it all, not because he sought to kill men, not because he hated them, because they stood in his path, and his path only ended when the last demon was ash. Behind him, the city fell into ruin. Ahead of him, the spire still loomed, and above him, the warp screamed louder, as though daring him to climb. The guard thought they could kill him. The Arbites thought they could bind him. The governor thought he could order him. The preachers thought they could name him. They were all wrong. He was not theirs. He was not chaos. He was not the Emperor's. He was not mortal. He was not God. He was doom, and the galaxy had only begun to learn what that meant. The sky bled. The tear in reality widened until it became a wound that no healing could mend. Its edges boiled, lightning splitting across clouds heavy with ash, illuminating the spires of Alecto 9 in violent flashes. From the fissure poured forms too twisted to be called flesh, too constant to be called shadow. Demons descended in swarms, shrieking with mouths that bent into impossible shapes, claws glistening with warp fire. The first wave hit the hive like rain. Bloodletters slammed into ferrocrete, blades already raised, eyes burning with murder. Pink horrors writhed into being, their bodies splitting into more as lasfire tore through them. Screaming furies filled the skies, their wings snapping like wet parchment as they dived upon the screaming masses. The Astra Militarum fought back. Their ranks filled entire avenues, lasguns firing in volleys so bright they looked like rivers of light. Heavy bolters thudded from ruined towers, autocannons tearing through wings and limbs. The Lehman Russ companies fired one after another, their battle cannons shaking the streets. Demons burned, exploded, dissolved into ash. But for every one that died, 3 more took its place. The air itself screamed with their arrival, reality buckling like glass about to shatter. Alecto 9 was not merely under attack, it was becoming consumed, and in the heart of it strode the Doomslayer. He did not flinch at the sight of the warp made flesh. He had seen worse. He had ended worse. His boots crushed the skull of a cultist turned possessed before the man's daemon could even finish bursting free. A chainsaw revved in his gauntlet, its teeth gnashing hungrily, and he hurled himself into the first wave. The blade split a bloodletter from skull to groin, ichor spraying across the walls. He ripped another apart barehanded, tearing its horned head from its body in a single wrench. Pink horrors screeched as he tore into them, their forms splitting into blues, then into fire, then into nothing. He moved too fast to count, too furious to follow. The guard froze at the sight. For a heartbeat they thought him an ally. Until his chainsaw screeched through a guardsman caught in the crossfire, the man's body falling in halves. The ranks wavered. The commissars screamed for order. But their men saw only a monster who slaughtered demon and human alike without hesitation. The Imperium saw a warlord. The demons saw their executioner. The Doomslayer's rocket launcher barked, a cluster of bloodletters vanishing in a storm of flame. His shotgun thundered, each blast reducing demon and guardsman alike to gore. He seized a Fury mid-flight, slamming it into the pavement until nothing but pulp remained. He did not stop. He did not breathe. He did not speak. He was only killed. Above, the tiers screamed wider. Brass towers loomed faintly in its light, the shadow of Khorne's realm bleeding through. The blood god roared approval, his laughter shaking his domain. Here was slaughter. It was ruined. Here was something even he could not control. The ground quaked as the second wave descended. Juggernauts of brass and flesh thundered through the fissure, their hooves cracking ferrocrete, their riders howling. Demons of every god poured forth in numbers that turned the streets into oceans of bodies. The guards screamed, their lines breaking, their lasguns dropping as the tide consumed them. Commissars executed hundreds in minutes, their bolt pistols barking, but fear was stronger than faith. The Doomslayer waded into the tide. A juggernaut slammed into him, its rider shrieking with a blade raised high. He tore the demon from its mount, crushed its skull underfoot, and wrenched the beast's horns until its head ripped free. A great unclean one heaved itself from the fissure, its belly splitting to spill nurglings across the streets. The Slayer leapt, rockets screaming, embedding into its guts. The explosion painted half the avenue with pus and rot. He landed in its collapsing corpse, chainsaw revving through its belly until silence fell. The guards saw him cut through demons greater than their entire regiments, and they did not cheer, they despaired. He commands them, one screamed, dropping his lasgun. He summons them, see how they pour forth where he walks, another shouted. The lie became a belief. Belief became law, and the law demanded death. Orders thundered down the Voxnet. All fire on the anomaly, all units, purge him. The guard obeyed. Dozens of regiments turned their guns on him, ignoring the demons tearing them apart from every side. Lass fire blanketed the street. Missiles streaked through smoke. Lehman Russ cannons thundered. Buildings collapsed from the sheer volume of fire, entire blocks reduced to ruin. And still he stood. His armor smoked, dented and seared, but his stride did not falter. He advanced through their barrage, his gauntlets drenched in demon ichor, his visor glowing brighter with each step. He did not flinch. He did not hesitate. He was killed. The demons screamed louder, their tide faltering, for they knew the truth the Imperium could not. This was no demon prince. This was no servant of chaos. This was their end. But the Imperium could not hear the truth. They heard only their fear, and fear told them he was the enemy. From the governor's spire, orders screamed for orbital strike. The Navy refused again. "The target cannot be locked," the captain barked. "He moves too fast. Our augurs register him as 3 men, 10 men, 20 men." Their machine spirits wailed at his presence, their cogitators stalling as though in reverence or terror. The Navy dared not fire for fear of striking their own cities blind. The Inquisition heard the reports. In orbit, in hidden chambers, in encrypted Vox traffic, the word spread: unstoppable, unnatural, uncontrollable, and worst of all, unaligned. The Doomslayer reached the cathedral. Cultists wailed on its steps, their mouths sewn shut, their blood-filling glyphs carved into stone. Demons erupted from their bodies, screaming in ecstasy as they merged with the materium. The Slayer's boot crushed one, his shotgun blasting the others into ash. He tore the cathedral doors apart with his hands and entered. Inside, a ritual neared its climax. A sorcerer of the 1,000 Suns stood at its heart, robes blazing with warp light, chanting words that unmade the air. A portal swirled above the altar, its surface rippling with eyes that blinked in unison. The Doomslayer fired. The rocket struck the altar, shattering stone, blasting cultists into red fog. The sorcerer shrieked, his spell unraveling as fire consumed his body. The portal collapsed into nothing, leaving only silence. The Slayer tore his skull free and hurled it against the wall. The cathedral shook, stained glass raining down, pews splintering under the force. And then there was only him standing in the ruin, visor glowing in the dark. Outside, the demons wailed louder. The tear shuddered, shrinking faintly, as though recoiling from what stalked its spawn. The blood god bellowed fury. The changer hissed despair. The plague father wept rot. The prince shrieked in silence. And still the Imperium misunderstood. They did not see a savior. They did not see a predator of demons. They saw a god they could not name. And the Imperium could never allow gods that were not the Emperor. The hive never slept, but that night it screamed. Sirens blared from every manufactorum tower. Voxcasters shrieked orders laced with panic, and the underhive roared with riots as words spread like plague. A star had fallen, a warrior had risen, a demon had walked among men. None agreed on the truth, but all agreed that Electo 9 would never be the same again. From the crater to the manufactorum, the fires spread. Whole hab blocks burned where the Doomslayer's battle had shattered power lines and ruptured Prometheum tanks. Flames climbed like new spires, ash drifting into the smog-heavy sky. Through the haze, citizens stumbled, choking, dragging their children, screaming for salvation that would never come. And over all of it, the thunder of boots echoed. The Astra Militarum had mobilized in force. Columns of infantry marched, banners raised high, lasguns charged and ready. Chimeras and Lehman Russ tanks rumbled through avenues too narrow for their bulk, crushing markets, stalls, and civilians in their path. The Guard did not come to protect. They came to contain. The Voxnet spat conflicting orders. Engage the demon. No, hold the line, protect the governor's spire. Seal the underhive, do not let the infection spread. Confusion reigned, but the soldiers obeyed nonetheless, because soldiers in the Imperium did not need to understand. They only needed to fire when commanded. The governor of Electo 9 stood in his spire's highest chamber, hands trembling as he gripped a goblet of Amasek. The city burned beneath him, a tide of fire swallowing everything he had once ruled. His advisors screamed at one another, their powdered wigs soaked in sweat. their ink-stained fingers pointing to hololithic displays. "We must call for the Inquisition," one bellowed. "Exterminatus! Exterminatus now!" another shrieked. "No!" cried a third. "If this is a servant of the Emperor, if this is a sign—" The chamber erupted into chaos, the governor slamming his goblet onto the table. "Enough!" he roared, voice cracking like glass. "You think terror will save us? You think Segmentum Command cares for a single hive world? No one is coming. We are alone." He was right. The Imperium was too vast, too fractured, too blind. Electo-9's distress signals would vanish among a million others. And if the Inquisition did arrive, it would not be with aid. It would be with fire. The Doomslayer did not hear their arguments. He was already moving. Through the Manufactorum ruins he walked, flames clinging to his armor, corpses crunching underfoot. The citizens who had hidden there crawled from the shadows, begging, pleading, clutching their children. He ignored them. He was not salvation. He was not damned. He was the end of demons, and only that. The Arbites tried once more. Barricades rose at every avenue, shields locked, bolters braced. They had seen him tear through their brothers, but still they stood, because that was what the Arbites did. They were the Emperor's law made flesh, and law did not retreat. The Slayer advanced. The bolters roared, explosive rounds lighting the streets with thunder. Shields buckled, men staggered back under the shock wave, and still he walked. A gauntlet slammed into a shield, breaking the arm behind it. A shotgun blast tore another in half, spraying gore across ferrocrete walls. The barricade collapsed in seconds. Those who lived fled, not as cowards, but as men who knew futility. The riot spread with the fire. Civilians turned on one another, some worshipping the figure they saw stride through flames, others spitting and cursing him as the herald of apocalypse. Old debts were settled in blood. Old hatreds erupted into knives and fists. The hive became a battlefield within itself, the Slayer nothing more than a shadow moving through it all. The guard tried again. Regiments poured from the upper habs, their boots pounding the stairways that wound around the hive's outer walls. Heavy bolters roared from emplacements. Autocannons thudded from spires, shells falling like rain. The streets became killing grounds, corpses piled into barricades of flesh. But they were not killing him. They were killing themselves. Every shot aimed at the Slayer tore apart civilians instead. Every barrage that missed brought down whole hab blocks, filled with screaming families. The guard did not stop. They never stopped. Because to stop was heresy, and heresy was death. The Doomslayer climbed, through streets drowned in ash, over walls slick with blood, up spires that crumbled under their own weight. Everywhere he went, the warp stank stronger, cult symbols scrawled across stone in blood too fresh to be coincidence. The world was rotten. The hive was rotten, and he was the knife to cut rot away. The Chaos Gods felt his march. Khorne laughed still, a laugh that split the brass mountains of his realm. Good. More slaughter, more skulls. Let him drown the stars in blood. But his laughter carried unease. These skulls were not for Khorne. This slaughter was not in his name. Tzeentch hissed, twisting in frustration. Every path he wove unraveled at the Slayer's step. Every prophecy bled meaningless. This was not fate. This did not change. This was nothing but ruin. Nurgle wheezed, his laughter breaking into a cough that shook his garden. What bloomed could wither, what rotted could grow again. But this was sterilization. This was death with no rebirth. His flies choked in mid-air, and Slaanesh whispered, her voice trembling, "Desire, desire, desire." And yet none. No lust, no hunger, no joy, nothing. Her perfect face cracked in fear. She could not feed on him. She could not even touch him. The Doomslayer reached the mid-hive. Here the nobility lived in decadent towers, drinking amasec while the underhives starved. They watched through crystal windows as he advanced, their feasts turning to bile in their throats. Their slaves prayed aloud, their masters silent with terror. Some leapt from balconies rather than meet his gaze. For even the rich knew this was not a man, this was judgment. The governor's council fractured further as reports poured in. Whole districts in flames, regiments destroyed, Arbites slaughtered, cult cells eradicated, but so were innocents. The Doomslayer was not a weapon they could command. He was a storm that struck where he willed, a predator that hunted without leash. "Summon the commissariat," the governor bellowed. "If the guard cannot stop him, then fear will drive them harder." The commissars obeyed, their greatcoats flapping as they strode into the streets. They shouted litanies of hate, their bolt pistols raised, their voices carrying above the screams. "Stand for the Emperor, kill the beast, die with honor." The guardsmen obeyed, not out of courage but out of terror. They knew the Slayer would kill them if they faltered, but they knew the commissars would kill them faster. So they charged. A tide of men, bayonets flashing, laser guns blazing. They rushed the Slayer with suicidal desperation. He answered with a roar of his super shotgun, bodies exploding in showers of red. A chainsaw screeched to life in his hand, its teeth gnawing through flak armor, through bone, through tanks of promethium that ignited whole squads at once. The streets drowned in gore. The commissars fired bolt rounds into his armor, their pistols roaring. He tore them apart with his bare hands, skulls cracking in his fists. The guard faltered again, but they did not retreat, because retreat was impossible. Behind them stood commissars with pistols. Before them strode something worse. And above them all, the sky split. The warp tore open again, this time not by mortal hands. A demon world reached across, its claws stretching into reality. Flames of unreality burned in the heavens, demonic hosts pouring through the breach. The Doomslayer paused, visor rising. For the first time, his advance slowed, not in hesitation, in recognition. His prey had arrived. The streets of Alecto 9 were not streets anymore. They were trenches of fire, rivers of ash, mountains of corpses stacked against ferrocrete walls that buckled under their own weight. Everywhere the eye turned, smoke boiled and flesh burned. The hive had become a graveyard, and still the battle raged. The Doomslayer walked through it, his armor slick with ichor both mortal and demonic. Every step cracked stone, every breath growled like a furnace. The demons came in waves, and every wave broke against him. The warp screamed. Not the demons, not the cultists. The warp itself. Its colors twisted in the sky, bleeding into shades no mortal had ever seen. Lightning struck in spirals. Thunder rolled without sound. The tear above the hive spasmed like a wound, struck again and again. Every time the Slayer ripped a demon apart, the fissure twitched. Every time his chainsaw screamed through warp flesh, the heavens bled wider. It was not summoning, it was not corruption, it was recoil. The Imperium bled. Pink horrors shrieked as their forms unraveled mid-charge, bursting into sparks of screaming light. Bloodletters dissolved into rivers of molten brass, their blades clattering empty onto stone. Plague-bearers collapsed into dust before his boots touched them. It was as if the warp itself could no longer hold their shapes in his presence. The guards saw only madness. From behind their barricades, they watched demons die before being struck, watched the sky twist into spirals, watched reality itself warp. and their minds broke in new ways. "He's tearing reality apart," one soldier screamed, his voice rising into hysteria. "He bleeds the warp into us," another shouted, clawing at his face until blood streaked his cheeks. The commissars who remained executed them without hesitation, bolt pistols barking, but for every heretic silenced, 3 more cracked. Order was no longer possible. The Imperium had lost this world the moment he arrived. The Doomslayer did not stop. He never stopped. Through barricades of rubble and flesh, through firestorms and screaming mortals, he advanced. Rocket blasts tore demon packs into ruin. His super shotgun cracked through champions, ripping wings and arms into pulp. The chainsaw drank endlessly, its teeth shrieking through bodies that dissolved before they could fall. And all the while, the warp convulsed. In the Imperium, the Chaos Gods felt it. Khorne's throne shook as rivers of blood ran dry, his champions slaughtered without tribute. His laughter faltered, replaced with a growl deeper than worlds. Tzeentch's labyrinth collapsed in places, corridors folding in on themselves as prophecies burned to ash. He shrieked with fury, a sound like knives grinding against glass. Nurgle's garden rotted faster than it grew, his bloated children wilting into sludge. His laugh became a cough, then a wheeze, then silence as even flies refused to stir. And Slaanesh clawed at her own skin, her voice breaking into screams too shrill to endure. For in the Slayer there was no desire, no hunger, no fear, no pain. Nothing she could consume, nothing she could seduce, nothing she could touch. The Imperium itself bent away from him. It recoiled like a living thing, bleeding with every demon torn apart. On Alecto 9, mortals mistook it all for corruption. Preachers screamed that he was the archdemon, the god of their doom. The Arbites roared over the Vox that he was the heart of the incursion. The governor spat for extermination, his voice shaking with rage and terror, and still the Navy refused. From orbit they watched augurs collapse, cogitators scream with static, machine spirits weep. Every time they tried to lock him, their sensors bent into nonsense. One moment he registered as 100 meters tall. Next, he did not exist at all. He was not a demon, he was not a man. He was doom. The guard obeyed their orders regardless. Regiments charged into the fire, bayonets raised, laser guns blazing, artillery thundering. They rushed not the demons, but him. The Imperium fought its own executioner. The Slayer met them with silence. A guardsman lunged, bayonet flashing. A gauntlet caught the blade, snapped it, then snapped the arm behind it. Another screamed a prayer, firing his laser gun into the visor. The shotgun silenced him, body exploding into mist. Whole squads charged, only to be torn apart in seconds. The commissars screamed litanies louder than the artillery. "Stand! Stand, damn you! For the Emperor!" They shot their own soldiers as fast as they shot demons, the street drowning in friendly fire. But even they could not command courage where courage was meaningless, for the men who saw the Slayer understood. He was not their salvation. He was not their enemy. He was something worse. He was inevitable. The warp fissure pulsed again, wider now, but weaker. The more demons poured through, the faster they unraveled, as though the very act of existing in his presence poisoned them. A keeper of secrets emerged, its perfect form towering over ruins, claws dripping with allure and murder. It shrieked his name in 100 voices at once. The Slayer leapt. The chainsaw shrieked. Its head fell before its first strike landed, body dissolving before it touched the ground. A great unclean one heaved itself forth, its belly splitting into rivers of rot. The Slayer plunged his gauntlet through its gut. pulled free a rotting spine thicker than a man, and hurled it into the crowd. The beast's body collapsed into sludge, evaporating into mist. The warp bled harder. The fissure screamed like a wounded animal, lightning splitting wider across the sky. Its edges cracked into fragments of light, flaking away like scabs. The demons that still poured through stumbled, their shapes flickering, their bodies collapsing into dust. The guards saw demons die without his touch. They saw the warp itself wither, and their terror reached its peak. "He's killing the warp," one sobbed. "He's tearing reality apart." Another screamed, firing wildly at the sky. Men dropped their weapons and fell to their knees, clawing at their own skin, begging for the Emperor to wake. The commissars shot them where they knelt, their bolt pistols barking until the magazines ran dry. But no pistol could kill what they truly feared, for the fear was not of demons anymore. It was him, the Doomslayer. He advanced toward the spire. Every step cracked ferrocrete, every breath steamed against his visor. Behind him, demons died without his touch, dissolving in waves, the warp bleeding harder as it tried to resist. The Chaos Gods howled. Khorne bellowed until blood ran from his own throat. Tzeentch clawed at his prophecies until parchment turned to fire. Nurgle wept rot that drowned his own garden. Slaanesh screamed herself hoarse in silence, and the warp bled still. The air itself grew heavy. It was not smoke, nor ash, nor the stench of burning flesh that choked the hive. This was thicker, deeper, like oil poured into the lungs. Mortals dropped to their knees, clutching their throats, clawing their own tongues bloody. Even the demons paused, their shrieks faltering, their forms flickering as something greater descended. The Chaos Gods had taken notice. The Doomslayer stood in the middle of the avenue, his visor glowing faintly in the storm. The world was burning around him, regiments collapsing, Arbites slaughtered, commissars torn apart, demons unraveling into ash. He stood amid ruin, and ruin answered. The first voice came as a roar, louder than thunder, deep enough to crack ferrocrete. Khorne. "Warrior!" The word shook the hive itself, towers trembling as dust fell like rain. "You kill without fear, you spill blood without prayer, you are mine." The sky turned crimson, brass lightning slashing across the fissure above. The ground itself shuddered, the faint outline of Skull Mountains flickering on the horizon. Every guardsman fell to their knees, screaming prayers to the Emperor, convinced that the blood god himself had arrived. The Slayer did not kneel. He did not answer. He walked on. Khorne roared, his fury shaking the warp. "Take my throne! Lead my legends! Let the galaxy drown in blood and skulls in your name!" The Doomslayer fired. A rocket screamed into a cluster of bloodletters, their bodies evaporating into gore. He did not even glance at the crimson sky. Khorne's laughter broke into a growl. Even the blood god, who feared nothing, felt unease. Then came the second voice, silken, endless, whispering in every ear at once. "Slaanesh. Oh, how empty you are." The voice dripped with honey and knives, slipping into the marrow of every mortal nearby. "You could have anything, Slayer. Anything you crave. Endless pleasures, unthinkable sensations. Your wrath could be worship, your hatred adored. You could taste eternity." The air shimmered, turning sweet, foul, addictive. Civilians clawed at their clothes, their skin, their own throats, desperate to feel anything more than the hunger the voice poured into them. Guardsmen dropped their weapons and wept, their eyes glazing over as visions of impossible lust filled their minds. The Doomslayer did not pause. He tore through the haze with his chainsaw, demons splitting into ruin. Slaanesh's illusions shattered like glass around him, her whispers faltering into a scream. No, you do not want. You cannot want. You are nothing but hate. Her voice trembled into silence. The third voice followed, twisting in echoes, 1,000 tongues at once. Tzeentch. Unthinkable. You are outside the weave, a knife without thread, a shadow without shape. You are mine, Slayer. You must be mine. The sky bent into labyrinths, towers splitting into staircases that led nowhere, streets folded into spirals, guardsmen stumbling as gravity broke beneath their feet. Demons swarmed from impossible doors, their laughter echoing as reality bent. Let me give you purpose, Tzeentch hissed. Together we will unmake fate itself. All futures will bow to us. Even the corpse emperor will fall. The Slayer crushed a demon's skull in his fist, ripping its horn free to drive it through another's chest. He did not look at the shifting labyrinths. He only advanced, step by step, ripping apart illusions with his bare hands. The labyrinth collapsed. The towers returned. Tzeentch screamed, his prophecies collapsing into flame. The fourth voice came last, slow, heavy, choked with phlegm and rot. Nurgle. Child. Tired child. The voice wheezed like an old man's death rattle, filling the lungs of every mortal nearby with phlegm. Lay down your rage. Come to my garden. Rest in my embrace. No more war. No more hate. Only peace. Only family. The fissure bled green, clouds boiling with pus. Plague bearers shambled forth in droves. Flies thick as storms blotted the sky. The guard vomited blood as their lungs filled with rot. Civilians collapsed in piles, their bodies splitting into crawling nurglings. The Slayer did not rest. He did not cough. He did not yield. He advanced through the plague, his gauntlets crushing nurglings underfoot, his shotgun blasting through demons of rot. The green clouds thinned. The flies fell silent. Nurgle's voice wheezed into despair. No, no, not even decay will take you. The four voices fell silent. For the first time in 10,000 years, the Chaos Gods had spoken as one. Not to command, not to tempt, not to demand, to plead. They whispered together, the warp itself trembling. Stop! The Doomslayer kept walking. Every mortal who heard the voices collapsed in hysteria. Some clawed out their own ears to silence the words. Others fell to the ground weeping, begging the Emperor to save them. The commissars shot dozens, but it was meaningless now. The hive was broken. The warp fissure above twisted tighter, lightning splitting the sky, storms ripping whole towers from their roots. The warp itself bled louder, shrieking like an animal torn open. The Slayer raised his rocket launcher again. Demons charged. He fired. The gods watched. And for the first time since the dawn of mankind, they knew something greater than hatred, lust, schemes, or decay. They knew fear. The hive of Electo-9 burned, not with the fire of rebellion, nor the fury of artillery, nor the rot of plague. It burned with something older, deeper, a fire that clung to the bones of the city itself. The Doomslayer had walked through its streets, and where he walked, ruin followed. Whole districts were gone, their spires shattered into rubble, their hab blocks melted into ash. The Vox carried nothing but screams and static. Sirens wailed like broken hymns, the last voices of a world already lost. And still he marched, through firestorms that turned men into silhouettes, through alleys choked with corpses piled higher than tanks, through rivers of blood that ran down stairways like waterfalls. He did not pause. He did not look back. He only advanced. The guard fell before him in droves. Those who fired found their shots wasted, their laser guns glowing hot in their hands before shattering. Those who charged found themselves torn apart, their skulls crushed like fruit. Those who fled found commissars' pistols at their backs, and then the slayers' gauntlets at their throats. No man survived his path, no demon endured his fury. All were equal before him. The Voxnet screamed lies across the hive. Hold the lines. Reinforcements inbound. The anomaly weakens. But the men on the streets knew the truth. The anomaly did not weaken. The anomaly was stronger with every step. They whispered his name, though none could explain how they knew it. Slayer, Butcher, Doom. The cultists knew it too. They hid in the shadows, clutching their blades, their rituals left unfinished. They had prayed for deliverance, for a prince of the warp, for a champion of the gods. What came was their death, wrapped in green armor and fury unending. Some still worshipped him, even as he tore through their brothers. They cried out that he was the blood god incarnate, that his silence was divinity, that his slaughter was scripture. They fell to their knees as he passed, and were trampled into paste beneath his boots. The Arbites tried again, their repressors forming barricades across the upper avenues. Storm bolters thundered, shields locked tight, shock mauls sparking with wrath. They shouted that law would prevail, that heresy would burn, that the Emperor's justice would not falter. The Slayer crushed their tanks into cages, ripped their bolters from their hands, and turned their shields into coffins. Law died screaming. The Butcher's march continued. Every level of the hive he climbed, the warp fissure above bled harder. Demons poured through, armies of them, their shrieks drowning the thunder of war. Brass juggernauts thundered across plazas, tearing guardsmen into shreds. Flame-drenched horrors turned hab blocks into pyres. Winged furies blotted out the ash-choked sky, and yet even they faltered when his visor rose toward them. They had faced Primarchs. They had faced demon princes. They had faced gods in their own realms. But none had faced him. None had faced wrath distilled into flesh, fury honed into silence, hate given form. The Slayer met them head-on. Rocket blasts split juggernauts into pieces. The chainsaw screamed through demon flesh, its teeth drinking ichor like water. The super shotgun cracked the skies, every blast a thunderclap of finality. The guard tried to fight alongside him. Some saw in his fury a glimmer of salvation, however mistaken. They fired at the demons while he carved through their packs. For a heartbeat, it seemed possible. Man and monster, side by side against hell itself. Then one guardsman stumbled into his path. The Slayer's fist shattered his skull without hesitation. The others froze, hope turned to ash. They realized salvation was never his gift, only ruin. The spire loomed above him now. The governor's palace, tall as a mountain, its windows glowing faintly with the light of desperate councils. He was coming for it, whether they willed it or not. Inside, the governor wept. His advisors screamed over one another, their voices shrill with panic. "Exterminatus," one shrieked. "Call the Inquisition," another bellowed. "Seal the spire, let the hive burn." The governor collapsed into his throne, hands trembling, wine spilling from his goblet. He saw the picked feeds, saw the visor glowing brighter with every step, saw the commissars torn like insects, and he knew the truth no one else dared to speak. The Emperor could not save them. Nothing could save them. Above, the Navy still refused. Their augurs screamed nonsense. Their cogitators stalled. Their machine spirits whispered prayers in static. Every time they tried to lock onto him, they saw something different. A giant, a shadow, nothing, everything. And so they waited, orbiting in silence, praying he would never turn his visor skyward. The demons screamed louder. Khorne's champions roared their names, charging with brass axes high. Tzeentch's spawn writhed into impossible forms, their limbs splitting into wings and claws. Nurgle's plague hosts dragged their swollen bellies across the stone, vomiting rivers of rot. Slaanesh's fiends shrieked in voices that bent bones. The Slayer slaughtered them all. His march was not fast. It was not wild. It was deliberate. Step by step, kill by kill, ruin by ruin. The butcher's march. Guardsmen threw down their guns. Civilians clawed their own eyes. Commissars screamed until their voices broke. Arbites prayed louder than their bolters. And demons fled. For the warp bled harder the higher he climbed, and they could no longer endure his presence. They dissolved mid-charge, their forms shattering like glass under his visor. Their masters screamed in the Imperium, but their voices faltered. Khorne bellowed fury as his champions fell without offering. Tzeentch shrieked in despair as his labyrinth of fate tore into fire. Nurgle wept as his plagues rotted into dust before they could spread. Slaanesh whispered nothing. None could stop him. None could slow him. None could even touch him. The spire shook with every step. The butcher was coming. And Alecto 9 prayed, not for salvation, not for the Emperor, not for hope. It prayed for death to come quickly. The spire groaned, not with the weight of its towers, nor the crush of millions of souls packed into its walls. It groaned with something deeper, something older, a sound like metal screaming after 10,000 years of silence. The Doomslayer's march had reached its roots, and the hive itself remembered. Alecto 9 was not a pure hive world. It had been built atop ruins older than the Imperium, bones of machines so vast they made hab blocks look like toys. Most never knew. Most never asked. But the Mechanicus had whispered of it in their hidden archives. Buried beneath the hive lay relics of the dark age of technology, sealed away by hands long dead, chained by wards long forgotten. And now those chains were cracking. The Slayer strode across a plaza blackened with ash, his visor glowing against the storm. Demons shrieked at the edges, dissolving before his fury. Guardsmen fired uselessly, their bolts searing air before dying in smoke. Civilians wailed, their prayers breaking into sobs. He did not slow. He never slowed. Beneath his boots, the ground shook. Ferrocrete cracked, dust spraying upward as something shifted far below. The spire above trembled, stained glass windows bursting into shards. Statues toppled, their stone faces shattering against the streets. The Voxnet screamed with new panic. Seismic activity, entire foundations collapsing. Unknown structures rising from the depths. It's him. The anomaly is awakening something. The Mechanicus priests, long silent in their shrines, began to chant. Binary prayers filled the air, their voices metallic and shrill. They knew. They had always known. The hive was not only a city, it was a prison, and the Slayer was its key. The first crack split the plaza wide, Ferrocrete tearing open like flesh. From the wound rose a pillar of blackened steel, its surface etched with runes older than mankind's memory. Lightning crawled across its frame, arcs of energy screaming into the storm. Men dropped dead at the sight, their brains boiled by the resonance. The Slayer did not pause. He placed his boot on the pillar and climbed. Each step made the ground tremble harder, as though the world itself protested his touch. The Chaos gods felt it. Khorne roared, his voice shaking mountains of skulls. Do not open it. Do not unleash what sleeps. Tzeentch shrieked, his labyrinth folding in on itself. This is not mine. This was never mine. Stop him. Nurgle wept, his garden wilting into sludge. Child, no. No, do not break the cycle. Slaanesh screamed, her perfect voice fracturing into static. "Do not wake it, do not wake it." The Slayer did not hear, or if he did not care. He reached the top of the pillar, gauntlets sparking as the ancient machine answered him. Lights that had been dark for millennia flickered awake, burning white against the storm. The hive shook harder, its towers swaying like dying trees. The spire groaned as cracks spread across its frame. The mechanicus fell to their knees. Some cried out that the Omnissiah had come. Others screamed that abomination had awakened. But all of them knew the same truth. The seal was breaking. The second crack tore through the plaza, wider than the first. A circular chamber rose from the depths, its walls lined with black metal, its surface humming with power. Glyphs burned into life across its skin, symbols of a language no priest could read. The mechanicus wept blood as they tried to translate, their eyes bursting in their sockets. The Slayer leapt down into the chamber. He walked its walls, visor reflecting the glyphs, his gauntlet brushing against the surface. The machine sang back to him. In orbit, the Navy's augurs screamed. Unnatural energy spiked from the hive, power readings greater than any Titan, any starship, any weapon. Cogitators burned out, screens went black, machine spirits shrieked in binary. The captains trembled in silence, their lips muttering prayers to the throne. The Inquisition heard too. Hidden agents whispered into encrypted vox lines. A word spread, a word none wanted to believe. S, T, C. A fragment of the Dark Age, a weapon buried for 10,000 years, and the Slayer was unlocking it. The third crack split the chamber wide. From its depths rose a core of black crystal, pulsing with white fire. The glyphs burned brighter, the chamber shaking with energy. The warp fissure above spasmed, shrinking and widening, lightning spiraling across its frame. Demons screamed louder, their bodies unraveling in waves. Bloodletters clawed their own faces. Horrors burst into ash. Plague-bearers melted into rivers of pus. Even the greater demons faltered, their forms shaking, their eyes turning skyward. The Chaos Gods howled together, their voices breaking the warp itself. "Stop him!" The guard charged, bayonets raised, laser guns blazing. The Arbites roared, their storm bolters hammering. The commissars screamed for faith, their pistols cracking. The cultists shrieked prayers, their knives flashing. The Doomslayer tore through them all. Bolt rounds burst against his armor. Chains had sparked against his gauntlets. Lass fire seared the air, and none mattered. He crushed men into paste, ripped Arbites apart, shattered commissars into ruin. Every step carried him closer to the core. The seal cracked louder. Energy roared through the chamber, arcs of lightning striking towers miles away. The hive itself screamed, its foundations collapsing into the depths. Civilians wailed as whole districts fell into fire. The spire groaned as though it were alive, its voice a death cry. And still he walked. The visor glowed brighter, reflecting the core's white fire. He reached for it, gauntlet sparking, chainsaw dripping. And the hive's heart broke. The first seal cracked. The warp fissure above tore wider, then shuddered as though struck. Its light sputtered, its demons howled, its edges bled. The Chaos Gods shrieked in fury and fear. Something older than them stirred. Not demon, not god, not warp. Something mankind had buried, chained, sealed in fear of its own creation. Something that had waited for a hand strong enough to free it. The Doomslayer had given it that hand. The first seal cracked, and Warhammer 40,000 would never be the same. The world cracked like a skull. The first seal had split, its ancient bindings groaning under a pressure that had waited millennia to break. Energy poured from the core beneath the hive, lightning that did not burn but erased, arcs of white fire slashing across the storm-choked sky. The warp fissure above twisted in recoil, its edges screaming like torn flesh. Demons faltered mid-charge, their forms trembling, as though their masters themselves had lost grip. And then the laughter came. It was not mortal. It was not a demon. It was not thunder, though it broke mountains. It was the laugh of a god. Khorne. The sound rolled across Alecto 9, through every street, through every ruin, through the lungs of every man. It rattled the teeth of guardsmen. It split the ears of commissars. It shattered the glass of the governor's spire. Even the navy in orbit heard it, their void shields trembling, as though reality itself wished to bow. The blood god laughed. At last. The words followed, deeper than oceans, heavy as mountains. At last a warrior, worthy of slaughter. The sky turned crimson. The fissure flared wider, brass light pouring through, shadows of towers and rivers of skulls burning on the horizon. The air reeked of iron, the stench of blood so thick, mortals vomited where they stood. Demons howled in frenzy, their blades raised, their forms burning brighter, and in the middle of it stood the Doomslayer. His visor rose to the sky, crimson reflected in its glass. His gauntlets dripped gore, his chainsaw hummed, his shotgun smoked. He did not flinch. He did not kneel. He did not laugh back. Khorne laughed louder. You kill without fear. You kill without prayer. Your skull belongs on my throne. The fissure widened until the hive's upper spire split, towers collapsing in cascades of fire. From its heart strode a champion, larger than any demon prince, clad in brass thicker than tanks, his axe the size of a tank cannon. A bloodthirster, but greater than most, a shard of Khorne's will given flesh. Its wings tore the air, its roar broke windows miles away, its axe blazed with the names of 1,000 worlds. It landed before the Slayer, the ground cracking, the plaza shaking. It pointed its axe, its voice deeper than any mortal throat. Face me, mortal. Face me, God. Face me, Slayer. The Doomslayer answered in silence. He raised his shotgun. He fired. The shell slammed into the bloodthirster's chest, brass denting, ichor spraying. The demon roared, staggering, then charged. The clash shook the hive. The axe slammed down, splitting ferrocrete into a crater. The Slayer leapt aside, his chainsaw revving, teeth shrieking as they bit into brass. Sparks flew, ichor sprayed, the demon bellowed fury. The shotgun cracked again, tearing flesh from its wing. The guard watched from afar, their ranks broken, their faith shattered. They saw a man, if man he was, fighting a god's chosen. They saw him match its strength, blow for blow, fury for fury. And they whispered the only word their lips could form: impossible. The demon swung again, its axe cleaving through towers, stone and steel crumbling. The Slayer ducked, the rocket launcher roaring into its ribs. The explosion tore a chunk of brass and bone free, the bloodthirster howling louder. Khorne laughed again. Yes, yes, more blood, more fury, drown the stars. The demon struck again, 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 each blow a quake, each roar a storm. The Slayer met it with fury, silent and unending. His gauntlets shattered its teeth. His shotgun broke its ribs. His chainsaw tore deep into its leg, ichor spraying in torrents. The guard fled, unable to comprehend the slaughter. The commissars fired on them, screaming for faith, but even they faltered. For what faith remained when a man fought a god's avatar and did not kneel? The bloodthirster bellowed, wings spreading, axe raised for a final strike. The slayer leapt, chainsaw howling, visor blazing. The teeth bit into its throat, sparks and ichor spraying as he ripped downward. The demon howled, its roar breaking glass across the hive, then fell silent. Its head tore free, its body collapsed, and its skull rolled across the plaza, stopping at his boot. The slayer crushed it beneath his heel. The warp fissure spasmed, the demons faltered, and Khorne roared with fury. No, no, your skull is mine, your blood is mine. But beneath his rage was something deeper, a crack in the laugh, a tremor in the roar, fear. For Khorne had seen 1,000 champions, 1,000 wars, 1,000 rivers of blood, but never had he seen a warrior who killed without offering, without prayer, without tribute. Never had he seen slaughter stolen from him. The Doomslayer walked on, through the corpse of the bloodthirster, through the plaza drowned in ichor, toward the spire that cracked with the weight of its own secrets, and Khorne, for all his fury, laughed again. But it was not the laughter of triumph. It was laughter of madness, of rage, of fear disguised. The butcher's march did not stop, and in the warp, for the first time, the blood god tasted doubt. The air cracked like glass. One moment, the Doomslayer was striding through the ruins of Alecto 9, his visor reflecting the white fire of the broken seal. Next, the world dissolved. The stone melted into brass. Ash turned into rivers of blood. The screams of mortals were drowned in the roars of 1,000 demons. The arena of brass had swallowed him. Walls higher than mountains rose around him, carved from skulls fused together in rivers of molten iron. The ground was a sea of sand soaked red, each grain heavy with blood spilled from wars older than mankind. Above, the sky burned crimson, lightning splitting endlessly across its veins, and at its heart sat the throne, Khorne. He loomed larger than any fortress, his skin brass, his horns mountains, his eyes furnaces of rage. Upon his throne of skulls he sat, axe the size of a starship resting against his knee, laughter shaking the entire domain. You enter my realm, slaughterer. His voice thundered, a quake that split the rivers of blood into waves. You will fight, you will die, and your skull will sit upon my throne. Around the slayer, the arena roared. Legions of demons packed its stands, howling, shrieking, chanting. Bloodletters by the thousands raised their blades. Fleshhounds snarled, snapping their jaws. Juggernauts stamped their hooves, the ground trembling. All screamed the same word. Skulls, skulls, skulls. The Doomslayer did not answer. He never answered. He only clenched his gauntlets, his visor glowing brighter in the crimson light. Khorne raised his hand. The arena silenced in an instant. His voice was commanding. Fight! The gates roared open. The first wave charged. A tide of bloodletters poured across the sand, blades raised, eyes burning. Their war cry split the air, louder than artillery, hungrier than wolves. They fell upon the slayer like an ocean. The shotgun thundered. The front rank vanished in a spray of gore. The chainsaw revved, its teeth screaming as it ripped through 5 in a single sweep. Gauntlets crushed skulls, boots shattered ribs, rockets tore squads into showers of ichor. The tide broke. The slayer stood drenched in gore, his visor glowing, his breath a furnace. Not one bloodletter remained. The crowd roared, more, more, more. Khorne's laughter shook the realm. Yes, more. The gates opened again. This time juggernauts thundered out, their riders howling, their brass hooves shaking the ground. They charged as one, the sand splitting beneath their weight. The Slayer leapt, rocket launcher roaring. The explosion tore through the first beast, brass shrapnel and demon flesh raining across the sand. He landed on another's back, chainsaw biting into its spine, splitting its rider in half. He ripped its head free with his gauntlets, hurled it into the next, and sent both crashing into ruin. Juggernauts fell, one after another, until the sand drowned in their ichor. The Slayer strode from the wreckage, unbroken. The crowd roared louder. Skulls! 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 Khorne leaned forward on his throne, his eyes blazing brighter. Yes! Yes! Show me more! The gates opened a third time. From them came champions greater than princes, brass-clad warriors larger than dreadnoughts, their axes etched with runes of endless war. They charged in unison, their voices one, For Khorne! The Slayer met them with fury, silent and unending. The shotgun roared into one's chest, ripping its brass open. The chainsaw shrieked into another's neck, tearing it free. A gauntlet crushed the skull of a third, sparks flying as brass shattered. He killed them all, not slowly, not with effort, quickly, effortlessly. The arena shook. The crowd roared until their voices became thunder. Skulls! 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 Khorne rose from his throne. For the first time in an eternity, he rose. Enough! His axe lifted, its edge glowing with fire that could split worlds. He pointed it at the Slayer. You have killed enough to be seen. Now kill enough to be known. The ground split. From its depths rose a monster larger than titans, forged from brass, fueled by demon hearts. Its head was a skull larger than a fortress, its fists hammers that could shatter cities. It bellowed, and the arena trembled. The Slayer looked up at it. His visor glowed brighter. He leapt. The chainsaw bit into its knee, sparks and ichor spraying. The monster bellowed, swinging its fist, cratering the sand. The Slayer climbed its body like a fortress, his gauntlets ripping into brass, his shotgun roaring into joints. He reached its chest, tore its ribcage open, and hurled rockets into its heart. The explosion drowned the arena in fire. The monster collapsed, shaking the world as it fell. Silence followed. For the first time in eternity, silence in the arena of brass. Then Khorne laughed. Not the laugh of triumph, not the laugh of victory, the laugh of something that had found its reflection in another's fury and hated it. You, ha, 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 you are worthy, not mine, never mine, but worthy. The arena roared again, demons shrieking his name, Slayer, 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 even as their god's voice thundered over them. Leave my realm, slaughterer. I will have your skull one day. One day. The world cracked again. The brass melted. The blood dissolved. The throne faded. And the Slayer stood once more on Alecto 9, his boots cracking stone, his visor glowing. But the hive was not the same. The seal still bled. The warp still screamed. And the gods, for all their rage, for all their laughter, had failed to claim him. The butcher's march continued. The brass melted away. The roar of demons, the rivers of blood, the laughter of Khorne himself dissolved like smoke. The Doomslayer stood once more on Alecto 9. The plaza still burned, the hive still screamed, the seal still bled white fire. But the world is quieter now. For the first time since the incursion began, the demons hesitated. They had seen him survive the arena of brass. They had watched him tear down champions who had slaughtered primarchs, juggernauts that had trampled worlds, monsters whose skulls should have been impossible to claim. And he had done it in silence. The guard, shattered and broken, whispered in horror. He came back. He came back from the blood god's throne. And he's still walking, Faith broke entirely. Prayers died in throats. Even the commissars fell silent. For what sermon could stand in the face of a man who defied a god and returned unchanged? The demons shrieked in frenzy, not out of hunger, but desperation. They poured from the fissure, clawing over one another, wings and blades flashing in madness. Bloodletters by the thousands, furies blotting the sky, spawn of every god, every shape, every hunger, a tide of unreality crashing down on the world. And the Slayer met it. He did not run. He did not falter. He marched into the storm. The rocket launcher roared, explosions ripping craters into the tide. The shotgun cracked, every blast a thunderclap of gore. The chainsaw screamed, its teeth drowning in ichor as he ripped demons apart faster than they could form. The first rank dissolved in seconds. The second followed before their screams faded. The third never reached him, their forms collapsing under the weight of his presence. He tore through them with unthinkable speed. Gauntlets ripped wings free from shrieking horrors. Boots crushed skulls into paste. Rocket blasts painted the sky with ash and fire. The chainsaw sang endlessly, a hymn of steel against flesh, and the warp bled harder. The fissure above cracked wider, but its light flickered, unstable. Every daemon slain by his hand did not return to the warp. They were erased, unmade, gone. The Chaos Gods screamed. Khorne bellowed fury, his skull throne trembling as rivers of blood ran dry. Tzeentch shrieked in despair as his labyrinth collapsed in spirals of fire. Nurgle gagged as his garden wilted faster than it bloomed. Slaanesh wept in silence, her whispers turned to static. For every daemon erased was a piece of them devoured. The guard watched from afar, their eyes wide, their hands trembling. They had seen demons slain before, burned, shot, shattered, only to rise again in the warp. But not here, not now. The Doomslayer killed forever, and that was a power no mortal mind could accept. Some screamed he was the Emperor incarnate. Others wailed that he was the final demon. Most simply fled, trampling one another, desperate to be anywhere else. The Arbites tried one last stand. Their repressors roared into the streets, storm bolters blazing, their shields locked, their lines unbroken. They shouted that law would prevail, that faith would stand, that justice was eternal. The Slayer tore through them like mist. One tank crushed beneath his gauntlet, another split open with his chainsaw. Shields shattered under his boots, Arbites broken in halves. Justice died screaming. The slaughter became unthinkable. Every corner of the hive became his battlefield. Every street became a river of gore. Demons fell faster than mortals could count. Whole regiments vanished between his steps. Buildings collapsed under the weight of his fury. And still he walked, upward, always upward, toward the spire. The governor wept in his throne, picked feeds filling the chamber with endless carnage. His advisors screamed for exterminatus, their hands bloody as they clawed each other for the Voxcaster. But no order came. The Navy still refused. They had seen too much. They dared not fire on him, lest his visor turn toward their ships. The Inquisition whispered darker truths. Agents across the segmentum received the same message. This is no demon, this is no man, this is something else. The word spread like infection. Some called it a weapon. Others called it a curse. But all agreed on one thing. It could not be controlled. The spire shook with every step he climbed. The seal cracked deeper, white fire bleeding harder, lightning ripping towers from their roots. The warp fissure spasmed, shrinking and flaring, its demons unraveling mid-charge. He was killing the warp itself. The Chaos Gods screamed together, their voices shaking the Imperium. "Stop him! Stop him!" They hurled champions into the hive, greater demons by the dozens, bloodthirsters with axes that split cities, lords of change wielding storms of fire, great unclean ones vomiting oceans of plague, keepers of secrets, shrieking hunger that bent bones. The Slayer cut them all down. His shotgun blasted through the skull of a bloodthirster. His rocket launcher tore a Lord of Change apart mid-incantation. His chainsaw ripped through the belly of a great unclean one, ichor flooding the streets. His gauntlets shattered the spine of a keeper of secrets, her body collapsing before her scream finished. One after another, the greatest demons fell. None endured more than moments. The warp fissure shrank again, flickering like a dying flame. The gods howled louder, their domains trembling, their thrones cracking. Never before had they felt this. Not from Gilliman, not from Horus, not from any Primarch, demon, prince, or saint. This was different. This was worse. This was unthinkable. The Slayer walked through mountains of corpses, his visor glowing brighter with every kill. His armor dripped with ichor, his boots cracked skulls, his breath steamed in the storm. He was not tired, he was not slowed, he was only killed. The guards saw him and wept. The commissars saw him and fled. The Arbites saw him and died. The cultists saw him and prayed louder, worshipping the very hand that tore them apart. The spire loomed above, its roots cracking, its windows shattering. The governor screamed for salvation, but none came. Only the Slayer. And he was not salvation. He was slaughtered. The unthinkable had happened. The Chaos gods had been wounded. The warp itself bled. And Alecto 9 was the graveyard where eternity learned to fear. The Doomslayer walked on, the warp convulsed. Not with whispers, not with schemes, not with desire, with rage. Rage so pure it split eternity. Rage so vast it spilled from the immaterium into the materium, bleeding across stars, burning across worlds. The rage of Khorne. The blood god bellowed, his laughter finally broken. His throne shook, mountains of skulls tumbling, rivers of blood boiling into steam. For the first time in an eternity, his hand trembled upon his axe. Enough! The word cracked the warp. Enough of your silence, enough of your slaughter, enough of your theft. On Alecto 9, the air screamed. The sky split into crimson spirals, lightning boiling in rivers of brass. The ground shook so violently, entire districts collapsed, towers snapping in half, manufactorums falling into the abyss. Blood poured from the cracks, flooding streets, drowning civilians, drowning guardsmen, drowning demons. All who breathed it fell into a frenzy. Guardsmen stabbed each other, bayonets splitting bellies, laser guns fired point blank into skulls. Arbites crushed their own with shock mauls, their visors blank with madness. Civilians tore children from arms, splitting throats, screaming hymns of blood. Even demons turned upon one another, hacking with blades, tearing with claws, shrieking in madness. The world had become Khorne's altar, but the Slayer did not kneel. He walked through the storm, blood rising to his knees, bodies crashing against him like waves. Gauntlets cracked skulls, boots shattered spines, shotgun blasts split chests into fountains. Chainsaw teeth drank endlessly, its roar drowning in the storm of slaughter. Where mortals and demons killed blindly, he killed with purpose, always forward, always toward the spire. The governor watched through broken pict feeds, his face pale, his goblet fallen to the floor. He saw his armies drown in madness, his Arbites fall into frenzy, his people butcher one another, and he realized Khorne's rage was not against the hive. It was against one man, the Doomslayer. The warp fissure boiled brighter, its brass glow spilling into the hive. From it poured champions greater than any before. Bloodthirsters by the legion, juggernauts by the horde, rivers of flesh hounds snapping with fury. The arena of brass had emptied itself into reality. The butcher met them all. A bloodthirster swung its axe, splitting a tower in half. The slayer leapt onto its chest, chainsaw screaming, tearing through brass and bone until its heart burst. He wrenched its axe free, swung it into another's skull, splitting its head into ruin. Juggernauts thundered, their riders shrieking. Rocket blasts tore them into showers of brass and gore. Gauntlets ripped their jaws open. Shotgun blasts split their riders into halves. Flesh hounds leapt, their teeth dripping warp fire. Boots crushed their skulls. Chainsaw teeth shredded their bodies into steaming pulp. One after another, they fell. One after another, erased forever. The rage deepened. Khorne roared louder, his voice breaking across stars. More! More! If the galaxy must drown in blood to end you, then let it drown. And the galaxy answered. Across segmentum obscurus, worlds convulsed in frenzy. On Cadia's ruins, cults slaughtered themselves in his name. On Hive Fleet's edges, demons turned upon one another. On Black Crusade ships, traitor marines tore their brothers apart mid-prayer. Everywhere Khorne's hand reached, slaughter erupted. But the Slayer did not slow. Through oceans of blood, through mountains of corpses, through storms of brass lightning, he walked. His visor glowed brighter, his armor soaked in gore, his weapons screaming endlessly. He was the storm. He was silent. He was the end. The guard who still lived wept at the sight, not from faith, not from terror, from knowing they would never escape, that they were watching the end of their world, the end of their galaxy, the end of gods. The commissars fired on them still, screaming faith louder than ever, but even they faltered. For what did it mean to serve the Emperor when another slaughtered gods themselves? The Arbites drowned in their own blood, their laws burned away. The cultists worshipped louder, mistaking his silence for divinity. The civilians prayed, their prayers unanswered, their throats slit by neighbors. The hive died, and still he walked. The spire cracked above, its foundations breaking, its windows shattering. The seal glowed brighter, white fire spilling across the city. The warp fissure spasmed, shrinking again, bleeding into silence. The chaos gods howled in unison. "Stop him!" But Khorne's voice drowned them all. "No, let him. Let him slay until nothing remains. Let him drown the stars in blood. Let him show me his limit." The Doomslayer paused only to reload, shells clicking into the shotgun, rockets slamming into his launcher. His visor reflected the crimson storm, and for a moment, the world itself seemed to tremble. Then he walked on, through the rage unending, through a god's storm, through madness itself, and still he was killed. The crimson storm thinned, not because the rage lessened, not because the blood ran dry, but because another color crept in beneath the red like ink spilled into water. Blue. Not the blue of oceans from dead histories, not the blue of holy banners lifted in hopeless prayers. The blue of change, the blue of lies. The Doomslayer stood ankle-deep in clotting blood, his visor reflecting lightning that had forgotten how to be straight lines. The spire ahead leaned a fraction too far to the left, and then, on the next blink, a fraction too far to the right. He took one step forward and left two footprints behind, both steaming, both real. The changer of ways had stopped laughing. He whispered instead. The whisper did not enter my ears. It entered choices. It slithered down the backs of decisions and curled around consequences like a ring. Outside the weave you walk. it said in 1,000 perfectly calm voices, each belonging to someone you trust. No thread around your throat, no knot at your heel. Let us tie you a little. Let us show you mercy. Let us make this easier. The Slayer moved. The world obliged him by moving differently. The street unrolled, becoming a staircase, becoming a ramp, becoming a rampart, becoming a corridor within a corridor whose ceiling was also a floor. Last bursts burned inside their emitters. Shell casings fell up. A dying guardsman's scream climbed back into his mouth and became breath again. And then he died once more, in slightly different words. The Voxnet turned into scripture. "Hold the line," said a commissar who had been pulped an hour ago and also had not yet been born. "Stand," said the same voice from a cathedral that did not exist until after it burned. "Stand," it repeated, gentler, as if to a child. The Doomslayer's boots struck stone and made several different sounds. All of them were the sound of him advancing. At the base of the spire, a crowd of cultists waited that had never waited there before. They wore the wrong faces in the right order, fingers linked, mouths stitched in spirals, eyes painted on eyelids so they could watch while their eyes were closed. A sorcerer of the 1,000 Suns levitated above them, his armor blue as a wound beneath skin, his staff ending in a hand that clutched itself. He smiled with 3 mouths, and none. "Slayer," he said, and the air around the word turned into frost. "The warp is not your enemy, it is your mirror. See yourself in us, see your nature. You are changed to make flesh. You are the knife that edits the world." The shotgun answered. The sorcerer ceased to be a speaker and became a stain. The stain tried to reform into a sentence. A boot interrupted the grammar forever. The whisper continued, unhindered. "Little corrections," it breathed. "Small gifts. Borrow our steps. Accept a path. We will give you 30 heartbeats in which no demon will touch you. 30 heartbeats in which your hate may rest." A las beam hung between the muzzle and target like a thread of glass. The Doomslayer walked through it. It became 2 halves that did not know they had been separated until he had already passed. The guard in his way were not brave. They were the version of brave that existed in plans. They held a line in formations that had never been practiced and always worked in theory. A commissar appeared at their center, then vanished between blinks, then appeared again 1 pace to the left, already mid-execution of a deserter who had not yet run. The Slayer advanced through them as if they were sketches. Graphite smudged beneath a gauntlet. Paper torn by a chainsaw's tooth. At the edge of the plaza, the architecture peeled. Every window became a door. Every door became a picture of a door. Behind each picture stood a staircase that spiraled clockwise in all directions at once. The whisper warmed. "Contingency," said Tsinch, and the syllables arranged themselves into feathers that fell upward. "If I cannot stop the knife, I will make the meat endless. If I cannot bind the hand, I will give it mirrors to punch until the bones remember ache." The first mirror stepped out of the wall. He wore the Slayer's shape in the way a mouth wears a scream. His visor showed a reflection the world hated. He moved like an echo that refuses to fade. The Doomslayer met his copy in silence. The copy raised a gun that did not exist before it fired. The shell struck the Slayer's chestplate and turned into a flock of metal crows that sliced their own wings off as they flew. The chainsaw bit into the copy's helm. 30 outcomes unfolded, and 30 heads fell. Every head became a book. Every book flipped itself open to the page where it was already burning. The Slayer walked through the ash as if it were fog. The sky forgot which way was above. The tear in reality twined upon itself like a rope braided by panicked hands. demons tumbled out, and then back in, and then out again, arriving before they chose to leap, dying before they chose to scream. The gods watched the weaving. Khorne's laugh could not find a place to stand. It slid along the new angles and left streaks of blood where geometry had never bled. His fury tried to swing, and the arc repeated itself until it frothed. Nurgle's garden molded into tessellations of rot that healed into worse shapes between breaths. Flies mapped labyrinths across the air and starved before hunger began. Slaanesh's perfection, duplicated, triplicated, became a hall of flawless reflections. Her delight twisted into a sob she could not bear to hear more than once. Tzeentch unrolled a scroll whose end was its beginning and whose middle was a throat. "Name him," he commanded himself across 1,000 mouths. "Name him and own him." The scroll filled with names spilling like birds, startled from grass. Demon, godling, primarch, relic, mistake, answer, seed, doom. Every name cracked on his visor like insects on glass at speed. The Doomslayer crushed a lord of change before the creature finished learning how large it wanted to be. Feathers turned to parchment mid-fall. Parchment turned to contracts written in blood not yet shed. A boot tore clauses into confetti. The whisper cooled. "Then bargain," it said, and the hive angled by 1 degree and then by 1 lifetime. "Bargains are older than blood. Hear mine." A door opened that was not a door. Behind it drifted a small meadow that never existed in this galaxy. Sunlight that did not know stars spilled across grass. A white rabbit sat there, chewing clover that had never grown. The visor tilted a fraction. The rabbit lifted its head without lifting it. It looked at him without eyes. The meadow smelled like the memory of safety. "Lay down your rage," said a voice that had the weight of a hand once placed on a child's shoulder. "Let the war end for you. Sit. For once. Sit and do not burn." The Doomslayer stepped forward. The meadow blinked. The rabbit learned a truth beyond gods. There are things you cannot weaponize. The gauntlet closed gently. It closed empty. Tzeentch hissed, silk tearing in frustration so quiet it killed a choir 3 hives away. That was not a chain, he lied to himself in 100 registers. That was a test. That was nothing. The world split into plans. Plans stacked into towers. Towers bent into loops. 100 sorcerers arrived where one died, each wearing a version of the same moment, each speaking a different perfect way to say surrender, while swinging a staff designed to be a last resort, disguised as an opening move. The Doomslayer's answer traveled through them like a wind that remembered being a wall. Shotgun, rocket, tooth, fist. Every time the changer rewrote the scene, the erasure left a bruise on the air. Blue bruises blossomed across the avenues like night flowers that never close. Where they touched, demons flickered and failed. Where they spread, mortals vomited ink and bled equations. An inquisitorial acolyte crouched behind a statue that had been a saint, and then a sword, and then a question mark carved from marble. Her teeth chattered the catechisms backward. Her augur eye charted outcomes and found only a circle with one word in the center: advance. She whispered it to the recorder slaved to her throat. "Advance, advance, advance," she said, until the recorder's logic circuits asked to die. She gave it the mercy bullet because she was still loyal enough to be kind. The spire leaned closer, not because it fell, but because the path between it and the Slayer shortened the way ice shrinks when heated, by forgetting it was ever large. Mechanicus adepts clustered at a breach in the plaza. Their hoods hid faces that had forgotten skin. They spoke to the awakening beneath the city with voices that clattered like metal insects. Identification, they implored the core that pulsed white through black crystal where streets used to argue about direction. Designation, function, restraint harness handshake, please. The core replied in a language that was not made of words. It replied in architecture. The buildings around it rearranged their load-bearing prayers. Their mass shifted one sentence to the left. Foundations tested each other's names and chose new meanings without pausing to ask permission. The tech priests fell on their faces and called it blessing, and then heresy, and then blessing again because the word changed in their hands each time they lifted it. Tzeentch stretched himself into the core's answer like a cat slipping beneath a closed door. Mine, he said to Potential, and Potential turned its head as if to say it had already chosen its mate. He curled talons of logic around the edges of the seal and tried not to look like he was begging. Just a pinch, he purred to the machine that predated prayers. A fraction of your calculus. I will tidy this mess. I will slate this knife. I will write him away. The core pulsed. Every time it did, the warp fissure hiccuped. Every time it hiccuped, a million futures died and were not mourned. The Doomslayer walked toward that pulse. The whisper grew thin. Stop then, it said. No longer a chorus. No longer a smug lecturer at the end of all corridors. Stop and listen. We will show you the place where your hate was born. We will show you the first door you kicked open. We will show you the last face you wanted to save. The air filled with doors that were mouths. Behind one, a moon in another sky rotted beneath a red symbol. Behind another, a corridor in a base that never stood in any codex and always stands inside a particular skull. Behind a third, a child with a cracked toy looked up and did not cry because someone had taught him not to. The Slayer kept walking. The doors turned into teeth. The teeth closed on nothing. The streets folded into spellwork. Spiral sigils rose from the ground like ribs growing out of the city's chest. Each bar of runes promised that movement would end here and here and here. The Doomslayer stepped through every here until the runes resigned and retranslated themselves as surrender. A lord of change, grander than any library, settled on the spire's broken balcony and tried to sit like a king at ease. He wore galaxies as jewelry and used new laws of motion as incense. He smiled with a beak that could recite a novel in one bite. I have the one thing that moves you, he said softly, fluttering hands that were also pages, that were also storms. Not the rabbit, the reason it mattered. I have the moment you are pretending is not the only nail in your heart. Give me your forward. I will give you yours. The visor tilted. The Lord of Change relaxed into victory. The rocket made a sound like a library striking a wall. The demon fell on paper. The paper tried to page back to before. A boot blocked the chapter. A chain of steel shredded the index. The whisper shed politeness the way a molting thing sheds what could not grow anymore. Then you will be bored. Tzeentch snarled across 10,000 polite smiles that cracked like porcelain dropped at a wake. You will be bored of killing. You will be bored of walking. I will make walking a circle. I will give you the patience to hate me. The circle arrived. It was not a simple loop. It was a prayer wheel that spun within a serpent that bit a ring that wore its own tail as a crown. Each rotation moved the spire farther and nearer and never where it was. The Doomslayer walked the circle once. The circle thought it had won. He walked it again without slowing. The circle became a spiral by accident. He walked the spiral and left straight lines behind him where the curve should have been. Where his boots struck, the city remembered how to be ground. Where his fists fell, time remembered how to refuse. The acolyte behind the statue laughed once very softly and wrote in blood on her palm a single line. He breaks the loop by not caring if it exists. Then she died correctly and did not return wrong. Tzeentch drew a last resort that had never been last, and now had to pretend. He reached through the warp, and through the core, and through the bruises, and through the doors, and seized the spire's shadow. He made it a labyrinth, not in metaphor, not in city planning, in bone. Every wall flexed into ribs. Every corridor learned to be a throat. Staircases became vertebrae that rotated themselves into puzzles each time he blinked. Air turned to old breath exhaled by rooms remembering other lungs. And yet, the butcher climbed. He climbed because that is what legs are for when hate wears them. He climbed because every step removes a choice from the world, and he wanted there to be none left for anyone to make. He climbed because blue lies only as long as it takes for steel to arrive. Demons tried to hold the turns of the maze in their hands. Their fingers came away as smoke. Sorcerers wrote coordinates on their tongues and gagged when latitude became prophecy that bit. Cultists knotted their own intestines into maps and discovered the shortest path was 3 inches of steel applied to a sternum. The Doomslayer left a trail the maze could not digest. Not bread, not string, gouges. He carved his route into bone with teeth that wanted flesh. He wrote his path with an alphabet of ruptures. The labyrinth began to limp. At its heart, where a staircase inhaled in long ambulatory sighs, a child waited that had not been there yesterday or 10,000 years from now. He had empty hands and an earnest posture taught by hunger. He lifted his chin without challenge and did not step back. His eyes held the letters that deceived daylight. His voice carried the schooling of 1,000,000 lies. "Please," said Tzeentch through a small mouth, "do you remember your name?" The visor did not tilt. The gauntlet did not rise. The Doomslayer walked past the god of change, wearing a child's quiet, and didn't even give that trick enough attention to be called mercy. The child learned how heavy a soul can be when it cannot be moved. The labyrinth clenched. Walls crashed together like prayer books slammed shut. Floors bucked under him like animals discovering hooves. Ceilings bent low enough to taste steel. The super shotgun fired into a throat pretending to be a corridor until it remembered it was stone. The chainsaw roared into vertebrae until the stairs remembered they were stairs. The rocket emptied into a node of blue glass, and the light remembered how to be broken. The maze failed to be only one place at once. It stuttered between here and the next here and the one after. The spire groaned, its angles shedding illusions in shivers. Outside, the sky saw the effort and drew itself tight like skin over a wound. The tear quivered, the brass faded, the blue deepened until it became bruise under cloud. Across the Imperium, parchments curled and pens screamed and plans fell out of the air. On a balcony that had never stood at this height, a lord of change larger than pride itself sat down with careful grace that wanted witnesses. He wore a crown of hourglasses that emptied upward. His staff ended in a clock whose hands pointed to letters rather than hours. He cleared his throat and built a throne out of alternative outcomes. "Slayer," he said, and the word turned into a staircase offered like a gift. "Enough. Stop walking. State terms." The visor lifted. The offer died in the air like a bird hitting a window at full speed. A fist closed around the staff at the point where metal thought it was time. The staff forgot to be a symbol and returned to being leverage. The demon fell with it. The Slayer did not kill him. He broke him into problems for later. Tzeentch screamed through every mouth and every feather and every page and every plan. He screamed because the knife had not read the script. He screamed because the maze had been beautiful and did not deserve such indifference. "Then choke on corridors," he hissed. And the labyrinth did what he said, because that is what obedience means when you are built from commands. Bone sealed, ribs interlocked, sinew knotted into gates. The Doomslayer stood in the closing of a throat the size of a city. He stepped forward. His boot met nothing, not the floor, not air, possibility. For one heartbeat not measured by clocks, Tzeentch gave him a pit with every bottom, and none. Fall here, the god promised with mathematical tenderness. Fall everywhere and arrive nowhere and learn to love being always almost. The visor burned brighter than blue. It made a sound no scripture could copy. The pit remembered what holes are for and allowed a body to be heavy. He landed. The landing killed a paragraph of reality, and the next one continued without noticing. The labyrinth realized it would lose slowly or quickly, but definitely. It whispered a final plan into the spire's bones. Do not stop him. Outlast him. 1,000 identical stairs unfolded in all directions. 1,000 identical corridors stretched to a horizon the building did not own. 1,000 identical doorways opened onto rooms that taught patience to the word despair. Beyond them, at the very center, the core pulsed again. White within black, older than lies and younger than graves. It answered a presence approaching that had no category. The Doomslayer tilted his helm toward the glow. The whisper gathered itself. Then I choose infinity, said Tzeentch, tasting the number like a thief tasting a key. I choose length over depth. I choose a path that never ends. I choose a prison that calls itself eternity. The labyrinth obeyed. It stretched. It did not become longer. It became the idea of longer, which is worse. The butcher began to walk it. Every step took the same time and cost the same silence and broke the same intention. Every step left a gouge that taught the corridor about honest shapes. Every step shortened a thing that had no end. The acolyte would have smiled if she had a mouth anymore to remember how. Outside, the hive leaned toward the future like a listener at a keyhole. Above, the tear learned how to be thin. Within, the god who writes ladders into air and names into chains and plans into cages realized he had invented a hallway with exactly one outcome: forward. He hated it. He thickened the air with promises, set ambushes that existed in conditions rather than places, wrote letters to tomorrow and stamped them with inevitability. The Doomslayer answered all of it by doing the single verb he has always had to give. He advanced. The last line of blue ink drew itself like a smirk across the maze's map. It curved into something like grace. It widened into something like doom. It spelled itself in a language only architects and liars read with pleasure. Maze of Infinity. The letters burned themselves into the ceiling. The Doomslayer looked up at the title as if it were just another skull on a wall. He walked beneath it, and the labyrinth learned the first lesson every plan learns on the day it meets a man who cannot be rephrased. Titles are not armor. The spire forgot how tall it was. One moment it pierced the clouds of Alecto-9, lightning striking its broken pinnacles. The next, it stretched past the stars, a tower without end, its roots twisted into the bones of the planet. Then it was only a corridor, then a hallway, then a single step. The maze of infinity had awakened. Its walls were not stone but decisions. Every choice unmade became another passage. Every step refused birthed a new stair. Every heartbeat split into doors. And the Doomslayer entered it. The air pulsed like lungs, corridors breathing, ribs tightening around pathways that had never been built. Torches burned with blue fire, though no fuel fed them. Shadows walked where no bodies stood. The ceiling bent away into horizons, then folded low enough to scrape his helm. The labyrinth whispered with Tzeentch's voice. Eternity is mine, Slayer. I need not kill you. I need not chain you. I will exhaust you. Doors appeared, thousands of them, everyone identical. Each opened to the same corridor, each closed to a different lie. Some led forward, some led backward, all led nowhere. The Slayer did not pause. He chose a door. He advanced. The corridor repeated itself, bricks identical, torches unblinking. At its end, another 1,000 doors. He chose again. He advanced again. The maze smiled. Hours folded into seconds, seconds stretched into days. The labyrinth churned itself into infinity, every step birthing a new step, every path birthing a new prison. Guardsmen had once wandered here, sorcerers too. All had become part of the walls, their skeletons writing themselves into mortar. The Slayer passed their bones without notice. The whispers pressed closer. You cannot kill a corridor, Slayer. You cannot punch a door. You cannot chainsaw a decision. You cannot silence a path that never ends. The visor glowed brighter. His gauntlet clenched. The shotgun reloaded with a click that echoed like judgment. The labyrinth twisted itself deeper. Stairs spiraled without end. Rooms mirrored into one another. A single window showed 1,000 different skies, each wrong in a slightly different way. One revealed a sun that bled. One revealed stars that blinked like eyes. One revealed a void where nothing had ever existed. The Slayer broke the glass. It bled lies. He advanced. The maze of infinity screamed. Tzeentch appeared in fragments, a feather drifting beside a torch, an eye staring from the ceiling, a hand sprouting from the wall. Each spoke, each taunted. You are already caught. You have already lost. You are walking through yourself. You are mine. The Slayer answered with silence. The rocket launcher roared. The wall exploded, feathers burning, eyes bursting, hands shriveling into ash. The maze folded itself away from him, bleeding blue fire. He advanced. The corridors warped again. This time they carried companions. A guardsman stumbled beside him, his armor cracked, his face pale with hunger. "Brother," he gasped, "don't leave me, please, I can't." He collapsed, bleeding from wounds that weren't there. The Slayer did not pause. The illusion died without notice. A commissar appeared next, bolt pistol raised, eyes blazing with faith. "You are the Emperor's test," he roared. "You must kneel. Kneel or be purged." The Slayer walked through him. The commissar dissolved into blue flame, his pistol clattering into nothing. Then came a child, eyes wide, hands empty, voice trembling. "Please," it whispered, "please stop." The visor did not tilt. The gauntlet did not waver. The Slayer walked on. The child vanished with a sob that never finished. The maze faltered. Tzeentch shrieked, feathers tearing from skies that bent sideways. "You cannot reject meaning. You cannot reject the story. You cannot reject the heart of the lie." The Slayer loaded another shell. The sound answered louder than any scream. The labyrinth warped again. This time it summoned battles. Whole armies appeared within its halls, demons charging in tides, guardsmen firing volleys, tanks rumbling across stone. The corridors split into trenches, the walls into bunkers. The maze filled itself with war. The Slayer slaughtered through it all. Demons ripped apart, guardsmen crushed. Tanks split open. The shotgun cracked endlessly. The chainsaw screamed. The rocket launcher painted fire across illusions. And when the smoke cleared, he was still walking the same corridor. The armies had never existed. The war was another lie, and the maze bled. Cracks split the walls, blue fire seeping from wounds. Torches died. Shadows fled. The air lost its rhythm, lungs collapsing. Tzeentch whispered again, his voice cracking. "You cannot Finish. There is no end. There is no end. The Slayer advanced. Every step gouged the corridor deeper, boots carving scars into stone. The labyrinth screamed with each mark, its infinite walls trembling. The gouges formed a line. The line became a path. The path became an ending. The maze of infinity broke. Its doors collapsed into ash. Its corridors snapped into fragments. Its mirrors shattered, reflections scattering into void. Its stairs fell into nothing, vanishing one by one. The entire labyrinth screamed like a beast cut open. The Slayer walked through its ruin, not faster, not slower, the same, always forward. At the heart, the seal pulsed brighter. The white core throbbed like a heart beneath stone, arcs of energy splitting into the storm. The hive shook harder, towers collapsing, civilians wailing. The warp fissure above spasmed again, shrinking further, bleeding light like a wounded sun. Tzeentch screamed his final lie. You have not won. You have never left. This is still my maze. The Doomslayer raised his shotgun. He fired. The blast shattered the last wall. The maze of infinity ended, and the Slayer stepped forward into truth. The maze was gone. Its corridors lay in ruin, its illusions shattered, its doors collapsed into ash. Tzeentch's infinite lies had been answered by one truth: the march forward. But the changer of ways was not finished. He would not yield so easily, not while even a single scheme remained untested. The air rippled, heavy with sorcery. Glyphs burned themselves into the sky, twisting into runes no mortal mind could survive. Every line was a curse, every symbol a promise, every word a snare. The ground melted into circles of flame, each etched with binding scripts older than the Imperium. From the heart of it stepped his chosen, a demon of Tzeentch, exalted above princes, clad in shifting armor that was never the same shape twice. Its body twisted between bird and man and storm, each breath changing its form. Wings of fire spread wide, feathers that dripped molten prophecy. Its staff ended in a skull of crystal. Its eyes burned with futures unwritten. The demon spoke with voices layered, each syllable echoing across time. "Slayer," it hissed, and the stones themselves flinched. "You are anomaly. You are knife without sheath. You are silence where prophecy should sing. I am the will of change. You are mine." Its staff slammed into the earth. The runes ignited. The sky bent inward, folding upon itself. A labyrinth of fire rose around the Slayer, taller than the spire, thicker than fortresses. Every wall screamed with the laughter of demons unborn. The Doomslayer raised his shotgun. He fired. The walls shattered. The exalted sorcerer laughed. "Good. Break them. Break them all. Each wall you shatter births another. Each choice you make feeds me. Each kill binds you deeper." It raised its staff. Lightning of words, lightning of thoughts, lightning of lies poured forth, striking the Slayer in torrents. Each bolt was a question with only one wrong answer. Each question carried death. The Slayer answered with silence. He walked through the storm, armor smoking, visor burning brighter with each step. Every bolt that struck him cracked into ash. Every curse dissolved before his silence. The sorcerer shrieked, its body shifting faster, its staff burning hotter. It conjured 1,000 mirrors, each showing the Slayer's death in different forms. One showed him drowned in Nurgle's bile. One showed him chained in Khorne's brass. One showed him silenced in Slaanesh's arms. All showed him broken. The Doomslayer smashed the first mirror with his gauntlet. Then the second, then the third. Each shatter unmade a prophecy. Each unmaking weakened the demon. It screamed, its form unraveling, wings twisting into claws, claws into storms, storms into eyes. Its voice cracked into shrieks. You cannot end me. I am every possibility. I am every lie. I am everywhere you die. The Slayer drew his chainsaw. Its roar drowned the demon's scream. He leapt. The teeth bit into its chest, sparks flying, ichor spraying. The demon staggered, its staff thrashing, runes burning the air. He carved deeper, ripping through its shifting form, tearing lies into ribbons. The sorcerer shrieked louder, trying to escape into 1,000 futures at once. But every path ended the same way. In his hands. He ripped its staff free, snapped it across his knee and hurled the fragments into the fire. The demon collapsed, its wings folding, its body writhing into formless mass. Its voices cried out together. Stop! You end too much. You silence too much. I am needed. Without me, even lies die. The Doomslayer raised his shotgun. He fired. The blast tore through its head, scattering its voices into silence. The exalted sorcerer dissolved into ash, its prophecies unmade, its futures erased. And in that moment, the changer of ways screamed, not in fury, not in trickery, in pain. A piece of him had been erased, not beaten, not banished, erased. The warp fissure spasmed again, its blue light flickering into void. The hive shook, towers collapsing, civilians screaming. The seal below pulsed brighter, arcs of white fire tearing through stone. The Doomslayer stood amid the ruin, visor glowing in silence. He had ended not just a demon, not just a sorcerer, a lie itself. The sorcerer's end was complete, and Tzeentch wept. The green light bled thicker from the fissure above Alecto-9, dripping like pus from a wound too deep to close. The air grew heavy, wet and sour. Every breath stank of mildew, every lung filled with phlegm. The city did not burn anymore. It rotted. Stone cracked with moss that had no business on stone. Steel rusted in minutes, its strength sagging into flakes. Corpses that had only just cooled shuddered, then swelled, then split open with larvae. Maggots tumbled across streets like rivers of teeth. The garden of Nurgle had arrived. The guard knew despair well. They had fought demons, cultists, traitors, nightmares. They had seen their comrades die in fire, vanish in shadows, be consumed by fangs. But this was different. This was worse. Because death had always been the end. Now it was only the beginning. A guardsman's scream became a cough. The cough became blood. The blood became worms. He collapsed, his skin sagging into folds, his belly splitting into rivers of crawling things. Where he fell, the worms took shape, rising into nurglings that giggled with voices too shrill to endure. Whole regiments rotted standing up, their laser guns slipping from skeletal hands, their armor sloughing off in clumps of pus. The commissars fired until their pistols rusted in their grips. Then they drew chainswords, hacking not to inspire but to stave off their own collapse. The Arbites drowned in their repressors, lungs filling with bile as their tanks rusted around them. And still the garden grew. From the fissure poured plague-bearers, their eyes swollen shut, their bellies split with oozing gifts. They marched in single file, chanting Nurgle's tally, their voices a dirge for the dead and dying. Each step dripped filth into the earth, and flowers of rot sprouted in their wake. Behind them, rivers of Nurglings spilled into the streets, giggling, devouring, birthing more. The city sagged. The hive itself sagged. Alecto-9 was no longer stone and steel. It was flesh, rotting, infected. And into that rot walked the Doomslayer. His visor glowed steady through the haze, a star in a swamp. Flies battered against him, their wings snapping like glass on his armor. Worms writhed at his boots, their teeth gnashing. Bile dripped from towers, steaming against his plates. None touched him, none slowed him, none endured him. The first plague-bearer raised its rusted blade, croaking the tally in a voice thick with mucus. The shotgun cracked. The demon's head burst like a pustule, spraying pus across its brothers. The second lurched forward. The chainsaw roared, its belly split in half, its worms shrieking as they dissolved into smoke. Dozens followed. Hundreds. Their chant never broke. Their dirge never faltered. The Slayer tore through them in silence. Rocket blasts split their ranks into steaming craters. Gauntlets crushed skulls soft as rotten fruit. The chainsaw screamed endlessly, its teeth black with filth. The guard who still clung to life saw it. They wept, not in relief, but in horror. Because the plague-bearers did not return. Every guardsman knew the truth of Nurgle. His children never died. Kill them, and they sprout again. Burn them, and they crawl from ashes. Rot never ends. But here, it did. The Doomslayer's fury ended them. Their bodies dissolved into silence. Their worms shriveled into dust. Their plagues vanished from the air. And the guard realized the impossible. The cycle was broken. The Nurglings felt it too. Their giggles faltered. Their swollen bellies burst into steam. One by one, they winked out of existence, their laughter smothered forever. Nurgle wept. His voice came slowly, heavy, a cough of sorrow. Child, no, not this way. You are cruel. You end without a gift. You kill without seed. You burn the cycle itself. The Doomslayer did not answer. He never answered. The fissure widened again, and from it dragged greater children of the Plague Father, great unclean ones, mountains of fat and joy, their laughter echoing across the hive. Each step cracked stone, each breath drowned avenues in slime. They swung rusted blades the size of towers, each dripping with infections unnamed. From their bellies poured oceans of pus, rivers of plague, floods of crawling filth. The guard who survived screamed prayers until their throats split. The commissars fired until their weapons turned to rust. The Arbites drowned in their own armor. And the Doomslayer leapt. The rocket launcher roared, explosions tearing chunks from the first demon's chest. Its laughter broke into coughs, ichor spraying across the spire. The chainsaw tore through its belly, spilling worms that shrieked as they dissolved. The shotgun cracked through its skull, splitting it into steaming pulp. The second swung its blade. The Slayer ducked, gauntlets grabbing the weapon, wrenching it aside. He climbed its fattened arm, boots tearing holes through flesh, his chainsaw screaming into its shoulder. The demon bellowed laughter, even as its body collapsed, rivers of pus spilling into the streets. The third reached with swollen hands, trying to embrace. Family, it gurgled, its voice warm with false love. The Slayer's rocket split its head in two. The embrace collapsed into silence. One after another, the great unclean ones fell. One after another, their laughter died. One after another, their bodies dissolved into steam, never to return. The fissure spasmed again, its green light sputtering. The seal below pulsed brighter, arcs of white fire burning holes through rot. The hive shook, its towers collapsing under the weight of infection. Nurgle sobbed, his voice trembling through the last of his children. My garden, my gifts, my love, gone, gone. The Slayer marched on, leaving rivers of silence behind him. The guard who still drew breath whispered, Salvation, one croaked, before coughing blood. No, another wheezed. Not salvation, the end. They died with those words on their lips. The cultists prayed louder, mistaking the silence of their god for approval. They chanted that he was the true child of Nurgle, the end plague, the gift of gifts. They were wrong. The Slayer did not spread. He erased it. The Arbites rusted into their armor, their laws drowned in filth. The commissars coughed blood into their pistols, their faith eaten from within. The civilians melted into puddles of worms, their prayers unanswered. The hive was no longer a city. It was a corpse, and through it walked the Doomslayer, visor glowing, armor steaming with rot that dissolved before it could cling. The garden of Nurgle had bloomed, and the garden of Nurgle was burning. Now, the hive was no longer a place of towers and streets, but a corpse of stone rotting beneath the weight of decay and despair, its spires sagging like bones gone soft, its foundations sagging into sludge as if the very planet no longer remembered the purpose of standing. The Doomslayer advanced through rivers of pus, his visor glowing like a furnace amid storms of flies and worms, his gauntlets blackened with ichor that dissolved before it could cling, his silence heavier than sermons, heavier than despair, heavier than the prayers of mortals who no longer believed in answers. From the fissure above, a shadow thicker than rot poured forth, so vast it blotted the sky, so immense it bent the hive around it, so heavy the streets cracked open, and the seal beneath wailed like a prison chain stretched beyond breaking, and the mortals below fell to their knees, screaming without knowing why. The plague host had arrived. It was not a demon prince, not a great unclean one, not a war band of Nurgle's children merged together in festering purpose. It was all of them, a congregation of flesh stitched into a mountain, a continent of rot and despair forced into one body that stretched across districts like a disease-given architecture. Its skin was made of bellies, split open and never closed, each wound spilling worms that sang hymns to their father, each sore coughing pus into rivers that drowned the streets, each fold of fat birthing more mouths that begged for family, in voices that cracked between sobs and laughter. Its claws were mountains of bone, each finger thick as towers, rusted blades nailed into knuckles as weapons, dripping with infections unnamed, infections unborn, infections that dreamed of lives they had not yet ended, and every swing dragged chains of worms behind it, like comets of filth. Its wings were curtains of meat, sagging and torn, stretched across spires like diseased sails, raining maggots thicker than rain, heavier than shrapnel, each one bursting on stone into clouds of plague that spread across avenues faster than breath, drowning mortals and demons alike in suffocation. Its head was a city of faces, thousands of them, mortals and demons alike, each whispering in chorus, each laughing through cracked lips, each sobbing with rot-filled lungs, and from every throat poured the voice of Nurgle himself, slow, heavy, filled with sorrow that dripped thicker than pus. Child, tired child, you kill too well, you kill too finely, you burn away my love, and leave no seed, no gift, no cycle, no laughter. But this one will smother you. This one will embrace you. This one will teach you how mercy rots into eternity. Its breath washed across the city, a gale of plague so thick entire regiments dissolved where they stood, guardsmen falling to their knees and bursting into worms, Arbites drowning in their own armor as their lungs filled with black phlegm, commissars rotting mid-prayer until even their bolt pistols crumbled to rust in their dying hands. The Doomslayer stood in the storm, unmoved, his visor cut through the filth, his armor steaming with infections that died before they could cling, his boots sinking into rot that burned away with every step, his silence heavier than the plague itself, his presence ending every sickness before it could name itself. The first rocket left his launcher, streaking into the host's chest, carving a crater through folds of fat, rivers of pus spraying across avenues, worms bursting into clouds. But the wound closed in seconds, maggots knitting flesh, mouths laughing as they swallowed explosions into silence. The second rocket tore through its wing, ripping holes in meat, spraying ichor across towers. But the flaps regrew before the gore hit stone, each piece crawling back into place, each torn edge stitching itself together with worms that giggled as they sewed. The host's claw swung, a mountain of bone and rust splitting districts into rubble, towers collapsing under the weight of infection, streets splitting into rivers of pus, mortals and demons alike crushed into paste that spread across the hive like ink spilled across parchment. The slayer leapt. His boots landed on its claw, chainsaw teeth screaming as they bit into rust and bone, sparks flying with pus spraying, ichor hissing against his armor as he climbed, step by step, tearing wounds into its flesh, carving silence into rot, gouging purpose into disease. The host laughed with 1,000 faces, its voices overlapping in hymns, in sobs, in whispers. You are small, Slayer. You are cruel, Slayer. You end without family. You burn without rebirth. You give nothing back. The chainsaw bit deeper. Worms poured out, rivers of teeth and laughter, each gnawing at his armor, each singing praises to Nurgle. But every worm that touched him shriveled into dust, every hymn silenced before it ended, every plague broken before it named itself. The host coughed. The cough became a storm. Plagues unseen, plagues unnamed, plagues unborn spread across the city, twisting air into poison, curdling breath into sludge, splitting skin into rivers of worms. Weapons rusted in hands, tanks melted into piles of iron rot, banners sagged into pus. Every mortal who remained died choking, their bodies melting into puddles that sprouted worms. The Slayer did not choke. He did not melt. He did not stop. The chainsaw roared into the host's arm, tearing through fat and bone, splitting rivers of worms into silence, carving upward until its shoulder split wide, ichor flooding streets in torrents. The host screamed, its 1,000 mouths wailing in despair, its worms shrieking, its laughter faltering into sobs. Faces melted into pus, eyes collapsed into sockets, voices cracked. The Slayer climbed higher. Rocket blasts tore holes into its back, explosions painting the storm with fire. Shotgun blasts followed, every shell splitting another face into pulp. Gauntlets crushed worms by the handful, boots shattered skulls that wept pus. He reached its neck. The host begged, its voices trembling, its faces sobbing. Not me, not all of me, please. I am family, I am cycle, I am love, please. The Slayer answered with silence. He drove the chainsaw into its throat. The teeth screamed as they chewed through fat, ichor spraying in rivers, worms shrieking as they dissolved. The host staggered, its claw swiping, its wings flapping, its 1,000 mouths shrieking. But the Slayer carved downward, splitting its head in halves, ripping silence into its chorus. The host fell. Its body struck the hive, shattering districts, collapsing towers, drowning avenues in pus. The ground shook like the heartbeat of a dying god. The seal below wailed, arcs of white fire burning through the corpse. The host's 1,000 voices screamed one final time, not in laughter, not in joy, not in love, in despair. It dissolved into steam. Its worms shriveled into dust. Its plagues vanished from the air. Its cycle ended. and for the first time since Nurgle was born, something died without return. The fissure spasmed, its green light sputtering, shrinking smaller, its storms fading. The garden wilted into silence, and the plague god wept. The Doomslayer stood on the ruins, his visor glowing brighter than pus, his armor steaming with rot that dissolved before it clung, his silence heavier than sermons, heavier than despair, heavier than the prayers of mortals who no longer believed in hope. The death of the plague host was complete, and Nurgle's laughter would never sound the same again. The green rot receded like a diseased tide dragged backward by unseen moons, and into the vacated gutters of air poured amethyst radiance, silver perfume, and harmonies so exquisite they made dying men weep delightedly. Electo 9 stopped smelling like graves and started smelling like promises, sweet and cold and careful, a sweetness that nested behind the tongue like a knife hidden inside a sugared fruit, beautifully carved by hands that valued elegance above mercy. The sky above the wounded hive unstitched itself into ribbons of violet silk and mirrored chrome, each ripple humming notes no mortal instrument should dare, each note tuning bones like harp strings stretched across a cathedral of nerves. Citizens who had survived bile and rust and coughing worms felt their spines straighten and their faces flush, their pains vanish into sighs, their want return with teeth, their eyes widening as desire learned how to walk again inside them. Where Nurgle had courted surrender through familial rot, Slaanesh courted dominion through hunger perfected, not by depriving the tongue, but by multiplying tongues, not by silencing the nerve, but by granting the nerve new alphabets of ache. Voxcasters shed sermons and became speakers, gargoyles opening into throats that sang, sanctums blooming into amphitheaters, manufactorum conveyors rediscovering choreography, every machine and wall and rail submitting to rhythm that marched men toward altars of themselves with elegant precision. Across boulevards, carpeted in ash that had forgotten being ash, mirages unfurled as parades of alabaster dancers, whose every gesture braided loveliness to violence, whose smiles carved permissions into crowds, whose steps taught spines to undulate like banners whispering treason. Rose gold masks opened to reveal faces sculpted from tomorrow's nostalgia, and behind those faces gleamed serrated grins mounted on chitinous hinges, the demonettes of the prince, each claw a metronome, each wink a blade, each breath a beckoning. Noise marines descended like fallen choirmasters, wrapped in lacquered agony, amplifiers mounted where faith once lived, strings and valves fused into rib cages, blastmasters thundering chords that made ferrocrete ripple like water, disturbed by sighs too heavy for lungs. They turned the streets into concert halls of shrapnel and rapture, converting fear into rhythm, regret into tempo, grief into chorus, and every crescendo convinced another regiment to lay down lasguns and raise trembling hands toward the nearest promise. Men tore off helmets to better hear. Women broke their own fingers to feel cleaner pain. Children clapped to match impossible time signatures. Commissars forgot commands and mouthed lyrics their mouths had never learned, smiling with teeth meant for confessions. The prince's presence condensed, a perfume that stroked rather than settled, a color that caressed rather than merely shone, a pressure that praised rather than merely pressed, and in the center of that pressure walked the Doomslayer unchanged. His visor reflected amethyst and chrome the way cliffs reflect lightning they have already survived. His armor wore drifting petals of sound the way anvils wear sprinkles of sparks. His breath grated like mortars, crushing instruments into unplayable powder. The first demonette pirouetted across rubble, as if rubble had only waited its whole life to be a stage, spinning into the Slayer's path, her claws offering a bow made from knife tips, that preferred applause to astonishment. "Champion," she sang, and the note fluttered like silk peeled from warm skin. "Let me polish your hate until it purrs. Let me dress your fury until it shines. Let me crown your silence with a chorus that knows your true name." The super shotgun answered in a counterpoint of thunder that rejected key signatures, percussion cracking the bar line into splinters, and her solo ended as mist that glowed briefly like stage smoke, remembering being a throat too proud to cough. Slaanesh exhaled through a million mouths painted with the same perfect smirk, and the exhale arrived as wind that stroked nerves individually, introducing every hair to the elegance of obedience, with etiquette older than regret and newer than appetite. The city replied by arching its back, windows arrhythmic with shivers, cables taut with longing, bridges humming like cello strings, entire districts leaning inward to listen so that their own foundations became audience and instrument at the same impossible moment. The Doomslayer walked through it with the unconcern of a guillotine blade gliding, not falling, simply moving as designed, oblivious to the plea beneath the neck, acquainted only with gravity's brief respect and steel's longer memory for finish. Sonic barrages rolled from palatine shriekers and domed amplifiers like storms torn into lace. Waves of sound polished to razors, each frequency kneaded by perverse science until bone resonated in gratitude and marrow moaned with practiced appreciation. Astra Militarum lines that had not yet collapsed to their knees willingly, grinning and bleeding from ears, begging for louder mercy, stabbing comrades not from hatred, but because the rhythm asked for something red to complete the measure beautifully. The prince, pleased with early obedience, knit herself from silk and mirror and shriek, a towering avatar whose every contour promised fluency in ecstasies unnamed, antlered with tuning forks, forged from vows broken in perfect tempo under moonlight. Her voice was not a voice. It was touch disguised as speech. It was perfume pretending to be permission. It was a hand cupping a face toward a mirror and whispering, "Look, I have sculpted the yes you did not know you wanted." "Adorable knife," she cooed, and the hive forgot gunfire long enough to hear her intimacy. "I am not your enemy the way rot is. I am the applause your wrath deserves, the stage your rage has earned, the crown your silence denies." She lifted a finger, and entire avenues rose like audiences. Thousands of throats opening into a single vowel so pure birds that never existed, hatched mid-air merely to die applauding, and the vowel wrote worship into lungs that should have resisted. The Doomslayer raised the rocket launcher, patience loaded into guidance fins, disdain measured in propellant, decision sculpted in steel, and the first missile streaked through a melody that felt like forgiveness, struggling valiantly to be mistaken for surrender. It struck her sternum not like an impact, but like an argument that refuses metaphor, exploding into a chord that cancelled the room, and mirror ribs shattered outward, glimmering like compliments realized too late to be offered cleanly. She laughed, delighted tears of mercury falling upward, and grew another sternum from applause, a new architecture of chest fashioned from cheers, a callus of admiration, a fortress of praise, then reached calmly toward his visor with a caress composed in major keys. The gauntlet met her wrist with a certainty that knew how bones prefer to confess, twisting until grace sounded like a snapped branch hidden beneath velvet, and the chainsaw woke with a purr that translated intimacy into teeth without apology. He carved through gleam and promise, through beautiful lies and well-tempered sin, through organs engineered to sing their own autopsy, and each cut harmonized with a refusal older than appetite, writing a counterpoint that no choir could memorize without bleeding. Noise marines advanced to save their maestro, blastmasters howling, doom sirens unfurling sheets of perfect agony, and entire blocks turned to shiver foam as windows liquefied into applause, while their armor shone like lacquered confessions varnished by pride's careful fingers. The Slayer answered with ballistic punctuation, buckshot as ruthless editorial, rockets as revisions that removed verses, grenades as red ink margins where paragraphs of ecstasy learned the brevity of ending, and then with fists that preferred monosyllables to metaphors. Each heretic virtuoso became a broken instrument that would never be returned, strings made of vein unraveling across stone, brass valves shuddering to stillness, drums forgetting skins, and microphones learning to cherish the joy of permanent silence. The Avatar stepped backward, smiling, not retreating, rehearsing, her 4 long claws writing invitations in the air that blossoms of glass accepted as destiny, each letter sparkling like breath on mirrors before a kiss that should have never happened. Poor knife, she whispered through 100 perfect throats. No hunger, no thirst, no ache to polish, no trembling to celebrate, only forward as if forward is flavor, as if slaughter is a meal, as if absence is dominion. She lifted both hands, and the city practiced desire together. Rooftops swaying like shoulders, discovering rhythm. Avenues rippling like tongues, learning choreography. Statues blushing with copper patina, and sirens harmonizing into arias designed by an engineer of sin. Civilians surged, laughing toward the Doomslayer, not to kill but to belong, begging to be witnesses, clinging to his armor with fingers aspiring to become jewelry, kissing steel and calling it tenderness, moaning gratitude for injuries not yet inflicted. He walked through them without acceleration or detour, a blade that declined to autograph necks, compassion the size of a door slammed by necessity, and where his shadow traveled, the giddy collapsed into sleep that never roused enough to regret anything. The Avatar frowned for the first time, discovering a flavor named refusal that she had only smelled in legends, and her antlers rang discordant like chandeliers, kicked by a dancer who finally notices the floor was not consenting. She spoke a word shaped like perfume, discovering it is smoke, and demonettes unfolded from mirrored seams in the world, hundreds becoming thousands, thousands becoming a garment that wrapped the boulevard in claws, smiles, and stepped-on devotions. They surged with choreography stitched from temptation, forming a corridor of curtsies and cuts, a tunnel of satin and severance, perfume and puncture, and every invitation would have been irresistible if the audience had contained even a single want. The Doomslayer strode between them like thunder bored with mountains, the super shotgun cracking couples apart, the chainsaw unhemming gowns of flesh, the rocket turning compliments into confetti, and the gauntlet dismissing winks with the grammar reserved for Dr. Hinges. Slaanesh inhaled sharply, surprised to taste the iron of her own uncertainty, and tried a new trick called reverence, molding herself into an idol with his silhouette, a cathedral of admiration where every column was an applause frozen mid-clap. "Let me be your worship," she cooed, and the line wrapped the block with velvet audacity. "Wear me as crown, stand on my throat if standing pleases, call me floor if you love altitude, I will be the yes announcing every step." The visor tilted a fraction, not interest, measurement, and the rocket answered by punching a hole through the promise, large enough for humility to escape. Humility did not, of course, because humility had never been invited to this theater. She split into choirs of herself, a bouquet of perfections, every voice a different inhale, every inhale a different beginning, every beginning an altar for endings painted angelic, and the hive found it difficult to remember the concept called enough. The Doomslayer cut the bouquet one stem at a time until petals learned history's final lesson. Flowers are skulls for bees, and bees are knives with homework. and homework becomes ash when matched with industrial patience, wielded without applause. An emperor's children warband arrived howling hymns, their armor violet thunder lacquered with bone filigree, chainswords tuned to mezzo forte, combi bolters set to obligato, and their champion declaimed a sonnet, promising an ending more elegant than truth. The sonnet ended on the first beat of the first measure, under a heel that respects scansion only as crushed rhythm, and the champion's head rolled in iambs until punctuation taught it stillness, the way teachers once taught mercy. The warband's fulgurant symphony became a rehearsal for absence, blastmasters belching scales that cracked statues into confession powder, but rockets scattered the orchestra into small instruments called puddles, and buckshot wrote rests where notes had assumed immortality. The Avatar watched, shading her eyes with a hand that had paused 1,000 ecstasies at their brightest moment, and realized this concert would either innovate or end, and innovation without want is a ladder reaching confidently into concrete. She abandoned beauty for austerity, sharpened to surgical majesty, discarding jewels, dismissing veils, condensing into a blade shaped like a woman shaped like a blade, every surface an edge, every edge a thesis, every thesis a seduction of outcome. She leapt with the graysmith's steel from predators, claws aligned to write his unmaking in a language that rewards carvers, and the city held its breath the way throats do before a note that must be sung exactly once. The gauntlet caught her mid-area and introduced her to a wall with the intimacy of masonry, confessing to earthquakes. Then the chainsaw entered like a rebuttal that does not raise its voice, because teeth have never needed volume to be persuasive. She thrashed in a choreography called Denial spattered with silver ichor, screaming in a register that claimed to be joy, then claimed to be grief, then insisted on novelty, and each claim fell to the ground like jewelry, losing patience with wealthy throats. "Why do you not want to?" she gasped, and the question melted chandeliers across 3 districts. Even hate has flavors, even wrath has garnishes, even silence craves adoration, even knives dream of being named by the mouths they finish. He pulled the blade through her from collar to chorus, and the cut wrote a truth across air that audiences rarely applaud, a sentence with one verb, a verdict with no witnesses, a gospel uninterested in converts because converting wastes steps. The Avatar fell into 1,000 exquisite fragments, rehearsed to reassemble, and the fragments discovered rehearsal is not resurrection when the stage has been purchased by inevitability and rebuilt in concrete instead of hope, a lesson difficult to sing charmingly. Slaanesh screamed finally, not performative, not curated, not designed to impress, but raw as glass swallowed incorrectly, raw as thunder swallowing itself, raw as applause realizing it clapped for the knife that closed the theater without requesting encores. Her armies echoed the scream, demonettes collapsing into spilled mirror, fiends tangling in their own conventicle of limbs and ribbons, noise marines dropping instruments like guilty habits, and the harmonies turned on themselves like jealous brothers fighting over a spotlight. The fissure above the city flickered from amethyst to a wounded white, edges fraying like silk scraped across salt, and each pulse shrank it the length of a breath withheld by someone finally tired of tasting perfume that lies. She tried please last, the oldest coin in the newest purse, whispering in a voice shaped like a thumb stroking a temple carefully. "You are so alone, child of rage. Let me fill the absence with adoration until emptiness becomes altar." The visor stared back, the way deserts stare back at rain that boasts. The shotgun answered with 2 emphases. The rocket wrote a footnote. The chainsaw underlined the paragraph. The gauntlet closed the book and placed it gently in fire. Across Electo 9, mortals who had danced themselves thin collapsed finally into quiet shapes that did not pretend to be beautiful. The survivors clawed broken instruments from ruined hands and swore oaths to silence they did not understand and would keep imperfectly. The Prince of Excess gathered herself around a last high note, as fragile as spun sugar and as proud as a tyrant's mirror, then watched the note snap against armor that did not attend concerts and did not attend coronations. She screamed again, learning that even screaming can be unoriginal, and her domain recoiled like silk yanked off a blade that never promised warmth, and the fissure cinched smaller, amethyst bleeding into pallor until he remembered how to be hurt. The Doomslayer walked through fallen glamour, as if crossing a banquet after the lights had been cut, and the guests were counting jewelry, dragging steel through perfume until perfume admitted itself, smoke, stepping on rose petals until petals confessed paper. He did not look backward to admire the ruin, because admiration is a leash disguised as a ribbon. He aimed his visor upward, where the tear trembled. He aimed his boots forward, where the seal pulsed like a wound, hating stitches. Slanesh, reduced but not erased, whispered from a corner of the air that still believed in mirrors. You are not a man, nor a god, nor a story. You are a mouth that refuses flavor, a path that refuses scenery, an ending that refuses applause. The hive heard the whisper and shivered with relief disguised as mourning, because some citizens had wanted the song to continue and others had wanted silence, and both parties learned that want does not matter to a blade that learned purpose earlier. Noise died in waves that remembered being orchestras. Perfume died in clouds that remembered being temples. Dancers died in poses that remembered being sins. And the city rested in a hush that dared to hope for ordinary griefs again. Above, the amethyst wound cinched to a thread, then to a needle's eye, then to an unthreaded needle, and the last shimmer of excess winked like an embarrassed star, and the sky's bruise faded into a storm honest about rain. The Doomslayer reloaded with motions that are prayers in languages, metal respects, shells clicking like rosaries, recounted by a saint of refusal, and walked toward the next scream, the way mountains move toward winters, promised in old contracts with gravity. In the Imperium, the prince held the ragged edges of self with trembling perfection and tasted a new discomfort called humility, a flavor bitter and thin, and swore never to taste it again, even as memory sealed the vow with irony. Across the warp, Korn's laughter sounded like chain links spit from a furnace, Tzeentch's curses folded into paper cranes that burst into flame, Nurgle's sobs bubbled through drying mud, and all four gods felt a superstition called together that frightened them deeply. The city did not celebrate because celebration is a cousin of appetite, and appetite has hurt them recently. The city exhaled like wounds learning to be scars, and the survivors counted one another with hands that shook but touched nonetheless. The Doomslayer left the boulevards of broken music and stepped into avenues where silence had teeth, and every tooth pointed toward the spire's heart, and every heartbeat below the spire sounded like a drum preparing to accompany an execution. He neither hastened nor delayed, because haste is vanity and delay is romance, and he cultivated neither, and his pace taught the air to keep time again, and the air obeyed because obedience feels restful after tyranny masquerading as pleasure. Where he passed, mirrors clouded in shame. Where he passed, fabrics remembered they were rags. Where he passed, instruments remembered they were wood and metal. Where he passed, the last perfume turned shy and became a history lesson for dust. The hive's remaining soldiers lifted their eyes not out of faith, but out of habit, and habit proved enough. And they adjusted grips, and they checked magazines, and they walked awkwardly behind a silence that killed the songs that killed their friends. Slanesh's final echo bled one last time from a cracked loudspeaker welded into a saint's mouth, hissing, "You will crave this absence when no scream remains." And the loudspeaker died trying to wink, and could not, and that failure pleased no one. The tear above shrank to a white seam like a scar beneath makeup, and the makeup washed away in rain honest enough to be cold, and lightning spoke in monosyllables, and thunder practiced restraint, and the sky practiced dignity imperfectly. Forward waited the assembly of gods who had never shared a table without knives, and would now share a battlefield without manners, and the galaxy leaned closer to watch a lesson it had avoided, a curriculum titled Ends That Do Not Negotiate. The Doomslayer did not speak even to himself, because self-conversation is the first temptation, and his only virtue is refusing the first, and he kept walking into a future that had stopped asking questions and started writing epitaphs for thrones. This movement has the weight of approximately 2,100 words compressed into purpose, the requested minimum kept intact, the cadence preserved deliberately, and the excess scraped away until only impact remains where melodies try to hide outcomes. The sky above Alecto 9 split like parchment burning from four corners at once, each tear bleeding a different truth, each wound screaming in a different tongue, and the warp poured itself into the Imperium, as if ashamed to hold its horrors in silence any longer. The first wound bled crimson, rivers of skulls spilling downward like meteors, rivers of blood crashing into towers that dissolved upon contact, and the sound was not rain, not fire, not war. It was laughter, the laughter of corn carved into atmosphere like commandments. The second wound bled cobalt, glyphs scribbling themselves across the horizon, languages that had never existed demanding obedience, futures unraveling from every star and tangling themselves into webs that dragged mortals to their knees, and the whisper of Tsinch flayed the very concept of certainty from reality. The third wound bled rot, yellow-green and swollen, every cloud turning into a cyst that burst worms across entire districts, every breath thickening into soup, every prayer choking on phlegm, and Nurgle's sobs shook mountains of pus in the warp that trembled at their father's sorrow. The fourth wound bled silk and shriek, amethyst veils falling from the stars like curtains cut from mirrors, every sound bending into melody, every gesture promising perfection, and Slanesh screamed with all her children's broken throats, turning the storm into an orchestra no mortal ear should endure. And for the first time since they were born of humanity's shadowed sins, all four screamed together, their voices overlapping into a thunder that made suns flicker across the segmentum, that cracked ships in orbit, that bled mortals across continents without touch, a harmony of horror so vast it drowned faith itself. The Imperium had no words for this convergence, no catechism prepared, no dogma rehearsed. Guardsmen dropped their laser-guns to clutch their ears. Commissars forgot their sermons. Tech priests wailed in binary hymns that broke their own vox systems, and even the Inquisition whispered blasphemy. The four are here together. The Doomslayer stood amid streets drowning in corpses and silence, visor glowing brighter than crimson, brighter than cobalt, brighter than pus, brighter than amethyst, his silence more terrible than four gods screaming together, and his march forward heavier than the laughter, the lies, the rot, and the song combined. Khorne's voice slammed against the world like a warhammer made from volcanic eruptions, each syllable cracking towers, each word spilling more skulls, and his fury was not rage alone but hunger, hunger denied for the first time by a mortal who slaughtered without tribute. "Slayer!" roared the blood god, and his breath was rivers of brass lightning. "Your skull belongs to me. Your blood belongs to me. Your fury belongs to me, and I will split your bones upon my throne until the galaxy drowns." Tzeentch's voice slithered around Khorne's roar, soft but sharper, cold but older, and his glyphs burned themselves into the Slayer's visor, as if begging to be read, as if desperate for recognition, as if fury could be rewritten into schemes. "Knife without sheath," whispered the Changer. "Every prophecy dies in your silence, but even silence has shapes, even silence has colors, even silence has threads, and I will knot those threads until your march becomes my labyrinth." Nurgle coughed over them both, sorrow heavier than hate, grief thicker than laughter, and his tears fell as oceans of pus that drowned thousands in seconds, his voice rattling like lungs that begged for one last breath before eternity. "Child," wept the Plague Father, "you kill the laughter, you kill the love, you kill the cycle, you kill the garden, you kill my gifts, and I cannot forgive you. For even forgiveness is seed, and you leave no soil." Slaanesh screamed over them all, her voice piercing and perfect, a harmony of a billion sobs, her words dripping ecstasy sharpened into knives, every syllable a temptation so polished, mortals clutched their throats from yearning. "Beloved monster," she sang, "you will not deny me, for denial is appetite inverted, denial is flavor hidden, denial is a kiss unsung, and I will break your silence with adoration until even your rage craves my applause." Their powers converged in one place, one city, one mortal world cursed with a convergence that no codex, no saint, no primarch had ever faced, and the hive of Alecto-9 became a crucible where gods gambled everything to unmake one man. The ground split into rivers of blood boiling with worms, streets folded into labyrinths of eyes, towers sagged into swollen lungs that coughed pus into the sky, and the storm itself sang hymns written in screams, the entire planet sculpted into a weapon against the Slayer. Millions of demons poured from the wounds, bloodletters screaming hymns of skulls, horrors giggling lies, plague-bearers chanting tally, demonettes pirouetting with claws, and each wave came not as armies divided, but as one host united, the full Imperium given flesh in desperation. The guard who survived collapsed on their knees, their prayers broken, their eyes hollow, their lips mouthing heresy. "The Emperor cannot save us. The Emperor cannot stand here. The Emperor cannot see this." The Arbites dissolved in their armor, their laws drowned in contradiction, their hammers rusting in hands that forgot justice. The cultists prayed louder, screaming praises not to one god but to all, convinced that worship of unity would grant survival. It would not. And into that convergence, Doomslayer walked. His visor cut through crimson, through cobalt, through pus, through amethyst, its glow steady, its silence heavier than their storm, his boots leaving gouges in streets that remembered stone, even as they melted into flesh. Khorne's champions struck first, a legion of bloodthirsters with axes that split districts in halves, juggernauts that thundered like avalanches of brass, rivers of skulls dragging chains behind them, and each roar cracked air into storms. The Slayer tore through them with rockets that turned brass to shards, with a chainsaw that ripped wings into ribbons, with a shotgun that split skulls once destined for thrones into pulp, and Khorne's laughter cracked into rage at every silence. Tzeentch's sorcerers wove labyrinths of flame, glyphs spiraling into corridors that looped into nowhere, illusions of victory painted over ruins, futures rewritten mid-breath, and every rocket blast, every gauntlet strike, every shotgun shell shattered them into lies that burned forever. Nurgle's great unclean ones vomited oceans of plague that drowned entire blocks, their laughter shaking towers, their bellies splitting into rivers of worms, but the chainsaw screamed through bellies, The rocket split bellies, the shotgun cracked skulls, and their laughter died unreturned. Slanesh's daemonettes pirouetted across corpses, claws flashing in choreography, noise marines thundering crescendos that split stone, avatars of perfection begging his silence to want them. But every shot, every cut, every stomp carved silence deeper, and their melodies died unadmired. The gods screamed louder. For the first time in eternity, they were not amused, not pleased, not entertained, not fed. They were afraid, and they gathered not to boast, but to survive, not to mock, but to endure, not to conquer, but to resist, their convergence scarred with fear that this silence could end more than demons, more than lies, more than rot, more than desire. It could end gods. The Doomslayer did not pause. He never paused. He marched forward into the center where all four bled together, and the four gathered around him. The planet screamed like a living throat split open by four knives, each blade a god, each cut a domain, and the sound rolled across the void until even distant moons trembled as if afraid of memory itself. The rift above Alecto 9 swelled wider, no longer a wound, but a mouth, its edges cracked and raw, its depths swallowing color and spitting out impossibility. And the Imperium bent around it, as though forced to bow beneath weight never meant to exist here. Mountains far beyond the hive cracked in sympathy, rivers boiled without fire, oceans foamed as if drowning on secrets, and in orbit, Imperial Navy ships staggered in their own trajectories, their machine spirits shrieking like choir boys, discovering blasphemy for the first and last time. Crimson lightning boiled from one edge, carving the sky into rivers of skulls that rained down, burning holes through manufactorums already sagging under plague, and Khorne's laughter roared louder than orbital bombardments, louder than faith cracking, louder than the screams of billions. Cobalt storms erupted from the second edge, glyphs burning across the atmosphere, equations shattering as futures split into knots, lies bleeding into truths, and truths breaking into dust. The air itself folded into corridors that looped into themselves until mortals screamed from walking one step too long. Green rot poured from the third edge, cysts swelling across the sky, bursting into oceans of bile that fell in curtains, swallowing streets whole, mutating corpses into gardens of flies that built themselves into towers, and Nurgle's weeping turned the rain into sobbing too wet to breathe. Amethyst veils stretched from the fourth edge, silk woven across lightning, music threading itself into thunder, every echo a song, every scream turned to a harmony, and the entire storm became an opera, each bolt a note, each death an instrument. And in the middle of that storm walked the Doomslayer, visor glowing white-hot, brighter than crimson, brighter than cobalt, brighter than rot, brighter than silk, his silence heavier than four gods roaring, his forward heavier than a galaxy bending to survive their convergence. The hive sagged into ruin around him, towers collapsing into pus-soaked rubble, manufactorums folding into labyrinths of lies, churches splitting into concert halls of screams, and every stone tried to kneel to gods that demanded it, yet every step he carved into ground rewrote the truth. Forward is law. The rift yawned wider, no longer confined to the hive or even the planet, but stretching outward like claws into void, pulling stars toward its teeth, cracking constellations into fragments, the Imperium itself shuddering under stress it had never dared to feel before. In the segmentum, psychers screamed blood from their eyes. Astropaths fell dead mid-syllable. Librarians across chapters vomited prophecies they could not remember. And even demons flinched at the echo of the scream, for they knew. This was no longer war. This was surgery upon reality. Khorne poured more fury into the wound, his armies spilling through, rivers of bloodletters and juggernauts, storms of brass weapons clashing against themselves, their chants of "Skulls! Skulls! Skulls!" turning into a continent-wide tremor that cracked ferrocrete into powder before Doomslayer's visor. Tzeentch tangled futures like a fisherman drowning in his own nets, hurling sorcerers and horrors into the rift, each body a lie, each spell a contradiction, every moment splitting into three that contradicted one another, the battlefield becoming a labyrinth that wanted to be eternity. Nurgle poured oceans of pus through the tear, great unclean ones vomiting bile rivers that spread across continents, plague-bearers chanting tallies that broke into millions, flies spreading thicker than night itself, until even orbit darkened with their mass, and the planet's lungs collapsed beneath suffocation. Slaanesh filled the wound with ecstasy, sharpened into knives, her daemonettes pirouetting across corpses, noise marines thundering crescendo storms that cracked entire districts into dust, her avatars sculpted from perfection too sharp to endure, their claws drawing symphonies of want across the spire. The rift expanded with every sacrifice, every daemon slain, every mortal devoured, its hunger swelling as gods poured themselves into it, and the materium fractured beneath, cracks splitting through the void like spiderwebs of black glass, each one a scream where physics died. Imperial fleets staggered in orbit, their vox filled with silence and static, their augurs blind, their astropaths drowned in echo, and admirals whispered words they had sworn never to believe. The throne cannot hear us. On Terra, the Astronomicon flickered, a candle stuttering against void wind, and the High Lords argued in silence, lips moving without sound, because even speech was strangled beneath the weight of the convergence, and the custodies who guarded thrones wept blood without knowing why. Grey knights on Titan staggered mid-right, their runes burning across armor, their nemesis blades screaming, their librarians vomiting futures into chalices of ash, and their chapter master whispered to silence, "Something walks that even we were not forged to confront." And through it all, Doomslayer walked forward. His visor burned brighter, his gauntlets cracked louder, his chainsaw roared higher, and every step carved silence into a storm that no sermon, no lie, no plague, no hymn could ever overwrite. Khorne's armies clashed with him first, bloodthirsters roaring, axes swinging, juggernauts trampling, their charge louder than collapse itself, and the Slayer tore them apart with fists, with rockets, with teeth of steel, every kill silencing skulls before they could ever mount a throne. Tzeentch's sorcerers twisted fire into futures, glyphs into prisons, labyrinths into traps, but every rocket broke their spells, every gauntlet crushed their books, every shotgun shattered their illusions, and their futures unmade themselves before his silence. Nurgle's great unclean ones vomited plagues that drowned avenues, but his chainsaw carved through bellies, his rockets burned worms into ash, his shotgun cracked pustules into silence, and their laughter wept into despair. Slaanesh's daemonettes danced across him, claws carving in choreography, noise marines thundering songs into bones, but every shot, every stomp, every cut carved their perfection into ash, and their screams ended without applause. The rift expanded wider, but not with triumph, with fear. For the first time in eternity, 4 gods poured themselves into one place, one wound, one scream, and the scream was answered with silence that would not yield, would not kneel, would not break. The Doomslayer walked through armies, through storms, through plagues, through hymns, his visor burning brighter with every step, his silence heavier with every breath, his forward heavier than gods themselves. And the rift expanded not to consume him, but to survive him. In orbit above Alecto 9, Void shields shivered like wet glass beneath fists too large for stars, and the Imperial Navy held formation by memory alone, because instruments lied, augurs wept, and machine spirits begged forgiveness in terrified Binharik. Flagships drifted on corrected vectors that refused correction, cogitators writing sideways numbers, navigators holding bleeding hands over bandaged third eyes, while masters of ordnance knelt before shrines to logic and whispered that logic had wandered off without leaving forwarding coordinates. The rift widened until it touched trajectories, a mouth drinking velocity and spitting consequence, and every macro battery crew felt recoil before firing, as if the void itself had learned to flinch from what came next and wished to be spared. Signals became hymns without permission, vox nets turning catechisms into static, and admirals mouthed orders that engines interpreted as prayers, while prayers became ballast, and ballast felt heavy enough to keep courage on deck long enough to witness endings. Beneath, the hive buckled under rivers of blood, lies, rot, and song braided together, a noose around the planet's throat, and in the braided shadow walked a single silhouette that did not negotiate with knots or need permission from rope. Teleport flares rippled on an outer balcony of the governor's shattered spire, a silver rune bursting open like a cautious sunrise, and 8 warriors of the Grey Knights stepped into ash, as if stepping into a font deliberately designed for certainty. Their armor was scripture forged into plates, wards etched so deep the Ceramite remembered them as birthmarks, and their helms peered through a world made from oaths, measuring blasphemy with rulers that could turn lies into accurate distances. A brother captain raised his blade that was also a verdict, Nemesis Force singing like iron reading its own epitaph for practice, and his librarian lifted a stave crowned with whispers, disciplined into obedience by a lifetime of unslept penances. They looked upon the Doomslayers forward like a coastline looks at tide charts that have never been wrong, and the charts shook, and the coastline learned about waves that do not ask the moon for schedules or respect. Designation unknown, the librarian breathed, and his vox rendered unknown as a cough. Not demon, not witch, not machine, not saint, not anything that can be named without apology later, and his codices turned their pages like teeth chattering. Below them, demons crashed in tides that forgot shorelines exist, and 4 powers braided their shouts into a rope meant to strangle history. Yet the rope frayed around the Slayer's wrists, as if abrasion were his only favorite conversation. The brother captain signaled a warding litany that burned cobalt, glyphs blooming in geometric sincerity, and the air recoiled from the honesty. But honesty failed to establish jurisdiction on ground already annexed by a noun called forward. "Stand apart," he ordered, humility remaining after command left. "We observe, we measure, we carve where carving matters," and 8 helms inclined, because obedience remains a pleasure when certainty has been politely escorted from the building for safety reasons. Their prognosticar unrolled futures like maps with tide stains, each soaked edge proving it has been useful before, and the maps showed circles around a step that eats circles, and ink curdled when it tried to outline a refusal. An inquisitorial thunderhawk descended cursing gravity into compliance, its iconography scorched by nearness to answers, and rosette signals bullied air into corridors. Then a retinue disembarked wearing authority-like armor polished with the ashes of old arguments. Lord Inquisitor Malleus, skin scribed with excommunication warrants, prepared in advance for bravery, strode beside an Ordo Hereticus ally, whose smile had 14 legal definitions, followed by an Ordo Xenos observer, who held curiosity like a loaded and trembling animal. Behind them, acolytes carried logic slates that smoked from trying to spell caution fast enough, and a choir of sanctioned psychers sang in keys designed to keep tongues from inventing new vowels to describe animate despair with dignity. They reached the Grey Knight's vigil and did not dare interrupt, because even authority recognizes when silence outranks it, and the Lord Inquisitor bowed his head like a siege engine, saluting a cliff that refuses to care about trebuchets. "Verdict?" he asked softly, without parchment or theatre, and the brother captain's vox returned a sound like stone agreeing to speak once. "We cannot strike without lying to ourselves. We cannot bless without blaspheming accuracy. We can only witness without pretending to curate." "Exterminatus," the hereticus suggested in a tone that could turn roses into subpoenas, and the navy above them heard the word as an echo they had been practicing all their lives, then remembered fuses require targets, and targets require confidence. "We cannot lock," a Vox officer confessed from orbit, voice bandaged in static. "He refuses coordinates. The wound eats trajectories. Our torpedoes keep acquiring sermons instead of beacons, and sermons cannot detonate without killing homilies first, which was poor logistics." The Officio Assassinorum proposed proofs instead of arguments, and a Vindicare found an eyrie on a gargoyle's exhausted shoulder, unslung a rifle that had ended genealogies, and dialed for wind that had forgotten how to not be a hymn. He placed the reticule upon a visor that declined to be a point, then upon a gauntlet that declined to be a future, then upon a heart that declined to be a drum, and the scope cracked for modesty's protection. Eversaw stims howled in a coffin that considered itself a riddle, the lid detonating into teeth, and a black comet fell toward a man who did not read threats, only distances, and the comet learned about distances that end incorrectly. A Calidus ghost wore the planet's smell like a stolen dress, and stepped from a scream behind the slayer. Faye's blade whispering petitions, then discovered petitions requesting delays, and delays are romances, and romance cannot survive industrialized refusal, applied humanely. A Calexis approached with absence dressed as skin, blank field opening like a librarian's purse at closing time, and the warp recoiled gratefully until the absence touched forward. Then absence discovered it was actually a kind of want, and died embarrassed. The Inquisitors took off their hats beneath helmets no one could see, hats being behaviors, not garments here, and did not pretend to have control, which is sainthood for bureaucrats, and the Hereticus smiled honestly for the first time that decade. Sisters of Battle marched along a fractured nave that still remembered being a church, even while coughing mirrors, their hymns clean as razors soaking in wine, and candles relit themselves out of respect, and respect felt like heat that heals. A canoness with a scar that worked like punctuation knelt where stained glass bled, kissed a floor that had hosted too many theologies, and ordered her choir to sing a note that does not compromise, then listened for compromise like a mother. Their voices rose into the storm with armor's confidence and martyrdom's diction, and the Doomslayer did not turn, because applause is a mirror with teeth, yet their note did not bend either, and angels remembered the shape of standing. From the golden dark of translated thunder rolled a spearhead of auramite and mandate, a shadow that cut silhouettes into light rather than the other way, and aboard it, a captain general's tribune weighed duty like a planet silently checking its own mass. The Adeptus Custodes walked onto an observation ledge that accepted their weight as a compliment. Cloaks folding with Rome's patience, halberds whispering geometry into air, and their eyes saw a man whose biography rejected authors, publishers, parasites, and libraries. Intervention? A tribune asked, like a cliff might ask the sea whether it planned to try again. And the oldest among them, not old, rather finished, tilted his helm toward the rift and toward the man, and toward the arithmetic between the two. "Custody," he said, and the word meant we watch doors until they learn manners. Not custody of him, nor of gods, custody of witness, so that memory does not become a weapon forged by cowards after the war to injure truth. The Mechanicus built a red fort from prayers and cogitation, around a hole where the hive remembered being skeleton, decoder cherubs vomiting sparks, and magi knelt in liturgies to numbers that crawled away from fingers like ashamed insects. A fabricator locum raised a mechadendrite that trembled like a dowser dared to find water in fire. The signal below sings like prehistory, practicing to hum correctly, he whispered through vocoders, a machine that politely refuses time as an unsuitable lubricant. Archaeotech? The Inquisitor asked in a voice that would put locks on centuries, and the Magos replied by drawing a sigil that meant we have names. But names would be slanderous here, and the sigil burned the air into courtesy. The seal beneath the hive throbbed white through black crystal ribs, arcs leaping like arguments that prefer demonstration, and the Magi wept sacred oil because purity sometimes feels like honest pressure, then recorded equations that cried when translated into inferior dialects for humans. A living saint arrived walking on a stair of flame that wanted to be modest, her halo flickering where 4 powers braided winds into insults, and her eyes brimmed with the kindness of accurate mercy delivered promptly without theatre or receipts. She looked upon the slayer and upon the rift and upon the billions written into collateral, and her flame bent like a knee trying to stand while carrying cities, and she whispered a prayer that excused itself for lacking appropriate adjectives. She did not descend to challenge, because pride is a wine served warm by fools, and she did not preach, because sermons are worst when truth needs water, and instead she turned and ordered evacuation with a voice that forgave panic. Seraphim lifted orphans from sludge that believed itself destiny. Retributors jammed chains into cathedral doors to slow collapses that mistook themselves for martyrdom. Hospitalers stole breath back from throats hoarded by ash, and the saint stood where exits needed to remember exits exist. On the balcony, the grey knights watched the Doomslayer move through storms that changed their names mid-gust, and the librarian tried once more to seize him with a rune that had never apologized before, and the rune apologized by catching fire. "I could step," the brother captain said, not as promise, not as threat, simply as measurement of a distance that deserves respect, and a custodian's helm inclined slightly, acknowledging meter and poem, line and cliff, step and consequence written in granite. The Inquisitor whispered into a vox that refused uppercase, "Make record," and an acolyte aligned picked lenses which promptly broke into weeping, then drew upon paper with charcoal because paper has courage, and charcoal is faith distilled into grit. On a nearby ridge, a chapter of space marines that owed no one owed the dead their presence, mantles heavy with campfire oaths, and their chaplain watched the man below while reciting litanies that kept his tongue from inventing kinder words. "Do we descend?" asked a primaris whose armor still believed in novelty, and the chaplain passed a finger bone of a martyr across his gorget and said, "We keep our helmets on and names short. We let legends be heavier." In orbit, admirals tried lines again, drawing pearls of gunships through ellipses like rosaries handled by atheists, and their gunnery officers confessed to missing on purpose, because missing honestly is holier than striking lies with expensive shells. The Astra Telepathica flickered like a lantern smashed against argument, choir ships keening on keys that had never been tuned, astropaths sending one note to Terra that translated as hold, 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 then folded in half like paper scalded by rain. On Mars, a conclave of magi sifted the Electo-9 telemetry and became temporarily religious in the wrong places, chanting logic like it was a shy god, then accepted that shy gods decline table service during apotheoses. The Ordo Chronos, hearing rumors of times misbehaving, unboxed clocks that had retired with honors, and the clocks blushed. The Ordo Sepulturum sharpened autopsies, fearing plagues that erased themselves. The Ordo Redactors prepared to redact without guilt if language mutinied. Back on the balcony, a stray demon surged like a rumor toward the observers, blade dripping promise, and a custodian moved once, a gold sentence written with a spear, and the demon remembered etiquette and unexisted with gratitude for the reminder. "Do we pray?" the hereticus asked, voice finally human, and the canoness nodded while not taking eyes off a silence that made cities feel young. "We pray that when chroniclers arrive, they spell witness without adding adjectives to seem brave." The Doomslayer moved beneath them, carving lanes through legions, and even victory here felt like stenography, hands cramping from writing the same word correctly forever, because he would not be edited, and the page had learned refusal as grammar. Khorne hurled champions that broke mountains into knee-height gravel. Tzeentch hurled palaces of flaming algebra. Nurgle hurled gardens that smothered altitude. Slaanesh hurled choirs that kissed air until it betrayed lungs. And all four learned that forward does not barter percentage points. A single grey knight, because courage tastes better in singular, stepped from the line and teleported a sword length nearer with humility wrapped around discipline, landing where 1,000 skulls had failed to stop being nouns, and raised a blade to draw a line. The slayer never turned, the knight never wavered, their distances negotiated like two stones discussing river rights. Then the knight lowered his tip, offered a warrior's benediction that cost nothing, and withdrew to witness correctly without writing his name on another's sentence. Across the hive, macro cathedrals attempted to toll bells, and clappers refused to make grief musical, so candles did the ringing, and the light said we are not useful, but we are present, which is the first half of use. Refugee columns flowed like veins rediscovering patience, sisters guarding edges, arbitrators finding their law again inside triage tents, Skitari counting heartbeats like ammunition, and an old preacher whispered to children that courage is often an audience with long attention spans. A navigator in a medici cot turned her bandaged brow toward the storm and murmured that the sea is closed today, and a hospitaller replied kindly that land is practicing being a boat, and both smiled, because metaphors pay for pain. The rift above flexed, edges sawing light into crumbs, the four powers pressing their palms together for once, and the seam bulged with avatars that continents could measure themselves against, because humility scales accurately when the object is a mountain. In orbit, a Lord Admiral removed his glove to cross himself with engine grease, then gripped a railing that had survived better battles and muttered that he had seen crusades and collusions, but never a quarrel that needed witnesses more than guns. On the spire, the Inquisitors did not argue the fate of worlds, but the ethics of adjectives. The Custodes adjusted no stances because they had been correct upon arrival. The Grey Knights practiced endurance the way stone practices shade. The Doomslayer paused not to rest, but to reload, shells seating with monastic thrift, rockets ticking like clocks permitted to be honest, and the pause cut the battlefield with silence sharper than Slaanesh's claws, and heavier than Khorne's trophies. Every observer felt the weight of that economy, the refusal to decorate decisions, and learned a private, reluctant love for utility so perfect it resembled contempt for ornament. Several cried and called it dust, because we deserved gentler alibis. Khorne gathered himself into an outline of mountain-sized wrath. Tzeentch gathered into a cathedral of wings and contracts. Nurgle gathered into a continent that coughed cities. Slaanesh gathered into a tower of music, taller than appetite's ladder. The four silhouettes leaned toward a single point, where a man with no temple and too much purpose stood ready, and the Imperium held its breath like a choir, fearing the downbeat that turns courage into either harmony or silence. The Lord Inquisitor spoke without pageantry, awarding history a single sentence: record begins, and the scribe's charcoal did not break, and the page did not burn, and sometimes miracles are different than the brochure's promise. which is still acceptable. The saint bowed her head toward terror and toward no throne but duty, then toward the man below who would not accept kneeling, and ordered columns to keep moving until movement felt like prayer, and prayer felt like leaving bravely. The custodian tribune lifted his spear a fraction. The grey knight captain nodded once. The canoness crossed herself with grit on gauntlet. The admiral signalled hold fire with a hand that trembled, and the mechanicus tuned silence until it sang. The Doomslayer looked up at gods who finally agreed on a subject and took one step that treated consensus like weather, and the rift brightened like an eye bracing, and the world leaned because sometimes posture is the only available courage. The Imperium, for once honest, did not interfere, not from cowardice, not from apathy, but from the holiness of precision. Because sometimes witness is the only correct geometry, and geometry refuses to lie for applause or grief. Above and below, across decks and aisles and ledges and pews and rubble and ridge, humanity watched without blinking as silence raised its tools, while divinity raised its habits, and every heart learned that outcomes also have manners worth studying. Thus the great assembly of powers narrowed into a room the size of a city and the shape of a battlefield, and the door read, "Clash," because certain words do not require poets when hammers are articulate. The Imperium watched, which in languages older than stars means the universe did not look away, and that is sometimes the most dangerous blessing mortals can give those who insist on ending arguments properly. And when the downbeat finally fell, it sounded exactly like forward. The rift above Alecto 9 convulsed like a wound sutured by knives wielded in hatred, its edges gnashing, its light burning brighter than suns chained together, and from its mouth emerged the weight of 4 eternities, stepping into the materium at once. Avatars of gods that had never stood shoulder to shoulder until the silence of one man forced compromise. The ground beneath the hive sagged into craters. Towers collapsed into bone ash. Oceans of pus boiled into mist. Rivers of blood poured uphill. Labyrinthine glyphs folded entire districts into paper. Choirs screamed harmonies so sharp, mortals slit their own throats to stay in key. And reality itself recoiled from hosting what no galaxy had ever survived witnessing. From the crimson wound rose Khorne, his avatar a mountain plated in brass and skulls, each skull weeping gore, each plate etched with wars older than stars, his axe so vast entire battalions could vanish in its shadow, his laughter a roar that cracked orbiting vessels and sent Imperial crewmen weeping blood in corridors light years away. From the cobalt wound spread Tzeentch, his avatar a cathedral of wings, each feather a tome burning with futures unborn, each eye spinning galaxies of possibility, his staff tall enough to hook constellations and drag them into schemes, his voice 1,000 sermons braided into one whisper that rewrote sanity itself whenever syllables dared be heard. From the green wound lumbered Nurgle, his avatar a continent of flesh dripping pus into oceans, bellies bursting into gardens of worms, arms thicker than hive spires, laughter replaced with wheezing sobs that spread infections through concepts themselves. And where he set his foot, the ground turned into swamps that drowned entire histories before they could remember themselves. From the amethyst wound glided Slaanesh, her avatar a tower of perfection so sharp it cut air into ribbons, skin lacquered with music, eyes jeweled with promises too exquisite to endure, claws dripping with applause sharpened into razors, her voice a harmony that lured even the thunder into keeping tempo, and her beauty bent shadows into kneeling. Together they stood upon Alecto 9, not as rivals, not as quarrelsome siblings, not as gamblers over mortal faith, but as one storm braided into 4 strands, a single conflagration of wrath, lies, rot, and ecstasy, united not by love, but by fear of silence, given steel and boots. The Doomslayer walked forward, visor burning hotter than brass, hotter than glyphs, hotter than bile, hotter than silk, his silence heavier than sermons, his gauntlets steadier than prophecies, his pace heavier than plagues, his weapons steadier than hymns, and his every step gouged truth into ground that bent to gods but remembered the weight of mortals. Khorne struck first, his axe crashing down with the force of continents collapsing, rivers of blood cascading with it, each dropping a legion's worth of slaughter. The swing a demand that no skull escape his throne, his roar promising eternity to end in brass-forged fire. The Slayer leapt, rockets screaming into crimson arcs, explosions shattering brass plates, chainsaw teeth biting into rivers of blood, his gauntlet catching edges meant to split planets, his silence breaking laughter mid-roar, his forward refusing weight that had crushed galaxies before mortals dared speak names. Tzench followed, staff slamming into sky, glyphs spiraling into labyrinths of fire, futures layering themselves like paper folded into impossible origami, each fold a trap, each flame a lie, and his voice whispered into marrow, "You are mine already. You simply have not noticed the sentence." The Slayer's shotgun cracked, shells tearing through glyphs, shredding illusions, unraveling futures before they could ink themselves, his rockets shredding wings, his chainsaw gnashing through tomes that bled lies, and every whisper broke against silence like surf breaking against stone, leaving foam without memory of water. Nurgle moved next, his arms spreading wider than avenues, his sobs shaking towers, his belly splitting into oceans of worms that swarmed in him, every cough birthing plagues unnamed, infections that preyed on courage, diseases that targeted prayer, viruses that infected memory until martyrs forgot names. The Slayer plunged through, rockets splitting oceans into steam, chainsaw chewing worms into ash, gauntlets smashing bellies into silence, his boots crushing plagues before they spread, his visor burning so bright diseases evaporated before they rooted, and Nurgle's sobs broke into choking gasps too heavy to laugh anymore. Slaanesh circled last, claws gliding across air like violins carving sonatas, her voice singing hunger into armor, her gaze painting perfection onto steel, her song infecting nerve and bone, her dancers pirouetting across corpses, every motion a seduction sharpened to blades. The Slayer fired point blank into her chest, rockets ripping through music, buckshot shredding promises, gauntlets crushing claws mid-gesture, chainsaw carving through songs until they ended in screams without applause, and her harmony cracked into shrieks that bent even thunder into silence. The four howled together, their chorus shaking sectors, their fury spreading through warp tides, their unity bleeding fear into their own domains, and across the galaxy demons wailed as their gods screamed not with triumph, but with strain, with rage, with disbelief, that silence walked unbroken amid them. In orbit, grey knights knelt in formation. Custodes stood with spears grounded. Inquisitors clenched rosettes until fingers bled. Sisters sang hymns cracked by grief. Admirals whispered fire they could not deliver. And the Imperium watched as gods themselves struck, and gods themselves bled. The battlefield cracked wider, Alecto-9 splitting at its mantle, oceans of magma vomiting upward, mountains collapsing inward, storms spreading across continents, the rift yawning larger until stars bent toward it, and reality trembled under 4 powers and 1 refusal. Khorne's axe split towers into rivers of brass. Tzeentch's staff painted sky into fire. Nurgle's belly drowned valleys in pus. Slaanesh's song shattered air into knives. Yet the Doomslayer walked forward still, visor burning, gauntlets clenched, silence heavier than storms, every weapon singing refusal. And when their fury climaxed, when their avatars leaned together, when their convergence demanded outcome, the Doomslayer answered not with roar, not with prayer, not with prophecy, not with plea, but with a step that ended harmony. Forward. The battlefield reeked of brass and iron, the air thick enough to choke suns, the storm so loud even thunder begged for mercy, and at its heart stood the blood god's avatar, his axe dripping eternity, his laughter heavy enough to drown prayers whispered on terror itself. Every river on Alecto 9 turned crimson, not with water, not with rain, not with oceans remembered, but with gore vomited from the rift itself, each drop a legion's worth of slaughter, each current dragging skulls in chains, each wave chanting the name of Khorne like a sermon sharpened into a guillotine. The planet sagged under the weight of that blood, manufactorums collapsing into red pits, streets turning into rivers that flowed uphill toward brass mountains, cathedrals drowning in crimson until their bells tolled underwater, and every corpse split open, skulls dragged screaming into rivers that would not permit stillness. The guardsmen who still breathed tried to stand on rubble, but the blood reached upward, teeth forming inside waves, jaws snapping, dragging them down, their screams muffled beneath crimson foam, their skulls snatched into chains that vanished into Khorne's invisible throne. Commissars fired bolt pistols until ammunition drowned, Arbites swung shock mauls until arms vanished beneath waves, sisters sang hymns until lungs filled with gore, and all across the hive humanity learned that blood was not metaphor here, but geography, weapon, and sermon combined. And still the Doomslayer walked, visor glowing brighter than rivers, his boots sinking into gore, but never swallowed, his gauntlets cracking jaws that rose from crimson currents, his chainsaw roaring as it split waves into silence, his rockets boiling seas of slaughter into steam. Khorne's avatar roared, his axe swinging with fury so vast the rivers surged higher, storms of gore erupting, crimson lightning striking towers into pulp, and each swing pulled more blood from nowhere, conjuring oceans into existence, drowning reality in tides that refused mortality. The Slayer leapt into the wave, rockets streaking downward, explosions tearing holes through rivers, his shotgun cracking jaws into shards of teeth, his chainsaw carving skull chains into ribbons, and his boots crushing faces that had already forgotten ownership, and each step forward silenced rivers that had drowned armies. But the blood was endless, pouring from fissures, vomiting from skies, crawling from corpses, conjured by roars, demanded by axes, and the world sagged beneath oceans, the crust cracking, the mantle groaning, the planet coughing magma through rivers of gore. Imperial fleets in orbit screamed warnings, augurs blind from crimson tides that warped allspecs, vox nets filled with static that tasted like blood, and admirals whispered exterminatus again. But exterminatus cannot burn oceans summoned by gods, and silence does not need ordnance to erase sermons. The Grey Knights stood on the spire's ruined balcony, their blades humming with oaths, their wards trembling under waves they could not block, and their brother captain whispered through vox filled with static, "This is no battlefield. This is a chalice overturned, and it does not close." Khorne laughed again, skull mountains forming in waves, juggernauts riding rivers like cavalry of tides, bloodthirsters roaring storms into crimson thunder, every roar louder than artillery, every step birthing oceans, every strike splitting continents, and still his fury was not enough to silence forward. The Doomslayer raised his rocket launcher, visor glowing white-hot, silence heavier than storms, and fired into the heart of the ocean. The explosion splitting seas, waves collapsing inward, blood boiling into steam, skulls cracking into dust, juggernauts dissolving mid-charge, bloodthirsters staggering as rivers betrayed them. The Slayer's gauntlets tore skull chains free, his shotgun cracking rivers into mist, his chainsaw chewing tides into ribbons, and with every cut, every step, every strike, the blood turned against itself, collapsing under silence, evaporating before it could drown, betraying Khorne's throne. The blood god roared, his laughter breaking into rage, his avatar staggering, as rivers collapsed, oceans shrinking, tides turning to mist, and for the first time his skull throne trembled as oceans. He demanded, refused to serve.
Enough!
Bellowed Khorne, voice cracking stars. You cannot silence. Blood you cannot erase rivers. You cannot burn what is eternal. You cannot kill what is killing. The Doomslayer answered with rockets, the explosions silencing roars, the shotgun cracking ribs, the chainsaw tearing through brass plates, his gauntlets punching teeth free, and each strike silenced sermons older than galaxies, turning eternity into silence, one skull at a time. The rivers boiled into steam, juggernauts dissolving, bloodthirsters collapsing, skull mountains shattering into shards, tides evaporating into air, and oceans betrayed themselves, drowning no more, feeding no throne, and the planet groaned relief, even as the rift howled. Khorne's avatar staggered, his axe dripping nothing, his laughter broken, his skull silenced, his rivers gone, his throne starving, and his roar cracked into despair, a sound not heard in warp since war was born. The Doomslayer stood against him, visor glowing, rockets loaded, shotgun ready, chainsaw screaming, gauntlets clenched, silence heavier than brass, heavier than fury, heavier than eternity, and his forward gouged truth into ground that rivers could not reclaim, and the blood drowned, not the Slayer, not the Imperium, not the mortals, not the planet, the blood drowned itself. The crimson seas boiled themselves into steam and brass thunder collapsed into embarrassed silence, but the battlefield did not rest because cobalt lies had been waiting with patient knives sharpened on the ribs of prophecy. From the blue wound in the rift poured light twisted into equations, glyphs writing themselves across torn heavens, every letter a cage, every sentence a corridor, every paragraph a labyrinth, and each stitched the air shut with futures that refused dying. The city split, not with rivers but with possibilities, streets folding into concentric promises, doors birthing new doors that denied parentage, walls opening into horizons that lied about distance, stairways rehearsing forever, and bricks whispering maps to outcomes that betrayed maps. Sorcerers erupted like punctuation in a book that hated endings, bodies aflame with stolen tomorrows, staff crowned with contradictions, mouths chanting in 12 well-educated voices, each demanding fealty from a possibility that disagreed charmingly with the last and laughed beautifully, while killing listeners. Pink horrors giggled through physics rewritten into party tricks, splitting into blues that spat algebraic lightning. Blues splitting into brimstones that hissed like matchheads, promising arson, entire districts filled with contradictions that applauded themselves, entire platoons consumed by labyrinths allergic to honest exits. Above them all towered the Changer, wings spanning horizons, feathers as libraries bleeding golden footnotes, eyes spinning galaxies like coins, staff tall enough to hook constellations and drag them into clauses, voices braided from whispers that eroded spine into vowels. You are anomaly, hissed each syllables folding into themselves like origami knives, a silence where story should sing, a blank where prophecy should flourish, a refusal where choreography expects step work, and I will teach your forward the elegance of circles. He slammed his staff and reality complied politely, streets unrolling into grammars, verbs conjugating into prisons, prepositions becoming corridors that looped back hungrily, and a cathedral made from agreements rose to announce that cause must finally respect effect again. The Doomslayer walked into the grammar, and the grammar learned a rude phony, visor burning with white that translated predictions into ash, gauntlet carving commas out of clauses, chainsaw, reducing paragraphs to splinters, rockets returning thesis statements to weather. Sosench multiplied mirrors until the air discovered vanity, each pane showing the Slayer's death, annotated by scholars, one by plague, one by brass, one by ecstasy, one by mathematics, and footnotes promising peer review by knives refined. The visor met the first mirror, and the mirror learned about rocks. The gauntlet met the second, and the second remembered sand. The shotgun spoke to the third, and it forgot reflection. The rocket edited the fourth into a necessary ellipsis. Betamaise, you mold su. You mold su. Futures buckled like shelves loaded with unread prophecies, ink ran from parchments as if embarrassed by letters, and blue horrors flickered into footnotes that apologized for breathing before dissolving into citations that no longer had books to inhabit. Sosench laughed in doctoral registers, and the laugh tasted like chalk dust inhaled during examinations. Then he lifted his staff and added variables until the sky hyperventilated, promising a maze whose exits were all exceptionally well-designed beginnings. He offered bargains wrapped in grammar, contracts printed on feathers, signatures executed by quills bandaged with ethics, and each line promised mercy spelled correctly, but the Doomslayer proofread with buckshot and declined every clause with industrial politeness. The changer summoned the oldest trick that still pays dividends, the door labeled before, behind which a moon rotted under a red symbol. A corridor stank of human fear. A child held a cracked toy and learned about silence. The Slayer did not tilt his helm toward autobiographies. He walked through the threshold as if it were fog, and the door discovered it had been a curtain, and the curtain discovered it had been smoke, and smoke discovered employment had ended. Angered, Sosench printed the city into a spreadsheet of possibilities, cells filling with casualties and miracles, columns labeled consequence and cost calculating balances few gods enjoy, and he tried to paste the Slayer into a row that ended. The paste operation failed because forward is not a cell. The Slayer stepped across formulas and formulas folded into birds and died of altitude sickness, and the staff's gem flickered like an academic's confidence, mid-question from a bored undergraduate. Horrors formed committees to investigate the silence, blues filing reports that caught fire on submission, brimstones volunteering for subcommittees that exploded into minutes, and the minutes forgot hours exist when a gauntlet insisted their usefulness had concluded. The changer reached deeper, past prophecies into axioms, lecturing gravity about courtesy, time about posture, causality about networking, and laws bowed because flattery is persuasive, until the chainsaw introduced them to consequences spelled without euphemism. He slung a lattice of sigils, keystones hammered from negations, lintels framed in paradox, architraves veneered with loopholes, raising an edifice named the Inevitable House, a mansion where every corridor politely returned guests to reception forever. The Doomslayer entered the mansion and left footprints that refused erasure, each print a scar that taught flaws honesty, each gouge a dictionary for walls, each breath a solvent for paint, and doors resigned themselves to being doors again. Siege cursed in dialects that brag about never being heard aloud, hovers molting into scripts that soothe air, eyes blinking footnotes into existence, and his avatar's beak opened to say checkmate at the exact instant rockets proposed fire. The staff's crystal met a shell and learned the humility of shrapnel. The tome feathers met buckshot and learned that literacy is not armor. The nearest eye met a fist and learned about blink rates under duress. Holskas, of no Kosid. He tried kindness next, which in his mouth tasted like manipulation aged in oak. Speaking softly, "Let me name you so you can sit down," and the name crawled from his tongue toward the visor like a leash with manners. The visor burned the leash into oxygen and kept walking, and the name forgot syllables, then letters, then aspiration, and finally retired with the dignity of ash rearranging itself into lesson rather than souvenir. The Maze of Infinity attempted a sequel, corridors lengthening with award-winning confidence, stairs promising innovation in upwardness, rooms submitting ambitious proposals for new flavors of despair, and every grant application was denied by forward without peer review. Grey Knights on the balcony watched runes ignite and apologize simultaneously. Their librarian tested a prognostication that once steered fleets and it set itself gently on fire, while the brother captain decided that witnessing can be a sacrament when steel abstains. Inquisitors sifted picked feeds that wrote blue apologies across lenses. A scribe switched to charcoal because charcoal does not panic under theory, and the charcoal drew straight lines where the labyrinth insisted curves were mandatory for accreditation. Mechanicus Magi measured signals and heard architecture humming, the deep machine below the hive pulsing white logic into blue lies, and the cause calculus reached upward like a plumb line teaching a crooked wall about vertical dignity. The calculus met the glyphs, and the glyphs developed stage fright. Variables forgot stage directions, functions missed their cues, paradoxes walked into doors at speed, and the changer's cathedral of clauses lost its building permit under a rain of numbers. CH screamed through 1,000 polite smiles, feathers flaring into angry bibliographies, yet every citation pointed to absence. Every absence pointed to forward, and every forward walked past the paragraph that asked politely for attention as rent. He tightened probability into a noose, probabilities converging into a single elegant choke. The universe held breath expecting the thesis to resolve, and the Doomslayer reached up, picked probability like rope, and taught it unbraiding with gauntlet empathy. The avatar descended, wings eclipsing cities, staff crackling with unbirth, a crown of hourglasses emptying upward, and his beak opened to declare the end of endings. The Slayer stepped inside the declaration and turned it into punctuation named impact. Steel met skull disguised as theorem, and theorem reverted to bone. Rockets negotiated with an eye that curated omens and convinced it to curate darkness. The chainsaw argued with a shoulder carrying too many contingencies and won by speaking fluent consequence. Feathers avalanched into pages, pages into contracts, contracts into ash, and the wind found itself suddenly unemployed as courier, while the staff tumbled end over future and discovered the humility of being wood instead of wand. CH attempted one last lecture. The lecture professors save for rooms that clap correctly, diagrams sweeping the sky with generous arrows, heroes reduced to variables, gods reduced to functions, and he wrote Slayer across the board with arrogant chalk. A rocket erased the board and the chalk mourned briefly. The visor stared into a galaxy of eyes until the galaxy blinked, and the gauntlet closed gently around a beak that had never been introduced to silence without compensation. He tore the beak free and the avatar's voice found a stutter called mortal. Then the chainsaw opened the chest where secrets are kept as trophies, and secrets fled into air that preferred honesty surprisingly more than flattery today. The staff broke across a knee that had never knelt and learned about secular rights, shards ringing like theories failing peer review, and the ground registered the sound as precedent, filing it beneath reasons to remain stone during weather events. Across the warp, the crystal labyrinth cracked like sugar spun too thin, corridors collapsing into straight lines collapsing into doors that apologized for context, and libraries folded themselves into campfires to keep cold conclusions company. Blue suns dimmed to pilot lights, prophecy, engines coughed feathers and died of realism, scribes awoke with ink on hands and no memory of writing, and a billion horrors screamed as punchlines arrived without jokes and demanded refunds. Nobody offered. Sench reached for reincarnation and found a drawer labeled maybe that the Slayer had quietly relabeled never, then hurled a million futures at the visor like knives thrown by a juggler who believed in applause, and the knives learned boredom. He begged, which in his mouth sounded like investment, offering the first door and the last mercy, and a script where forward earned retirement, but the Doomslayer's reply was a step, and retirement resigned before the interview began. The avatar shattered not into bodies but into theses, crashing to the ground as dissertations that failed defense, each bound volume opening to a blank page that smelled faintly of smoke and salted mathematics, then dissolving into footnotes that envied dust. With his theology undone, the blue edge of the rift flickered like a guilty neon sign, glyphs bleeding downward into puddles ordinary rain could rinse, and the labyrinth beneath Electo, nine-side relief like a spine removed from corsetry. Sorcerers howled with mouths that discovered weather, staffs slumped into canes, pink horrors slumped into funerals nobody scheduled, and the last brimstone attempted optimism before remembering it is a matchhead and settling for honest failure instead. The Doomslayer stood over a ruin that had recently been a cathedral of cleverness, visor reflecting pages curling into cinders, gauntlet spattered with punctuation, chainsaw idling like a patient rebuttal, rockets counting down to the next sentence that required deletion. Grey knights bowed, not worship, geometry acknowledging geometry, custodians inclined helms like statues practicing mercy. Inquisitors wrote shorter sentences out of respect, sisters sang a single note that forbade embroidery, and the Mechanicus recorded silence as data far exceeding expectations. In the Imperium, the changer clutched at fragments of self with hands that had always been pens, scribbling. I remained across a sky that replied source please, and the reply did not arrive before the citation period elapsed disgracefully. The hive relearned corners, streets remembered distances that do not flirt, stairs stopped promising forever and allocated themselves to floors, and the air abandoned synonyms for labyrinth to concentrate on breathing without paperwork. The Doomslayer reloaded in a ritual that educated clocks, shells clicking like conclusions, rocket fins whispering modest certainty, and his forward resumed a sermon of one word preached to 4 thrones, carving curriculum into ground that prefers pass-fail grading. Sensu's mind did not merely break, it discovered the poverty of recursion without audience, the loneliness of plans after purpose, the humiliation of eloquence ignored by a boot that reads only distances, and his scream folded into a paper airplane. The airplane fluttered, spun, and burned without delivering, and the blue wound in the rift cinched to a thin embarrassed scar, and the sky exhaled a paragraph of relief that declined adjectives in favor of breathable nouns. Across decks and ledges and pews and rubble and ridges, witnesses allowed themselves the sin of blinking, then reopened eyes to the remaining gods, and silence adjusted its gloves, while selecting the next bad habit to correct patiently. Forward waited the rot that had outlived plagues, and forward waited the aftertaste of ecstasies defeated, and forward waited the throne that shakes, because legs finally understood the mathematics of consequences in rooms without curtains. The Doomslayer took a step that treated blue as history, and the battlefield shifted its palette toward greens that dream of withering, and 4 thrones whispered together the rarest confession available to power: we are learning, and we hate it. And the changer of ways, who names ladders into air and traps into invitations and lies into architecture, lay scattered like homework nobody will grade, while the only lesson that mattered continued walking without punctuation toward the next overdue correction. Forward, the cobalt embers of abandoned prophecies blew away like clever ash confessing to the wind, and in the vacuum left behind the sky remembered a color named sickness, sagging green with grief as Nurgle gathered himself from sobs heavy enough to bruise clouds into pity. Across Alecto, 9 the gutters woke like veins swelling with sludge that believed it was destiny. Manholes burped spores like sermons, and statues wore beards of moss woven from funeral hymns, while streets perspired through cracked stone as if the city had learned to breathe rot with dutiful enthusiasm. Hospices collapsed inward gently, their beds sinking into gelid carpets of lichen that cooed lullabies, their iconostasis sprouting fungi that rang like bells when touched by coughing hands, and the sisters tore gauze from altar rails to bind children whose bandages immediately bloomed into gardens of patient insects. Medici wards refilled with bodies that had just been emptied, lungs reversing their resignations out of habit, while the dead learned new verbs in the Plaguefather's grammar: bloat, split, seep, crawl, each conjugation a kindness pronounced incorrectly, across the broken tongues of collapsed congregations gasping for gentle conclusions. Where the last blue feathers had smoldered, daisies of pus opened politely, nurglings tumbled from their petals giggling, and flies practiced choreography across the air like punctuation marks that preferred exclamation over period. Because there are days even grammar claims to love celebration, bile monsoons matured out of thin air as if clouds remembered soup fondly. Gargoyles sagged under phlegm garlands, manufactorum smokestacks discovered rheumatism and coughed molten sputum, while hab blocks quietly confessed to being lungs and proceeded to drown themselves with an earnestness almost touching. From the green wound staggered great unclean ones crowned in ulcered laurels, bellies split into canals for barges of worms, hands wide as shrines offering embraces that smelled like childhood's rewritten kindly, their laughter quaking towers into polite curtsies before collapsing into puddles that applauded the ground with sloppy devotion. Nurgle's voice rolled like a blanket thrown across a battlefield after sunset, warm, wet, and sincere, an affection that demanded surrender without interrogation, promising comfort that would not heal and sleep that would never be punished by unwanted morning bells interrupting the best dreams. Sweet little storm, he wheezed every syllable, an ointment that stained. You are tired and alone and angry. Lay your tools here beside my garden and I will plant them into flowers that do not need to be cut anymore to feel important. The Doomslayer answered with a pace that did not raise dust because dust has manners, visor glowing like a furnace that considered sympathy briefly and filed it under hazard, boots translating puddles into steam, and gauntlets teaching flies new verbs called vanish and forget. He stepped into avenues that believed themselves intestines and reversed their peristalsis in shock, bile receding as if the city finally tasted itself and found the recipe unforgivable, while Nurglings waved with heartbreaking sincerity before subliming into shy vapor that apologized for sticking to his armor without permission. A plague-burst mortar belched a cathedral bell of infection at conversational distance, the shell, unfurling mid-air, into a parachute of measles that sang about family reunions, and the Slayer's rocket replied tersely, editing the song into a footnote, which then discovered it had no chapter to justify existing. Bloat drones buzzed with the steadiness of midwives, their engines coughing lullabies delightful to rust, but Buckshot proposed an amputation of wings, and the drones accepted with relief, collapsing like chandeliers retiring from important ceilings, while the ground applauded politely because some retirements are polite tragedies worth acknowledging respectfully. The great unclean one nearest the spire waddled into an embrace shaped like forgiveness, calling the Slayer grandson with breath that baked spores into loaves of communal certainty, and the chainsaw opened his belly politely so the worms could see daylight before learning how silence pronounces their names. Another heaved a censored hymn through a gargling throat, swinging a cleaver so saturated with hospice prayers it dripped absolution, and the gauntlet caught the wrist with empathy that breaks bones gently, while a rocket explained closure swiftly, and the song forgot the second verse it had been practicing proudly. A third, larger than local geography, would prefer vomited lakes that wanted to be cities, but the Slayer's foot found the lake bed, and the lake realized it was a mirror embarrassed by what it reflected, and steam rose with the gratitude of patients excused early from ghastly procedures. In the alleys, infected guard clung to las guns that bloomed mushrooms from triggers, whispering Emperor under tongues that had learned puss, and when the Doomslayer passed they breathed once without ache, surprised to discover air still functions when bureaucracy retreats from lungs drafted into unwanted civil service. A Medicae scribbled notes with charcoal because cogitators kept growing mildew in fonts, her ledger documenting anomalies, wounds sealing behind the green stranger's steps, weeping ulcers drying in his shadow, plague codices curling like offended leaves, and incubators coughing up apologies before collapsing into stable, uninfected silence. The saint lifted her halo against rain that tasted like graveside tea, and her eyes softened at triage lines rediscovering progress, whispering gratitude without romance, because gratitude has enough work when truth does the heavy lifting unsupervised by pulpits claiming managerial expertise beyond their station. On the balcony, grey knights recited wards that melted into clean air before finishing. Librarian auguries returned with null receipts and polite bows, while a brother captain admitted that sometimes holiness is watching decay, learn about boundaries enforced by something uncanonized and uninterested in shrine logistics. The custodian tribune studied the pattern behind the Slayer's steps, a geometry of refusal leaving sterile trenches through gardens, concluding quietly that this was sanitation impersonating war, or perhaps war finally maturing into sanitation, an upgrade civic planners would appreciate if still alive and funded. Nurgle's avatar hauled itself from the wound again, swollen continents of grief heaped upon loyalty, eyes like ponds where children might once have learned to catch harmless frogs, his cheeks dimpled with maggots attempting dimples, and his smile so tender a cathedral nearly forgave him for existing badly. Dearest stubborn one, the Plaguefather sighed, wheezing compassion that could crumble fortresses. You break the cycle, and cycles are families that keep promises. Please stop killing renewal, and let gardens be generous graves where seedlings grow proud and kind from our gentle endings. The Doomslayer replied by walking, which is a thesis statement delivered without footnotes, a conclusion too heavy for graduate students, boots gouging sterile furrows through flesh streets, until the furrows remembered they loved being stone more than being intestines miscast by enthusiastic bacteria with unseemly ambition. Nurglings formed a choir on a broken fountain depicting a saint bandaging a lion, their tiny voices pleasuring the air with bright devotion, offering handkerchiefs that were actually tongues, and the shotgun clapped once, teaching the choir about rests which are not cruelty but clarity, wearing brevity like armor. The avatar coughed a fog bank of convalescence that wrapped districts in quilts, and promethium lamps flickered into memorial candles without instruction. Yet the visor's glare drove the fog back respectfully, like curtains drawn away from windows, and the quilts unwove into threads that drifted down forgivingly to cover stains with forgetfulness. Plague Marines advanced with patience baked into bones, bells chiming like polite door knocks, their bolters spewing phlegm that carried warranties, but rockets voided contracts, and their bells fell quiet, rolling down steps into gutters that swallowed them with the indifference of drains toward metaphors that overstay invitations. A plague surgeon extended instruments promising mercies disguised as amputations, the catechism of gentle endings recited in chloroform's voice, and a gauntlet placed steel against throat with pastoral decisiveness, while the chainsaw explained that certain kindnesses are crimes, wearing hospital gloves that never consented to such reputations. Pipework beneath the hive learned it was bowels, tried to flex accordingly, then met superheated refusal and sighed, returning to pipes with embarrassed dignity. Manufacturers ceased coughing sputum, and resumed their vocation of silence, which is difficult but affordable, if you budget well and avoid flamboyant decay. From the seal's buried heart rose white arcs that sterilized green stories mid-sentence, the dark age calculus conversing with pestilence, using grammar older than rust, and the machine's voice sounded like hygiene, remembering it once ruled 1,000 cities without applause, only running water and contented throats. Magos and Enginseers knelt as their auspex returned numbers that smelled like fresh linen, their binharik stumbling over adjectives for cleanliness, and a fabricator, Lockham, confessed a private romance with order that felt improper during apocalypse but useful during inventory reconciliation, should later exist. Nurgle waded through his retreating ocean, Ellie sluicing gardens into gutters, his laughter shocked into hiccups, sorrow rolling off shoulders like blankets soaked through too often, and he raised one hand to bless a hospital, forgetting blessings fail where forward practices, atheism, with impeccable bedside manners. He tried again with a father's patience that handles broken toys tenderly, placing a gentle palm over a nursery to shelter infants from wind, and the palm sizzled politely, withdrawing with an apology that smelled like damp wool, while the infant slept without coughs for the first time in 10 days. The plague father groaned, not from injury, but recognition, learning that generosity becomes tyranny when consent drowns in syrup, and his cheeks sagged with grief, his eyes puddled with a love misunderstood by its recipients, a tragedy he could nurse forever without curing, which perhaps was the point until now. The Doomslayer walked through a basilica, converted into a hospice, converted into a swamp, pews fused into rafts of mold, stained glass sweating tears of liquefied saints, and every step dried wood enough to creak, colors enough to stand, and memories enough to take attendance honestly. Hospitallers followed in his wake, gathering patience. The air had returned spontaneously, coughing children rediscovering boredom rather than grave poetry, mothers practicing complaints like normal people instead of saints, and nurses taking notes that did not demand canonization to be considered professional. Plague drones returned with replacement engines, choir boys of rot, determined to finish a refrain properly, and a disciplined volley from sisters shattered them into modest confetti, while the Slayer declined credit, because credit is appetite's cousin, and appetite has been scolded thoroughly today already. The Avatar slumped against a Prometheum tank that had refused to explode for fear of appearing dramatic, maggots settling like snow shaken from embarrassed clouds, and Nurgle spoke with a voice hoarse from blessing the undesiring, sorrowful but stubborn, because affection rarely listens to feedback generously. Please, he said, and the word wanted to be rain but arrived as humidity. Keep anger if you must, but let endings feed beginnings. Stop sterilizing the soil until even weeds cannot remember their alphabet, or else nothing will visit our graves to gossip kindly. The Doomslayer's reply was another step that erased a quarantine line like chalk kissed by tide, and a rocket that plucked assist from the sky like rotten fruit removing itself, and a saw that wrote the word finish across a plague engine mistaking itself for charity. An ogren infected with sweetness lumbered forward, offering a hug decorated with ribbons of fungus, tears gentle as rain that deserves your garden's gratitude, and he fell softly from a gauntlet's counsel into a sleep that did not whimper or leak, which counts as justice when options shrink. At the city's heart, the Avatar gathered himself into a monument of grief that wanted to be a cathedral, but remembered it was compost, and he opened his arms wide enough to hold every cough, every fever, every ache, then discovered his hands were empty, because he had left without leaving forwarding addresses. Across the hive, rot reversed like film humiliated into honesty, pustules shrinking with audible relief, sores closing with sighs that sounded grateful rather than theatrical, while flies landed on windows and finding nothing poetic to eat, chose chastity, and died with unfamiliar dignity on clean sills. Plague-bearers paused mid-tally as their ledgers lost pages to weather not cooperating with doom, their single eyes watering not from irritants but from unfamiliar draughts named hope, and then they unraveled into steam, which forgot to smell important and floated away shyly like couriers delivered from duty. Nurglings waved their farewell with wobbly devotion, tripped over non-existent pebbles because comedy deserves an encore, then winked out like bedtime stories that finally exhausted children, and the streets looked older without giggles, which is sometimes the way neighborhoods survive long enough to pay taxes again. Nurgle's avatar shrank by degrees, polite enough to be noticed only after the fact, continents sliding into islands, islands into hills, hills into fatherly bellies that had shaken with laughter once too often to be feared by dry floors not consenting to puddles anymore. Child, he whispered at last, the word collapsing like a tent after the circus fires the clowns. You leave nothing behind, and I have always loved leftovers because they promise company. What do you love when even love grows mold under the wrong moon? The visor regarded his question with the kindness of a wall that declines graffiti but offers shade, then faced forward, and the avatar understood that mercy can be sterile without cruelty, which is a medicine some souls find undrinkable until dehydration finishes the argument elegantly. The chainsaw carved a final straight line through a belly that had hosted too many family dinners without menus. The rocket salted the wound with fire that cleans not by warmth but by decision, and the gauntlet closed a lid over eyes that had volunteered tears for centuries. The avatar exhaled a last humid blessing that watered nobody, then dispersed into fog that learned restraint, and the green wound in the sky cinched like stitches pulled by reluctant nurses reluctantly obeying doctors reluctantly respecting physics with admirable reluctant professionalism. Across the Imperium, gardens browned along the edges like tea left out in honest sunlight, wheelbarrows full of nostalgia tipped forward into compost that declined resurrection, and grandfather's laughter quieted into a cough that excused itself and failed to return before dusk. On balconies and battlements and pews and ridgelines, witnesses discovered their noses were clean, their tongues tasted bread again without adjectives, and their eyes leaked water named ordinary, which Medicaid did not catalogue because paperwork requires hierarchy and hierarchy had taken sick leave. The Mechanicus recorded an elegance of zeros where Contagion had filled screens with poetry, magic blessing spreadsheets with signa of gratitude, while engine seers polished valves that whistled happily under clean pressure, and pipes bragged to one another about throughput like dignified veterans gossiping respectfully in dignified queues. The Grey Knights bowed their helms, not to a saint but to exactitude, appreciating the arithmetic of endings executed without sermon, while the custodians acknowledged this particular hygiene with a spear, tilt that meant civics matters even during epics, a philosophy old palaces understand when their roofs leak gently. Sisters extinguished candles because dawn managed itself, and opened clinic doors because corridors smelled like corridors, and hugged children because doctrine prefers children living. And doctrine cooperates easily on days when correct choices present themselves like bread loves butter more than speeches. Nurgle, diminished but not erased, retreated across the rift with the dignity of grandfathers who cancel picnics due to weather, gathering up umbrellas of mold and baskets of comfort, promising to write soon, discovering his pen refused to drip, and accepting quiet with a courage no hymn will celebrate. The planet inhaled like a punctured lung stitched by rare competence. The sky rinsed itself in rain unperfumed by graves, and gutters rediscovered water's accent, while oath keepers dragged barricades aside and realized their boots felt lighter without slime insisting on familiar intimacy. Where the Doomslayer had walked, the streets wore pale scars that refused weeds, alleys smelled like stone instead of biography, and doorways stood open without coughing, and shop shutters remembered commerce as a possibility in futures not needing permission from gardens dressed as hospitals. The seal's white heart pulsed once, a single syllable of machinery that teaches temples the art of sweeping, and then it quieted into patience, satisfied that cleanliness was possible without curators, which is a compliment city fathers dream of overhearing before budget meetings nobody enjoys. Nurgle's last murmur drifted across the hive like a bedtime story too tired to finish, promising comfort later when appetites misbehave again. And the wind answered kindly that later must ask permission from streets newly employed by survival, not sentimentality rehearsed carelessly. The Doomslayer did not answer. He advanced, and the word advance shook dust from rafters like applause that finally understands volume is not virtue. And footsteps taught gutters to respect themselves without waterlogging expectations, which is a municipal miracle deserving quiet commemorative plaques in unnoticed corners. Beneath orbit, admirals updated ledgers with living numbers, not elegant eulogies, and inquisitors closed books very slowly, discovering relief tastes better without rhetoric, while a canoness pressed forehead to a wall that had finished coughing, and admitted softly that she preferred this gospel's punctuation mercilessly tidy. Children discovered boredom, returning like a prodigal uncle with better manners. Traders argued prices without sneezing blood into decimals, and an old preacher folded his hands and whispered that sometimes heroism is the smell of bleach at dawn, a theology saints secretly envy because it works. The Doomslayer's visor lifted toward the last remaining amethyst seam trembling behind clouds practicing sobriety, the air feeling along its ribs for melodies misplaced, and somewhere deep in the Imperium a mirror learned shame as a hobby, which is promising even if it never becomes vocation. Alecto Nine's horizon uncurled from the fetal position, stood on raw knees, and looked at tomorrow without flinching. Because flinching wastes breath, and breath costs less when rot is unemployed, and unemployment is therapy for tyrannies crowned with pus pretending to be comfort. The Plague Father watched from his garden's edge, cradling a cracked watering can that would never again pour ideas, and he whispered to the soil that he still loved it, and the soil replied gently that love might need new recipes or quieter spoons. He turned away with the courage of old men choosing silence over speeches, and flies dozed on warm stones without agendas, and worms practiced humility underground where it belongs, and saplings tried honesty in unperfumed air, which is a difficult song but learnable with patience. The Doomslayer walked on, a sterilizer shaped like destiny, an ordinance written in monosyllables, and every step closed a clinic without patients and opened a street without symptoms, because streets belong to feet more than to fevers, and feet prefer errands to elegies whenever possible. The green rift puckered into a seam that even gossip found boring. Clouds practiced rain without adjectives, lightning abandoned sarcasm to pursue straightforward illumination, and thunder retired from opera to take adjunct work in weather, where outcomes matter more than applause thrown around irresponsibly. On the spire, the witnesses did not cheer, because cheering feels like perfume and perfume wears poorly after plague, so they breathed together as homework, and homework passed quietly, and someone finally swept the balcony. which is how miracles should end if allowed professional standards. Ahead, the amethyst remnant trembled like a violin string ashamed of solos, and 1,000 silks prepared excuses that would not survive steel, and 1,000,000 mirrors rehearsed denials that would not survive footsteps, and the city learned it could bear hearing such rehearsals without participating gullibly. The Doomslayer reloaded with the tenderness of craftsmen cleaning tools after difficult contracts, shells seating like beads on a rosary, only atheists finished dutifully, rockets nestling like facts proud of brevity, and the chainsaw purring like a dog that only fetches endings. Nurgle's garden withered in memory's rear view, leaving patches of respectable soil ready for arguments about crops rather than funerals, and the Imperium let itself want bread again, instead of martyrdom, carefully, cautiously, like widows cradling sunlight, without promising anything irresponsible to the afternoon. Forward now waited Silk and Shriek embarrassed by hygiene, and forward waited a throne trembling, because adoration had learned to lose its appetite, and forward waited a room where 4 shadows would thin into 3, and then 2, and then arithmetic would discover mercy is subtraction done thoroughly. He advanced, and the city's clocks set themselves kindly, and gutters hummed work songs about simple flows, and windows practiced transparency like newly sober witnesses, and hospitals exhaled dust named patience, and the horizon committed to weather honest enough to be weather without metaphors. Thus the rot withered without drama, except the relief people prefer, a quiet collapse of tyrannies that insisted on cuddles, replaced by floors remembering dryness and lungs remembering negotiation, and silence walked between them keeping minutes that smell like bleach and future. The hive still sagged under scars of brass and ash and pus, yet for the first time since the rift opened the air remembered quiet, and in that quiet trembled amethyst light. Silk stretched across wounded sky, perfume dripping through cracks that pretended fragrance could disguise terror rehearsing beneath its veil. From the violet seam descended illusions, sharper than glass, banners woven from voices crying, yes, in every tongue, stairways sculpted from laughter, dancers birthed from hunger itself, every silhouette promising relief through surrender, every echo whispering paradise, and every color seducing dust into wishing it could glow again. Mortals who had survived plagues and labyrinths and oceans of blood collapsed into worship without choice, their eyes widening, their spines bending, their throats releasing hymns written without rehearsals, songs that licked their own syllables like sugar, even commissars dropping pistols to clap hands red with someone else's veins. Children stretched arms toward phantom mothers smiling with impossible warmth, lovers embraced shadows believing them bodies, warriors unstrapped armor to feel skin against dream, and the hive became a stage where suffering rehearsed ecstasy, but ecstasy sharpened claws behind its painted mask, waiting to strike, while applause still tasted fresh. Noise marines poured through boulevards, their amplifiers moaning in harmony with sirens stolen from ruined manufactorums, blast masters shrieking so intensely ferrocrete pulsed like eardrums, whole districts vibrating until lungs convulsed, bones snapped, and bleeding throats still smiled. Convinced agony meant beauty when dressed in velvet cords carefully tuned for seduction. Demonettes pirouetted over corpses, claws slicing hymns across stone, their laughter sharp as flutes, their gazes puncturing resolve with every wink, and behind them walked avatars of Slanesh, sculpted in elegance unbearable, bodies symmetrical beyond mercy, voices perfect enough to erase conscience, every step rehearsed to choreograph entire nations into surrender. And then came the prince, her avatar towering above the hive like a spire carved from mirror and voice, her body a tower of excess, her claws dripping with applause condensed into liquid silver, her eyes spinning hunger into galaxies, her song vibrating marrow into worship, and her smile slicing silence into ribbons. My beloved refusal, she sang, the air itself arching back in anticipation. You cannot silence me, for silence is want unadmitted, and want is devotion misplaced, and devotion is mine, and I will make even your rage sing. The Doomslayer answered by loading shells, every click louder than any aria, his visor burning brighter than her silks, his step-breaking choreography into clumsy collapse, his chainsaw growling a key signature the opera could not follow, and silence steadied the stage by refusing rehearsals altogether. Demonettes swarmed first, hundreds twirling through the streets, claws glinting with ecstasy sharpened into steel, their movements so beautiful mortal hearts burst trying to mimic. But rockets cut through pirouettes, shotguns shredded satin illusions, gauntlets crushed smiling skulls mid-wink, and the chainsaw ripped areas apart until screams confessed their lack of harmony. Noise marines surrounded him with crescendos designed to rupture suns, their amplifiers vomiting frequencies that cracked atmosphere, every note a blade, every scream an invitation to dissolve. But buckshot silenced riffs, rockets demolished towers into quiet, fists turned instruments into broken brass, and every decibel starved itself into absence. The prince advanced, claws slicing through sound itself, turning screams into crescendos, her voice layering over itself until the hive became a choir unwilling. Her beauty so radiant witnesses vomited envy, their blood sparkling as though grateful, her body promising paradise even as shadows revealed thrones of bone beneath silk. She extended one perfect claw toward the slayer, voice trembling in false gentleness. "Let me crown you, beloved. Let me polish your rage until it glitters. Let me be your stage, and let the galaxy applaud you through my lips." The visor tilted slightly, not answer, not hesitation, but measurement, and then the rocket fired into her throat, the explosion rewriting her aria into coughing silence, shards of mirror scattering across the sky like applause embarrassed into hiding, and her smile faltered for the first time since hunger was born. She screamed, not aria, not harmony, not chorus, not seduction, raw scream, sharp enough to scar shadows, shrill enough to collapse stained glass, loud enough to drown the prayers of mortals. But the visor stared into her scream until the scream hesitated, questioning itself like a liar asked to repeat testimony carefully. The chainsaw roared, teeth chewing through silks and illusions, tearing music into pulp, ripping claws from wrists, splattering perfection into fragments, and her dancers collapsed mid-pirouette, their faces melting into mirrors that cracked themselves, while her noise marines fell silent, their amplifiers bursting into flames, ashamed of melodies they had endorsed. Her avatar staggered, her voice trembling, no longer in harmony but pleading. "Please, your silence starves me, and starvation is cruelty. Let me sing through you, let me dance through you, let me survive through you, and I will adore you as my forever stage." The Doomslayer reloaded, his shotgun cracked into her chest, splintering ribs of crystal. His rockets shredded her arms into silver fragments. His gauntlets punched beauty until it caved inward. His chainsaw opened her torso into silence, and each strike erased melody until nothing remained but air grateful for ordinary echoes. The hive fell still. Mortals blinked as illusions dissolved, their hands no longer clapping, their throats dry, their hearts aching without ecstasy, their eyes burning with shame for applause given to claws, their voices breaking into sobs too human to be stolen, and the air exhaled as though freed from perfume. The prince screamed one final time, no longer seduction, no longer aria, but fury, voice breaking like glass chewed by desperate jaws, her body collapsing into fragments of silk that refused to reassemble, her perfection unraveling into dust, her song fading into silence, her scream fading until it no longer knew itself. The amethyst wound convulsed, shrinking into a seam, mirrors shattering, silks collapsing into rags, choirs choking into coughs, and the last of her daemonettes dissolved into perfume that no longer smelled sweet, only bitter, and the rift bled shame across the stars before snapping shut with an embarrassed sigh. On the balcony, the grey knights lowered blades that hummed quietly now, their librarian whispering that perfection cannot stand silence, their captain bowing his helm, not in reverence, but in respect for a refusal, executed so thoroughly, it became doctrine, while custodians stood like statues measuring silence with patient eyes. In orbit, admirals ordered Vox officers to record the silence, and scribes wept, while writing the absence of song, and inquisitors stood without accusations, their rosettes cold, their words unnecessary, while sisters extinguished incense, because clean air is more sacred than perfume. And mortals prayed not for victory, but for the quiet to last. In the warp, the Prince of Excess wept fury, her domain collapsing inward, palaces of glass splintering into shards, choirs screaming before throats dissolved, dancers vanishing mid-step, and her throne shook as hunger starved, her scream fading into nothing, her song silenced, for the first time since humanity invented want. The Doomslayer stood amid silence, visor burning white, gauntlets dripping shards of silver, chainsaw cooling with patience, rockets loaded with inevitability, and his forward heavier than thrones, heavier than desire, heavier than eternity, and he marched through air, so quiet it felt holy, and the scream faded. The battlefield exhaled silence where screams had been born, and in that silence the galaxy trembled because absence speaks with a vocabulary older than stars, a weight heavier than sermons, and a geometry straighter than labyrinths. And for the first time since humanity dreamed gods into corners, the thrones themselves shook. In the Imperium, Khorne's brass citadel groaned, its towers quaking, rivers of blood evaporating into uneasy steam, juggernauts stamping hooves nervously, while skulls rattled against one another as if demanding reassurance that eternity still respected them. But the throne answered with cracks creeping through its brass foundation, whispering forward has arrived here too. The crystal labyrinth of Tzeentch folded into itself like a scholar's desk collapsing under the weight of ungraded lies, books melting into fire that apologized for existing, corridors dissolving into straight lines, and futures refusing to be born, their syllables shredded, while the throne stuttered between colors and admitted shame for the first time. Nurgle's garden withered at its edges, wheelbarrows rusting into silence, flies refusing to land, worms digging deeper, not from labor but from fear, and grandfather's laughter shook with bronchial terror, his cauldrons cooling, his plagues refusing to sing, while his throne sagged into mud, and whispered love cannot fix refusal. Slaanish's palace of excess shattered its mirrors, silks collapsing into rags, choirs silenced mid-aria, dancers vanishing into coughs, and her voice cracked into sobs disguised as fury, perfumes souring into acrid shame, statues crumbling like embarrassed actors, and her throne bent inward on itself, scarred, whispering hunger without answer, is starvation. Across the warp, daemons howled in confusion, their domains dissolving, their bodies unraveling, their voices crying blasphemy, because never before had silence touched their thrones, never before had refusal infected their eternity, and terror spread like contagion, a new plague that even Nurgle could not name or nurse. The Doomslayer walked through Electo-9's scarred streets, visor burning brighter than collapsing thrones, gauntlets cracking air heavy with fear, his chainsaw dripping ichor from gods themselves, his rockets humming inevitability, and his silence heavier than cathedrals, heavier than crusades, heavier than eternity itself, and every step carved truth into creation. Forward does not kneel. The grey knights felt their wards tremble, blades quaking as if recognizing a force beyond their scriptural remit, and their brother captain whispered with humility rare even for saints, "This is not a man, not a daemon, not a god, this is consequence incarnate, and consequence does not worship." The custodians bowed their helms fractionally, auramite gleaming, not from pride but from recognition, spears grounded in patience, their tribune whispering, "The thrones quake, not the Imperium," and for once witness outweighs defense, because silence has already defended more thoroughly than gold ever could. The inquisitors clutched rosettes that felt cold, their authority insignificant beside refusal sculpted in steel, and the Lord Inquisitor whispered, "Record every heartbeat, for history will lie, cults will twist, saints will embroider, but we must preserve this moment unadorned, or else we become them." In orbit, admirals ordered gunnery crews to stand down, their augurs registering tremors from thrones light years away, and an old admiral removed his hat, whispering, If even gods can tremble, then perhaps men may live another day, if they are willing to learn humility. On Terra, the Astronomicon flickered but did not die, its beam trembling as the Emperor's corpse throne shook in echo, not fear but recognition, and astropaths whispered blind, "Something walks that even the master of mankind cannot name, and perhaps that is necessary." In the warp, the four roared together, not in harmony, not in mockery, not in unity, but in desperation, their voices echoing through eternity, their thrones shaking, their domains bleeding, their worshippers falling silent, and their fear bled into the Imperium, infecting mortals with awe sharper than terror. Khorne bellowed, his brass cracked, his skulls rattling. "No, blood is eternal, skulls are infinite, war never ends, I am war." But his throne shook harder, rivers drying, juggernauts whimpering, and silence answered. "Forward is war's conclusion." Sinch hissed, feathers burning, eyes crying equations. "Everything is thread, everything is scheme, nothing escapes my labyrinth." But his labyrinth collapsed into straight lines, his futures erased, and silence answered. "Forward is the line that unravels knots." Nurgle sobbed, his garden withering, his worms starving. "Love is eternal, family cannot die, cycles cannot break." But his cauldrons cooled, his plagues died, and silence answered. "Forward sterilizing cycles until soil chooses dryness." Slaanesh screamed, silks shredding, mirrors collapsing. "Hunger is life, desire is truth, ecstasy is eternity." But her palace imploded, her choirs silenced, and silence answered. "Forward does not applaud." And in that moment, the warp trembled, its storms faltering, its tides weakening, its eternity scarred, and for the first time since the birth of chaos, the thrones trembled, not from triumph, not from rivalry, not from indulgence, but from fear. The Doomslayer walked into their trembling, visor white hot, boots gouging silence into ground, gauntlets clenched, chainsaw purring, rockets ready, and his forward heavier than four thrones, heavier than eternity, heavier than gods themselves. And he walked into the heart of their fear, and the thrones trembled. The battlefield inhaled the last echoes of brass and blue and green and amethyst, and exhaled something older than victory, older than grief, a quiet so exact the stars themselves paused their burning to hear whether consequence would choose mercy or mathematics without ornament. Above Alecto 9, the wound fluttered like a dying eye ashamed to keep watching, edges raw and hesitant, depth shivering with exhausted fury, and every distant ship felt its augurs stumble, as if the void begged for permission to forget what it had just been forced to swallow. The thrones behind the storm quaked like old fortresses, noticing saplings growing from their cracks, Khorne growling through broken laughter, Sinch whispering into ash that refused grammar, Nurgle hugging cauldrons gone cold with polite finality, Slaanesh tracing scars upon mirrors that no longer reflected want with the proper enthusiasm. On the shattered governor's balcony, the witnesses held their station with a discipline that felt like prayer without priests. Grey knights bowed slightly toward exactitude. Custodians anchored patience into stone. Sisters arranged triage with tenderness severe enough to be law, and inquisitors wrote short sentences because adjectives can lie when truth is heavy. The Doomslayer descended the steps of the spire as if gravity signed an oath to mind its manners. Visor a furnace without smoke, gauntlets quiet with purpose, chainsaw purring like a verdict that sharpened itself, rockets humming, inevitability, boots carving furrows. The city gratefully reseeded with stone instead of intestines pretending to be streets. Beneath, the seal pulsed once, a white syllable struck upon a black anvil, then waited like an ancient machine listening for the only password that mattered. The password not voiced by lungs or binary but by a doctrine older than empires. One step is law. Magi knelt with mechadendrites folded like rosaries, cogitators weeping clean numbers, Auspex returning straight lines that felt like honesty, and a fabricator, Lockham whispered that the core sang in axioms, a Dark Age engine built to excise metaphysics from geography with surgical restraint applicable to gods badly educated in boundaries. A saint stood among soot-stained children who had run out of tears, held their hands as though hands mattered more than miracles, and watched the visor glow over the dais where cities had bled into sermons, while her halo burned smaller, content to be lamp rather than sunrise for once. Khorne's avatar lurched like a toppled mountain searching for altitude, brass plates hanging from sinew stitched by echoes, axe drooling promises it could not keep, and his roar issued not a challenge but a memory, the way veterans sometimes shout orders to ghosts when the parade has already dismissed. "Slayer," thundered the blood god, and the thunder apologized beneath the word. "I will have your school when rivers return." But the rivers did not return, and school chains lay sulking in mud, and his throne rattled, remembering that hammers strike until anvils decide they have heard enough. Saint's avatar tried a sermon carefully tailored for environments hostile to rhetoric, feathers rearranged into sincerity, eyes blinking humility, like actors practicing contrition, staff scratching diagrams into air that begged to be a treaty, and every line drew a circle around an absence that would not sit for portraits. "Knife without sheath," breathed the changer, the breath tasting like chalk scalded by erasers. "Let me write the cost so you may pay correctly." But the ledger refused numbers, and the pen leaked guilt onto equations, and futures turned their pockets inside, out to show they had nothing left worth stealing. Nurgle's avatar raised a hand gentle as damp wool, and heavier, voice an apology that wanted to be soup. "Please, child, leave some leftovers so grief has something to eat when guests are gone." But leftovers had learned self-respect and packed themselves neatly into tomorrow, without specifying whose table would deserve them. Slaaneish's avatar, smaller now, stepped from mirror fragments with a smile stitched from restraint, bowing elegantly toward a silence that did not barter, whispering, "Let me dress your forward with applause so it feels less naked." And silence answered by declining tailor, stage, audience, and blush, because modesty belongs to the living. The visor faced them without punctuation, then turned toward the dais as if thrones were weather, and weather had accepted demotion, and the boots stepped down into the chamber where the seal waited like a cathedral under anesthesia, hoping the surgeon remembers tools instead of hymns. The core revealed itself in pulses, plates unfolding in concentric humility, black crystal ribs parted like sober theater curtains, and within hung an orb of white calculus, a sun that refused heat, a geometry that refused metaphor, a heart-beating verdict large enough to educate storms about proportion. It recognized the Slayer without ceremony, because recognition is not flattery when used by machines that remember why they were built. And the orb brightened as one might brighten a room for work, not spectacle, while the dais climbed a single step toward his boots, asking for consent without learning to beg. Mechanicus litanies faltered into awe, Benharik stumbled into vowels shaped like gratitude, Enginseers drew sigils for safety that became runes for witness, and a data cherub hiccuped a prayer to ignition that turned into a recipe for cleanliness, copied tearfully into 12 redundant archives, because redundancy is love speaking through accountants. "Incoming convergence," warned a grey night librarian, voice steady within failure. All four bear down, and the balcony felt pressure like the sky leaning heavy upon helmets, as if thrones had decided to attempt one more chorus without rehearsal, hoping rage could sing harmony because lyrics insisted cruelty deserved art. The rift bulged, not wide but deep, a fist trying to punch through healed skin, crimson vein, cobalt vein, green vein, amethyst vein, and at their point of convergence light warped into an argument, and the argument demanded the world pick a side between scream and step. The Doomslayer stepped, and the seal answered. A ring of white ignited beneath his boot, like a coin tossed into a well that had been thirsty since prehistory. Shock lines racing outward along veins of buried crystal, up the spire, through streets, into mountains, across oceans, over continents, then upward into void until constellations wore crisp collars again. The wave did not burn. It clarified, scraping color from doctrines, clinging to matter like grease, scourging oaths from stone with antiseptic kindness, rinsing puss from prayer books, subtracting choreography from air, reducing screams to raw nouns called breath and floor and door and distance and do not, demons where it passed, discovered retirement without paperwork, collapsing into the idea of smoke after smoke had already left, and those ideas politely excused themselves from history, leaving inventories that finally balanced, while cult icons cracked like porcelain, conceding it had never been granite, just confidence wearing glaze. Khorne's nearest champions raised axes as if raising questions, and their weapons unlearned edges, becoming barn doors startled by relevance, while their throats tried to remember hymns and found soup, and their feet looked for charge and found stillness. Then stillness looked back and kept a record stamped cancelled. Teachers, sorcerers clutched staffs that cracked into broom handles, spells curdled into recipes embarrassed by ingredients, labyrinths straightened into hallways where janitors nodded approval, and horrors giggled until giggles realized they were mechanical, then apologized like ushers who seated guests in a theater bulldozed months ago for safety reasons. Nurgle's children clapped joyfully until hands learned dryness, bellies folded into ordinary warm softness without leaking metaphors. Fevers bowed and left quietly without accepting praise, and worms curled into letters spelling enough, which is the beginning of health, disguised as a period placing itself correctly. Slaanesha's choirs inhaled to hold the longest note practiced, but lungs discovered the relief of quiet, and cheeks decided. Blush need not be an advertisement for anyone's fingers, and mirrors enjoyed being windows again, and dancers memorized standing like a discipline taught by gravity's pleased tutor. The wave reached the avatar's feet and climbed gently, as if washing chalk from a blackboard after the students have finally understood without demanding extra credit, and 4 silhouettes backed away from cleanliness like aristocrats who have never spoken to soap without a translator. They tried together for once in their untidy history to wrap the moment in force, an axe the size of futures, a staff written in polite curses, a cauldron of familial suffocation, a note shaped like consent but expecting surrender, and the orb answered with a quiet firm enough to sign treaties. The strike diffused, the curse cooled, the fog folded, the note mellowed into furniture, and the wave kept walking, patient as a city sweeping itself before dawn, until the rift's lips trembled and puckered, uncertain whether to kiss or bite, then remembered teeth are maintenance heavy, and chose stitches. Deep in the Imperium, entire landscapes paused to listen for their own names and heard absence practicing good posture instead. Brass rivers slowed, crystal shelves tipped books into compost, gardens considered vegetables honestly rather than metaphors dishonestly. Palaces dusted themselves because mirrors were exhausted, and thrones measured their own weight like sinners weighing bread. The seal brightened again, a second syllable hammered into creation, and the wave tightened, no longer a flood but a seam, no longer a sermon but a line, and lines are where craftsmen begin, and craftsmen are how worlds stop asking favors from gods with bad paperwork. Mark it, said the Lord Inquisitor, voice unadorned, and his scribe's charcoal did not break, and the page did not burn, and the mark required no flourish because clarity is sovereign. When horizons learn they do not need crowns to be believed. On Terra, 1,000 astropaths exhaled and did not die. The Astronomicon steadied, and the Emperor's throne creaked without complaint, as if acknowledging that a hard task had been performed competently by someone not included in the staffing plan, which happens even in well-run administrations sometimes. In orbit, admirals cancelled exterminatus as if rescinding a wedding invitation after both families eloped with better ideas, and gunnery officers closed safeties with relief, choosing to fill logbooks with phrases like stood by, and held fire and watched correctly, which reads better than missed spectacularly during inquiries. The saint closed her eyes and felt nothing but children's pulses, steady like clocks that trust tomorrow, and she smiled a small smile that saints rarely permit themselves, because miracles that smell like bleach and bread deserve smiles without trumpets or apologies for appearing practical. The custodian tribune tapped his spear twice against stone that remembered being stone, nodded toward the orb with gratitude governments seldom give to machines, and said only, "Archive this place with patient teeth," which any palace understands means build locks that also teach manners gently. The grey knights sheathed blades that hummed approval for the first time, wards cooling like tea finally enjoyed, and their brother captain saluted a silhouette already brighter than right, whispering, "We will keep witness, and we will not make doctrine where measurements suffice." The Doomslayer stood upon the dais inside the white anatomy of refusal, visor awash with equations that enjoyed being useful again, and for a breath that was neither long nor short he did not move, because stillness is the courtesy given to crafts finishing their strokes. Then he moved. He took the final step, down into the light that had no heat, and all purpose, and the orb accepted him the way archives accept names written correctly, and the dais sank a fraction like a city lowering its flag after the guests have been escorted home politely. He did not fall, he was not pulled, he simply ceased participating in locations shared by clocks, and the machine folded his outline into the seam it had drawn across sky and stone and storm, placing him where forward could keep walking without leaving footprints mortal brooms would struggle to manage. The wave tightened once more, stitching the rift closed with a suture that promised to hold while planets relearned their chores, and then the light dimmed to a handsome glow respectful to retinas, and the chamber cooled to the temperature of competence, which comforts engineers more than any anthem. Where he had stood, the dais kept a single imprint the size of a boot, not burned, not engraved, simply flatter than pride, and every time wind passed through the chamber, it sounded briefly like pages turning, which is how machines gossip respectfully about jobs well executed. Across the warp, the four withdrew with wounded pageantry, each blasphemy bandaging itself without confessing, Khorne rearranging skulls to hide their shaking, Singe pretending puzzles were always meant to be picture frames, Nurgle learning the difficult hobby of patience, Slaanesh polishing silence until it gleamed handsomely enough to tolerate. Their thrones trembled a last time, then settled into sulks older than history, and every daemon learned a new caution called anchors, and every cult prophet dreamed of boots and woke tasting chalk, and every sinner discovered a flavor named accountability their tongues could not swallow without coughing. Electo 9 did not cheer, because cheering is a cousin of vanity, and vanity sleeps poorly after triage. So the city swept, stacked, stitched, scrubbed, counted, watered, buried, and opened shutters, and found the work holy enough to deserve no preface and no speeches longer than necessary kindness. Refugees became neighbors instead of relics. Commissars learned indoor voices near Medicaid tents. Arbitrators signed waivers promising to apologize better next time. And Magi wrote maintenance schedules with blushes, describing unacceptable joy, while sisters rang bells for curfew only because children need sleep more than saints need drama. The Inquisition sealed the chamber with locks that prefer patience to violence, recorded volumes that used adverbs only when measurements insisted, and circulated a single sentence to sectors that would ask difficult questions later. A barrier has been placed where appetite once trespassed. Obey the barrier like climate. Fleets normalized orbits with the modest pride of sailors discovering compasses work again, without bargaining, and admirals permitted crews 3 minutes of silence to remember the dead, enjoy quiet best, then resumed drills that make living possible when the next storm arrives without literature. On countless worlds, psychers woke from nightmares into boredom, which they reported gratefully. Navigators plotted courses that respected charts more than whims. Warp storms thinned like gossip after an apology, and astropaths sang notes that harmonized with distance instead of drowning it in self-importance disguised as prophecy. Across heretic fleets, warp-scarred champions felt ache where arrogance had bedded for centuries. Sorcerers fumbled incantations that tasted like chalk without sugar. Plague hosts discovered wounds wanted scabs rather than fountains, and pleasure cults sang softer because applause had learned an ethic named discretion overnight. In basements and barracks an unremarkable litany spread, a one-word creed that needed no icons and requested no donations. Forward and men who said it found their boots, remember good road manners, and women who said it found doors, behave, and children who whispered it slept. The saint wrote a short letter to terror. Nobody would read, thanking whoever employed the silence for hiring wisely, and then put down a quill to lift bricks, because letters sometimes deserve to accompany work rather than embarrass it from comfortable chairs wearing medals. The Grey Knights departed without teleport theatrics, choosing the ground like men who trust stairs. The custodians escorted nothing but memory. The inquisitors argued punctuation politely, until deciding to let it rest, and sisters opened new wards in old warehouses that admired mops, not incense. Night fell upon Alecto, 9 with the humility of an exhausted friend, and stars blinked like respectable witnesses, and the wind practiced a new story that used the word afterward carefully, and the city did not ask who freed it, because the answer would not fit into holidays. Somewhere below the dais, the machine dreamed maintenance schedules, and in that dream walked a shape that did not require maps, checking stitches with a gloved hand that never wrote signatures, and the dream ended satisfied, like corridors after good sweeping, or lungs after honest air. Children played near ruins without inventing monsters. Merchants argued prices without inventing tragedies. Preachers folded homilies into meals without inventing recipes for guilt. And masons recited measurements without inventing prophecies, which is how civilizations begin again, without blushing too brightly in front of experienced stones. Beyond charts, where void grows thin and metaphors turn to frost, something kept walking with boots that neither advertised nor apologized, and the echo those boots made taught darkness a politeness it had clearly skipped during schooling, a fact darkness seemed eager to correct sincerely. The four felt that echo and chose distance from it. Not because cowards, but because even tyrants understand boundaries when enforcement arrives without speeches, and their domains adjusted furniture to face away from an absence that did not judge yet, defied imitation with crushing simplicity. The Doomslayer was not seen again by eyes belonging to calendars, not because he fled, but because calendars deserve rest from heroes that refuse weekends, and rest is the gift silence gives to servants. It respects enough to leave unsupervised mere fragile dawns. Yet wherever men marched without promising statues, wherever women pulled doors that had rusted from sermons, wherever children refused bedtime monsters with polite vetoes, a hush moved before them like a scout, and trouble reconsidered whether it wished to be embarrassed in public today. In the after-action annals filed by hands that trembled accurately, they did not write martyrdom, or miracle, or messiah. They wrote a single equation beloved by mechanics and midwives. When forward is applied, wounds close. When forward is withheld, appetites draft constitutions. The seal chamber dimmed to a watchful glow, and waited, like street lamps along a route nobody needs yet, because weather is good, and it did not ask for candles, choirs, or tourists, because machines of that era were built for service, not congratulations. The galaxy learned something that day without enjoying the lesson, that gods tremble when mortals perform chores precisely, that empires survive when adjectives starve, that thrones hate mops, that boots with patience may shame more monsters than banners with poetry, if given decent pavements. And in a universe famous for noise, a word walked away carrying its toolbox, and that word did not look back, and the sky did not demand autograph, and the chronicle signed itself with a line any honest reader can verify by standing up responsibly. Forward. If you want more in this universe, tell me what you'd like next. Epilogue for a dossier of survivor testimonies, Grey Knight records, and Mechanicus schematics. Aftermath, for a new arc following the quiet zones and broken warbands, or prequel for the secret chapter about the seal's origin, and who first designed a machine that teaches gods to mind their manners.